See if that actually works for once. All right.
And the water just goes right up in the mountains.
All right. Sure, whatever. I guess I should make a fucking, what's it called? A thumbnail, huh? Oh, goodness. Jesus Christ, this is the worst thumbnail I've ever made in my life. It looks terrible. Oh my god. Why does this sound very slightly like Sans Undertale? Alright. And so, for my final act... Wait. Hold up. Pause.
Dude, you don't want to reset?
Oh, geez. There's Minecraft. Cool. Okay. PP Man's return. True. Oh my gosh, my multi-stream works now. Alright. I think this works. Alright, so I had one actually that I wanted to watch. Um... Where's like the... Actually, I kind of want to watch this video. I love Russian Badger. He says some unhinged shit, but I think he's hilarious as fuck. Okay, you know what? Let's do this one.
Look at this. So there's been a
Just because
long
the route is slutty.
conversation about embedding. Embedding in World of Warcraft, or not World of Warcraft did it a little bit, but like mainly New World is a culprit of this, and then there's also F Extra Life. Like if you go to their website, let's see, are they live right now? I mean, I guess we'll find out by just seeing what the top channels are.
What the heck is going on here?
Looks like they're not. Probably. Oh yeah, here we go. This guy right here has 8,000 viewers. Now, if you go into his chat,
do I have to have this?
All of the conversations here are just bullshit, and there's not really that many people actually watching him, right? He does not have 8,000 people that are actually in the stream. And so this has been a problem for a long time on Twitch.
Let's do
Because
this.
the reason why, it's just the same 3 mods in his chat. Yeah, I actually, to be honest, was surprised there was anybody there. But anyway, so this guy is a viewbotter, embedder, New World database has this same
Yeah, we'll do
stuff
this.
too. You go ahead and you open up the New World subreddit here, and they also have an embedded stream.
Okay,
And so
okay.
if you go over and you
Chat, I'm gonna keep it real with you. I think that if you have to viewbot to get people to watch your content, you're not making good enough content. Because, like, people will stick around if you make good content. In my opinion. In my, like, opinion. I don't know. You just gotta make better content.
Embedded,
Get good.
this is a person who has 1,000 viewers. So really all they're doing
Oh,
here
God.
is they're just basically using this
Why can't
as a
I see
way
my
to
mouse?
farm as many ads as possible
Whatever.
without actually having these viewers, right? So this is clearly a kind of a scam. Is that against TOS? No, it's not. It's not against TOS. And so anyway, a stream like this gets views. So this is kind of like what happens, right? Is that with a lot of embedded views, you don't really get ads played on the embedded views. But like if I go over and I'll explain kind of like why this is a problem. Twitch tracker, let's go ahead and just look at this real quick. And where's F Extra Life? So this guy right here are these people here. It's not just one person. So let's go ahead and see here. Do you think it should be against TOS? Yeah, I think it should, and I'll explain why.
I absolutely agree. Like,
And
from a
so
plain and simple
anyway,
standpoint,
rank
if you have to bot
37
views,
on the entire platform. So out of all the streamers on the entire platform, F Extra Life is ranked number 37. And so those spikes right there are from, and again, like you look at this, like this is a person who had 60,000 viewers. That's the number right here. So you look at this person's stream, 60,000 viewers down to 18,000 viewers. Have you ever seen a stream that goes on for 4 hours with 17,000 viewers that only gains 92 followers? Right? So this is clearly
That's crazy.
a view botting Andy, right? Now, why is this a problem? Why is having a lot of viewers from embedding a problem? Now, it's a problem for, honestly, it's primarily a problem for streamers, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the reason why it's a problem for streamers is that if you go to the cyberpunk category, this person should not be here. And because this person is this person is not here. And everything on Twitch operates in a zero-sum environment. There are only so many placement slots at the top of a directory, and those placement slots need to be earned.
Why isn't my mouse appearing?
Or at least obtained in a way that is not completely artificial. So what ends up happening here is that you have somebody like this who is viewbotting themselves or embedding, again, functionally the same thing.
1 second, we're relaunching.
Up to the top of a directory, and then suppressing all of the legitimate streamers down farther below that. Basically, what ends up happening is that people who deserve the viewership.
Okay, the secondary problem is that you don't really see any reasonable real growth. You get like a couple followers. Like, say you have a stream like that, right? And it's not going to be like YouTube where like your video is going to get pushed better, or like your stream is going to be pushed better because you have, like, I don't know, because you have a stream that's higher ranked. Like, you might get a couple of viewers, but I feel like the moment that, I don't know, you're just like giving yourself that false dopamine hit. I feel like that's okay. Why is my 1 second, my mouse is just not appearing. 1 second, guys. I gotta go move my fucking car real quick.
Don't. I think it's gonna be you this point.
People who deserve to have that placement. Don't get that placement. And instead, the person who's cheating does get it. And how did this, and I think, again, this mainly affects streamers. So I can understand why, like, some people might not really, like, isn't that functionally the same? Now, Amazon clearly has no issues with embedded streams driving views. They could clearly make them not count towards view count. I'm going to get to that, but it's going to take me some time, okay? Just be patient. So anyway, that's how it hurts streamers. Now, also, how does it hurt advertisers? Another way that it hurts the platform is that it hurts the platform in terms of advertisers, right? And I'm going to give you an example of advertisers being hurt by this practice, okay? So we're going to take a look at this article here. This is an article written, it was about, looks like about a week ago or so, 2 weeks ago. And Immortals of Avenum was a very popular game that was broadcast to a bunch of people whenever it came out, right? It had a huge marketing push, millions of dollars behind it. And I want to go ahead and draw attention to like one paragraph here. And if you look at this here, let me go ahead and see here. If you've been on Twitter and Twitch this last week, you've seen a bunch of streamers playing Immortals of Avenum, but as part of the sponsored ad campaigns, you can just search Immortals of Avenum ad on Twitter and see dozens and dozens of streamers who've been part of the campaign. To me, this shows the limits of a streamer-based ad campaign. This has been an absolute flood of sponsored streams, which no doubt cost EA a pretty penny. So what he's saying basically is that EA spent a tremendous amount of money on promoting Immortals of Avenum, right? Well, here's what the problem is. So if you look at, for example, F-Extra-Life, they actually were one of the people who got sponsored by Immortals of Avenum. And you can see it right here with their, because this is the website, it's twitchtracker.com. So you can look and see Immortals of Avenum, hashtag ad, hashtag sponsored by EA, right? So how much do you want to bet that a lot of the marketing budget that was meant for real streamers was spent on F-Extra-Life? You see what I'm saying? So like they ate up the marketing budget that real streamers deserve to have. And the outcome of that is articles that are calling into question the entire effectiveness of streamer marketing, thus hurting every streamer, causing them to maybe make less money or have people lose confidence in streamer promotions. So they're causing everybody to lose money because they're taking sponsorships like this and they're broadcasting it to 0 views. Viewers, nobody gives a shit. That's why they lost 260 followers during the stream. And guess what happens? Nobody sticks around to play the game. No real people are seeing the game. And regardless of whether the game is good or not, these people didn't deserve to get scammed. And they did. They did get scammed. I can guarantee you that they were probably, because here's a good way to look at it. How can you possibly quantify what the value of your stream promotion is if you don't have actual numbers? Because they embed every single time. And what do you think they're using? Do you think they're using the amount of views that they get from embedding? Or do you think they're using their total views? Well, they're going to be using their total views, including the ones that they get from embedding. So, using followings every stream. Yeah, of course, naturally. I mean, it makes sense, right? And so anyway, and this is only one example, right? There are a lot of other content creators who do the same thing. It should fall on the marketing firm as well. Oh yeah, no, you're definitely right. The marketing firm should have been more discerning. They should have known this. They were stupid for sponsoring them, absolutely. But these people are also bad for taking advantage of it, right? Both parties are bad. I'm surprised advertisers don't pick up on this, do they? I have no idea if they do or not. But anyway, I've heard from multiple people in the industry that it is problematic, but you know, I don't really have like a lot of details to share with that. And so anyway, the point is that you have people like this who are, and I want to, and so the point that I'm making, right, I'm trying to build a foundation of, so it hurts streamers because of the zero-sum environment of Twitch and the innate viewership the aggregation and how obviously the higher viewer streams are the most promoted. It's snowball effect. So that's how it hurts streamers. How does it hurt advertisers? Well, it hurts advertisers in this way. And why do advertisers? Because a lot of you guys are probably going to say, let me. Like, I don't give a fuck about if advertisers get hurt or not, right? A lot of people probably don't care. That's totally fine. I don't really give a fuck if EA gets scammed or not that much either, right? It's not my problem. It's not my issue. But the reason why it's problematic is because these actions have a ripple effect on everywhere. So, like, for example, streamers won't have as much money to invest into cool events because the people that are paying for the events won't be paying as much money. People will be less invested in Twitch as a whole. If advertising dollars go down on Twitch as a whole, then you're going to see less support.
Oh my god, I haven't been unmuted this whole time. But anyways, like, I get where he's coming from. So it's not necessarily like the people who are grifting the views from the top. It's more so like that they're like, I don't know. I feel like there's like the artificial inflation of your views. The problem that comes with that is that you almost like put yourself into a state of delusion. Like YouTubers, small YouTubers are in are like delusional a lot of times. They act like the reason that their views are not higher is because the YouTube like algorithm hates them. You always see those videos like, this is why the YouTube algorithm hates you. It's like, no. The YouTube algorithm is built like it is a complementary relationship. The YouTube algorithm has as much of a reason to push your content as you do to make it, you know? Where it's like, if you're making bomb-ass content that people are going to love and people are going to stick around for, they're going to watch your content. Like, I know that personally, my content is kind of mid. Like, a lot of times. It's really not that great. But at the same time, if you're going to, like, sit there and act like that the reason you're not getting views is because the YouTube algorithm hates you and it's so cursed and it's, like, it's not built for small creators. Like, yeah, it's going to be difficult to get views to start with because your content's not good. Like, if you're going to try and sit here and act like the reason you're not getting views is because, you know, you're just cursed, like, try saying that to literally every single person who has ever started on YouTube and ended up making it, where it's just like, I don't know, man. You can sit there and huff as much fucking copium as you want, but at the end of the day, you're still not going to be getting views. And, like, that's, like, the problem with view botting on YouTube, too. It's like, oh, hello. The reason that your content's not doing well is because your content's not good. And even if it is good, then you're not packaging it correctly. Like, if you have a bomb-ass thumbnail and you have a bomb-ass content, like a bomb-ass idea, like there's 3 reasons that your video doesn't succeed. In reality, there are 3 main reasons. 1, it's not edited well. 2, it could be like anything like that, and that could be anything to do with like video. That could be anything to do with like the audio quality. It could be something to do with like anything like that. And that's not even the most important one. Like, that is not the most important aspect of your video. 2, and this one is much more important, is that you don't package it correctly. If nobody's clicking on your video, then nobody's watching your video. And if like nobody has the chance to give your video a chance. If it's just like you're sitting there and like you have no thumbnail, so it's just a random screen cap from your video, like it's whatever. But even if those 2 things are great and you just post, like, for instance, like I know that Noah does like stream highlights videos, like if you market that as like a funny moments thing, yeah, maybe somebody will give a random funny moments video a chance. But at the same time, there are thousands of funny moments videos out there, which is why I strictly try and avoid doing funny moments videos, unless it's just like, I don't know, I literally have no other content to do. Like, that's why I focused so much on my last video, which was like YouTube shit, like not YouTube shit, like content that took effort. Like my Helldivers challenge video was like, the reason I like that video so much is that I had not seen anybody else on YouTube do that kind of content, do that kind of video. So I had a feeling that it would do a bit better than my normal content, and it did, but I also know that I was lacking in either the editing or the pacing or something like that, because it only ended up getting like 200-ish views. It's like, whatever. But specifically, like, view botting on Twitch, you really just kind of do yourself a disservice, because you never see yourself improve, right? You might get some viewers to begin with, but oh god, that almost killed me. Ah, bitch. Bitch. Damn it. Instead of killing him, I let him out. Alright. Because we're a good person, we fill in our creeper holes. I wonder if this will actually let me sleep all the way. It did. But yeah, anyways, we can continue.
For Twitch, you're going to see less chances for the bit rate of a certain game or certain streams to be increased. Like, this has been a big problem. It's becoming a bigger problem now that graphics are becoming more granular and more higher fidelity. And so more higher fidelity, right? And so that's how it hurts you as a viewer, right? And it also hurts you as a viewer because if you are not a discerning viewer, the reason why most streams are aggregated this way is that there is a general trend. I'm not saying that there's a one-to-one, but there is a general trend that viewership and entertainment value have a correlation. And if you scroll down to streamers that have 61 viewers, they are going to be, on average, less entertaining than streamers that have 6,100 viewers. So
yeah, like, it's exactly what I said. It's just like, I don't know, make better content, idiot.
Streams, and those are the ones that are being promoted to you the most. Not true? It is true. I've streamed for 7 years. I don't... Who would be more qualified than me to talk about this? Who possibly would be more qualified?
Like, here's the thing.
By the way, people
Asmon says some of the most unhinged shit.
I'll say the same thing I do. And so anyway,
he says some unhinged shit, but sometimes he really does say some pretty based things. Like, these opinions, like this opinion right here, I agree.
And so anyway,
like, wholeheartedly. Like, not to every single aspect, but I can at least...
This does hurt viewers.
I at least have a very good idea where he's coming from.
Twitch seems less interesting. Like, imagine if it's your first time on Twitch, and the first thing you pull up is this garbage. A completely boring stream with no chat interaction, nothing going on. That's going to be your first impression of Twitch.
Well, and, like, that's a huge problem. Like, and that's exactly what will, like, end up... And like, that makes a lot more sense to me. Is, like, if you're actively driving people from the platform, because this top streamer he's talking about right here is like the one that's like the first top streamer right here, and it's mostly just like a dead chat, and you're like, wow, this game's not very interesting. I don't want to watch any other content creators on this. Like that makes more sense. That's something I can relate to more than just like, oh, you know, poor advertisers, less money. Like, it's not even about the advertisers at that point.
And recently, it seems like Dan Clancy, the CEO of Twitch, seems to actually be doing something about it.
Okay.
Dan Clancy asked King Galothian, right? And he's one of the most outspoken people that is negative about embedding, to put together a list of sites like F Extra Life to block today. He just worked on it on stream and sent it in. Said you and Co had a big part. I want to say, guys, also huge shout out to Quinn. Quinn was also very outspoken about this. Thank you, Quinn. A lot of you guys have been outspoken. A lot of other streamers have been. I don't want to just say it's one or two people. This has been a big issue for many years.
Like,
and
1 second. Let's go up Fexter Life. For gamers by gamers. Is this? Okay, and here's the biggest problem with this, because I watched another video Asmon did on this like an hour ago, and I was like, but like this has got, like, live viewers have to cost a lot of money, right? I looked this up. 1 second, we're gonna look it up. View bots. Yep. See, this is the one I looked at. First link when you look it up on Google, by the way. View bots Twitch. First link, and I was like, all right, let's go ahead and check the pricing on this, right? So it wants you to put in your fucking your account, right? Then you go to here, package selection, right? For 20 bucks, check this. 20 bucks, you get 50 viewers and 25 chatters. 25 active chatters, and then 200 follow. I have 53 total followers. Because I was looking at this and I was like, surely this is like expensive, right? And I was like, this has got to be like, this is inexpensive as hell for 25 active chatters for like, how long do these last? If you go to here, wait, let's see here. Over 7 days. So for 7 days of streaming, you get this amount of viewers, and it's like 35 bucks. And I was like, this has got to be like the least expensive thing ever, right? And so I went and let's just like click. That's when I watched. See, this is the one. This is the video I watched because I saw this. Excellent thumbnail by Asmon, by the way. That shit looks awesome. But anyways, you go down here to like, let's just pick a random one. Let's go to this fucking random website, Pottybot, right? By Twitch viewers, right? And you go to Twitch monthly, 10 to 20 live viewers, 30 bucks. Auto start, 30 days of 10 to 20 live viewers. It's like real browsers. Like, this isn't going to really help you. This doesn't help you. The view bot. What's about this? What about this one? Starting at 5. Okay, let's go to their pricing. 10 viewers. So you can get Twitch and Kick view bots, right? You can choose one or the other. Set custom delay. Traffic, or you can set the traffic origin to be like the country. Like, there's like, and I was thinking like that's gotta be, that's insane. Like, you can just pay like 10, 20 bucks and instantly get more viewers on your stuff than basically every other person in your topic.
And
that's my issue with this.
If this finally gets resolved. Yeah, I can go out there and Quinn, Co. Yes, thank you guys. And also, most importantly, Thank you to the
That's
viewers.
awesome. This is
Thank
this
you
is an
guys.
objectively good
This
thing,
has
I
been
think.
a problem, and I understand that this is primarily a Twitch problem. This is primarily a streamer problem, and I appreciate you guys supporting us and trying to uphold the integrity of our platform for what it's worth. Thanks. It seems like something might.
We gotta
actually
find a
happen.
place to build our house. Whoa.
So yeah,
Whoa.
that's,
That looks
that's just
cool
what
as
I wanted
hell.
to say. It's kind of funny. Like I had like a fucking 30-minute lead up to this, but this is really where it comes from. It's been an ongoing issue and Escape from Tarkov as well. Yeah, I don't really know a lot about Escape from.
Because he did a
Tarkov,
he
so
did
I
a
can't
video
speak on it or talk about that a lot.
a little bit ago about the
Stay safe,
issues,
please,
like
viewers.
people who were actively view botting. You can get an extension, like a Chrome extension, that will show you how many of their viewers are bot, like how many accounts on their thing are authenticated. And authenticated means like they have an email attached to it. It's like a two-factor authentication, something like that. And it's like for smaller streamers like me, like I got 3 people viewing right now. And some of those people probably aren't even on Twitch. Like I know at least Noah's on YouTube, right? One of my mods is on YouTube. And so you look at that, you look at this and you're like, oh, you know, that's not, you know, that's the, if I were to have like a 50%, or even if both the other 2 people who are here were not real viewers, I would be at like 0%, which would look terrible, but also I only have 2 viewers. So it's like, I just need 2 people with unauthenticated accounts. And that's going to probably be like one. One of them's probably might be Nightbot. And because I don't know if Nightbot, Spaceman Spiff, thank you. I appreciate you being here. I appreciate you being here. But like, that's the thing though, is that like, but if you were to see my channel with that, it would probably be like 50% or like 25% or something like that. And then you just like run into the same issue. It's a feedback loop where you're not actually getting real engagement and real content out of it, and you're not like really getting anything out of ads or anything like that. It's just kind of like whatever. Like I can't even run ads, so it doesn't really matter for
So
me.
it looks
But
like embedding is actually going to be curtailed.
good,
Right?
good.
If you use Twitch for a different reason, embedding is fine. It adds to their website. Well, I would think the same way that you did if I didn't think, but unfortunately, I've thought about the issue. so
Jesus,
I have the
Aspen.
same opinion that you do.
Jesus.
And that's okay.
The
right?
poor
I mean,
guy.
again, it's not
He just
your-
got
it's not
rolled.
your responsibility to be educated on everything.
Okay.
But you know, you want to go in there and put your
Wanna-
opinion out there and talk about what you think. Well, then that's what's going to happen. Embedding the right way can be beneficial in some extent. And I don't think that embedding. I'm not sure if embedding should be wholesale removed or destroyed. But I think that the people that abuse it on like an every single day basis to farm.
What even is embedding?
Every single game that they play, I think that's very problematic. And I think that stopping the worst offenders like F Extra Life, which is the worst offender, that's the first step. That is the first step. It just shouldn't have to view count. Yeah, exactly.
Embed live
Yeah, and I'm not saying you
streams,
should get
clips
banned.
in
I
a
just think you should have
website.
What about Luxos that embed on their personal sites, like not a business? Just
3 types of VODs.
And WoW UI stuff. I don't agree with any embedding. I don't think any embedding is acceptable at all, really.
Oh,
I think
so,
there's a
like-
spectrum of like what's good and what's bad.
So
And
it's
also,
like people
if you're embedding
who-
your stream and it's giving you 10 extra viewers, it doesn't really matter because the effect is lower. It's kind of like if you're speeding.
So
and you're
what I'm
talking-
getting is that it's like you like pay an advertiser or something to put your stream on like a random website. And it's just like they're basically like completely
an hour.
anonymous
Obviously
background
bad.
viewers. Okay. That makes
If
more
you hit
sense.
somebody, it's 10 times
Like
worse.
I can understand like I
The
understand what that
effect of
I
the
understand what that
action
is now.
matters more than the action itself, right? The outcome of the action. So whenever you're embedding and it's not really massively changing the directory, you're not embedding for a massive amount of viewers, well then it's not really.
Well, yeah, I feel like that's a much
Do you see
bigger
kinda where I'm
issue is when
coming
it's
from?
like
So
you're
not
doing like
principled, but worried about
20,000
the
viewers or like
effects to your friends.
5,000 viewers like
Yes,
that person who's
because
at the front
principle
is
that it
doing.
affects me or my friends. That's exactly right.
And for like in FX
So
your
the
life.
principle is the effect.
That's an
This
issue.
isn't really like is embedding a principally bad thing. Let's be real, right?
I think the
So
world is
let's
telling
look
me
at
to
Google
I
Criticism.
wanna
So we'll go back to my
Birch
200
Hills.
mile an
I'll
hour
totally build into
factor.
Birch Hills.
So if nobody was ever affected by driving 200 miles an hour, who here would be saying 200 miles an hour is bad? Why can't everybody drive 200 miles an hour all the time? Because if nobody was affected by it, then who cares? But the problem is because people are affected. Most bad things are not bad inside of a vacuum. They're bad because of the effect they have on other people. I mean, I understand. I probably should go back and just ban that person.
That's
because
actually
they, It's clearly just like a hostile, hostile person talking shit. But looks like I can't really find where they were. But anyway, it doesn't really matter. Embedding itself is not a bad thing, but what's bad is how
Dark
easily it can
Oak?
be used. Yeah, exactly.
Yo, what if we find a fucking...
Couldn't
what's
people
it
like
called?
have Extra Life just show VODs in their site if the point was to only show that there are real people playing games? Embedding seems like intentional manipulation. That's because it is intentional manipulation. Like, what value is it to the viewer that there's a tiny little screen at the bottom left-hand corner of the bottom right-hand corner of the screen? So, how does a person read it? So this is actually this is actually very interesting.
That's fair.
Now we're gonna
Because
get
it
into a
doesn't
bit
hurt
of
on like a micro level, like if
So
it's
you
for like
have
10
you have a
people,
book,
because you're
right?
not gonna
You
jump
have
to the
a
top, but especially people who
This
are
is
paying for like
how
thousands of
people read
viewers.
screens in English language, right? Obviously in Japan it'd be different because they consume, you know, like manga is different, right? They go like this
Okay.
because that's the way people are taught to read. So whenever the screen is right here, it's clearly intentionally manipulative. Most people
So-
never see
so
it.
you're
Yeah,
talking,
that's
like-
what they rely on.
Because here's the thing, it's a dual-pronged thing. It's a double-edged sword because not only are you screwing other people out of appearing higher in search results with like better content, you're also doing yourself a disservice because imagine you do appear at the top of the list, right? You're at the very top of the list. You have like 6,000 people, but like you have 6,023 people, but you're botting 6,000 of those people. The issue that comes with that is not only do you create content that is subpar and only really attracts 23 people, but you're also screwing over people who are way lower in the list from actually appearing higher up. And that's like the primary issue I've seen with this so far, is that it's not necessarily like you're doing yourself a disservice by artificially inflating your numbers. Because like I said earlier, like it's a delusion thing. Like you literally are just tricking yourself into thinking that your content is good enough to get those many people. Like I honestly, oh shoot, that almost killed me. I almost did that kind of stuff myself, where like I almost view botted, and I tried out YouTube advertising for a bit, and I realized that it was getting me views, but I wasn't getting real like watch time. Like I did it on a very old, not like a very old video, but like an older video at the time. I did like, I wanted it to get another like 500 views or something like that. And I was like, I feel like if I just get this in front of the right crowd, surely my content will do well. Like I know it for a fact. And then I went and did it. And it was like a $5 like YouTube advertising package, like through YouTube. So it was completely, you know, in line with with the TOS. Oh, I love the background. It looks so cozy. Oh, thank you. It's my bedroom. But just my bedroom. I have some art up on the wall. My flag's in the background. Yeah, thank you. I just cleaned it up not too long ago, just for stream. So you guys should feel special because I actually cleaned my room for you guys. But yeah, that's just like overall just the issue is that you like, I don't know, you just constantly kind of run into this problem where like you trick yourself into thinking your content is like the best thing in the world, and it's really just not. Like you just got to be more honest with yourself and be willing to be like, yeah, I have to make better content. Because if you can't do that for yourself, you're just going to keep getting the same issue of like not having good content. And if you don't get to see the live changes in the amount of like in your content, then you're just never going to improve. And if you never improve, then you're never going to get better ever. Like it's just plain and simple. It's like the facts. Anyways,
I don't get why embedding is useful or needed in the first place. All right, let me explain why. Higher viewer count, concurrent viewer count is the main metric that people use in order to determine.
Yeah, don't pay attention to this Twitch chat right here. Don't pay attention. That's Asmon's. That's not me.
Right? It's not how many.
Actually, you know what? I'm gonna
followers
put my
you
face
have,
cam
all
down
these
so I
things
don't
matter,
look like I'm
but it's
trying to
primarily
grift his
view count.
fucking chat.
So
There you go.
basically, if your viewer count is high,
I look like I have
advertisers make more
interactions
money.
going on, but it's really just the YouTuber in the backgrounds.
Because you're saying your viewer count is high and it's not really that high because the people aren't really watching the stream.
Right.
Right.
Exactly.
That's number one.
Oh,
Number
hello, Gray
two,
Sheep.
The other issue is that what do you call it? It's directory placement. So if you're higher in the directory, you'll get more people that are organically going to see your stream. Like, for
Right.
example, if I want to watch a stream
Like what I
of
said.
Fortnite, well, the first person I'm going to see is Ninja. And so most people are going to click on Ninja because he's the
Except I
first
don't like
thing they see.
Ninja. I honestly think
So if the
he's
first
like
thing or the
so
third
Gen
thing
Z
they
coded.
see, right? Because
Like,
there's a cascading benefit.
you can see it in his
That's
eyes
when
that
you
he
give me a
absolutely
bet option
hates
the first
every
time.
single
I
thing that
just
he
want
does in this
everything
game.
to
Like
do.
he's so probably
It's
so
normal.
burnt
Yeah,
out from
exactly.
it, but it makes him so
Why
much
doesn't
money
he have
that
an
it keeps
option?
him fueled.
I think
That's
that
why I
some
love
people
being in the
hide
position that
it.
I'm
I
in.
think Twitch uses
Because I'm
it
like, I get to do
sometimes.
whatever the hell I want. I get to play whatever the hell I
Like,
want.
expand
And I don't
on
have to
that
worry
since
about
I
a
have personal
crowd
experience,
of
just don't watch.
13-year-old
Well, they probably
boys
said
coming
the
in and being
reason
like,
why
why
it
aren't you
probably
playing
ruined their
Fortnite? You should be
experience
playing
is that
Fortnite.
they watched a
You know?
person who
All that
was
kind of stuff.
incredibly fucking boring,
Mhm.
not doing anything, and
Like I'll give him this. He's an
nothing is
he's an
going on in
excellent
the
he's an
game.
excellent
It's
player. He's
incredibly
excellent at
linear.
what he
There's
does.
no
But at the same
viewer,
time, it's like, oh,
experience
I'm
going
good.
on.
I don't
It's
want
just a
to
really
I don't want to
bad
submerge
game.
myself
I
in
don't
that
know about
community.
game, I have no
I
idea.
did that for a while too. Like that's the secondary problem you can run into with YouTube is that if you lock yourself into one game, like I did with like Terraria a while back, for those who were there for my Terraria phase. Oh my god, there's so many sheep. Like for those of you who might have been here way back in the day for my Terraria stream age, like days, like that was terrible. I got so unbelievably burnt out, but I pushed myself so hard because it was what was succeeding. It was what was doing well. And since it wasn't doing well anymore, or like since it was doing so well, I pushed myself to play that game so much. I literally have played it like maybe twice since those days because I can't bring myself to enjoy the game anymore. I literally get a sick feeling, and that's like what people are talking about when they say they get burnt out on this stuff, is that it's such a terrible feedback loop. It's such a terrible feedback loop. Anyways.
But like, it's hard to be bad at New
Ooh,
World.
Ruined Portal, I
But
think?
sure. So like, they're going to get their first impression of a game. Like, how many of you guys, like, you started playing a video game because you saw a really cool video of that video game?
That was me with
You've done it
Helldivers.
many times, right? So is it
Also,
really,
technically Terraria.
is it
Though
really
I will say,
to
for Minecraft, I don't. This is a very niche YouTuber from way back in the day. His name was Banana Pie Lord, and I watched his YouTube Thorns 3. Ooh, I'll take Thorns 3. But he's a Banana Pie Lord who got me into Minecraft, and he was a content creator for YouTube, but he also made music. And so all the music in his videos was his own music, and that's honestly what I stuck around for. That's when I was like Trollface era. Like that was back when YouTube was like in their shitty Trollface era, where it was like the troll song was just like da 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 da, and that was like the that was the era that I started Minecraft in. That was 13 years ago. Yeah. I've been into Minecraft for so long. I used to play this game religiously, like 8 hours a day, every single fucking day. I had a problem. I had a serious problem. But now I just go on 2-week Minecraft benders every year and just, kind of fuck around and do whatever. 13 years. Jesus, you don't have to remind me of that, dude. That's almost less than half of my life at this point. Like, that's 2 years off from being less than half my life, and I hate it. It makes me feel old, and I just need that to not be a thing. Anyways.
The opposite can also be true. Okay. All right, let's go. Let's go Carl Maxwell. Betting is fine. Bad take. Why is it bad? Explain yourself and your thinking. And let's get to the bottom of this.
This is what the one thing I love about Asmon is that when he sees people calling him out in chat like that, he'll go to that chat and he'll be like, all right, explain. Like, I want to hear substance. I want to hear what you actually think of, what you're thinking about.
I don't like you. Banning you anyway. Anyway.
And then he bans them.
Right
Jesus. Asmon's got no fucking chill sometimes, I swear. Hello, Shepherd. Okay.
Right now,
well, we have our villagers.
Tell me what I'm wrong about.
We have a villager trading area. Though I heard they just updated the villagers, so I'll have to like get villagers from different areas. Which would be kind of cool, because I can set up different villager trading areas in different biomes. That'd be really fun, actually.
That adds value and drives viewers to them. Okay. Well, Let me go ahead and address that. All right, let's deconstruct this. Embedding helps small streamers avoid the tyranny of view count and lack of discoverability on Twitch. Yes, it does, by allowing them to join the tyrannical class. You hate the idea that someone might maintain content outside of Twitch that adds value and drives viewers to them. My YouTube is my primary source of income and revenue. Actually, it's not. My companies are. But my YouTube is my second primary source. And
okay.
So like the idea that like I need Twitch is relevant. I don't run any ads on this channel. I don't have any subs on this channel. I might have to change that. I don't know yet. We'll see what happens. But right now I don't, and I haven't for years. So like you're wrong on everything. You have to admit Twitch has crap discovered.
Wait, so Asmon makes all of his money off of YouTube? I didn't know that.
Twitch,
I thought he was like primarily a Twitch sub person. But I guess he might just not be like part of the partner program. Like I know you can like choose to not be part of it.
I actually began on YouTube.
Ow.
And my YouTube channel
That fucking
was much
hurt.
more successful than my
Whoa,
Twitch
hello.
channel. That's why my first stream that I ever did had 250.
His YouTube's massive?
And then my second
He's at
stream
what?
had
How many
1,000.
subs?
It's because of my YouTube channel.
Asmon
And that's where I've
TV.
always been popular.
2.4 million.
That's
2.48 mil. That's actually impressive.
8,000 average viewers to 30,000 average viewers in like a month or two.
Check the
So,
views.
yeah.
542,000. Especially on the type of content that Asmon does, he probably gets paid out the ass to do his content.
Give some, like,
Amending
basically hot
gold
potato that
pickaxe,
problem
I'll
onto the
take
next
it.
person. We'll see if this person has a response yet. Of course not.
We
So
gotta
if you
find,
embed, Twitch on YouTube, you might
space to,
deserve
like,
a
make a
higher
house
view
at some
count. It
point.
doesn't seem like cheating.
Like his YouTube views?
So if you could embed Twitch on YouTube,
I'm sure
you
it's
might
like
deserve a higher view count.
outstanding.
Yeah,
Like
you
he's
deserve
probably
a
got
higher
an
view count.
obnoxious. What is this?
I like your content a lot, but it seems like you never be wrong about anything, and it comes off a little narcissistic. The reason why I'm not wrong about this is because I know the facts better than the people
That's
that
so
are
cool.
talking about them, and I'm confident.
I've always
about
kind of wanted to
that,
make an
and I'm
underwater
asserting
base.
My knowledge of that information. There are many things that I say lots of times, like for example, the Tarkov stuff. I don't know what's going on in the Tarkov section, and I just said I don't want to talk about that. I don't know what's going on with that. I have no idea. So it's funny that you bring
Based.
that up whenever, even inside of this individual topic, there is something that I clearly explained. I don't know what I'm talking about. That's it. I don't know. So yeah, I'm confident in my opinion because I'm an expert in the space. That's
Is
the
your YouTube
case.
chat not
It's
working?
a
It
literal fact.
might
It's not
not
an
be.
opinion, it's a fact.
1 second.
I know what I'm talking
I'll pull
about.
up the I'll pull up the YouTube chat 1 second. Maybe? I don't know. My YouTube chat was working just a minute ago. I saw PP Man's return and bro, this route is slutty, and then I didn't see anything after that. Maybe it just glitched out. Let me check. Second. Oh, yep. It definitely stopped working. Sorry, homie. We got it up now, though. Oh, fudge. There we go. Fixed. I got it all figured out, chat. Don't you worry.
I just think what FX Drive isn't easier, everyone would do it. They create good content out of Twitch.
You've been muted since you got back. I don't know if you saw my earlier message, but I think you should just stream Mindpack. I feel like we weren't favorable because I'm not going to tell you what you're doing. Bro, make the game bigger. I want to watch you play MC Pretty Please. The glory days. That was me with Islo's led. I'm watching videos are so good. He just never changed. Husband's house is so atrocious. Yeah, his house is fucking atrocious. I don't know. I just kind of wanted to watch YouTube, and if I'm going to be watching YouTube, I mean, I can make this a little bit bigger. Maybe I make the video smaller. I don't know. Let's try this. Let's full screen the game and then put the browser on top of it. Then we can make the No, you know what? I'm I liked how I had it before, actually. I'll make the screen a little bit bigger, just so you can see it a bit better. But like, I kind of wanted to just do like React stuff today, just have a little more fun with the, have the game be like the Subway Surfers in the top right corner.
So
Plays the gameplay of the video and should be good. That's the thing though, is that like I feel like it's not gonna look good the other way, because like the way that I have the, actually I could do like a pop out player, mini player maybe. Nope. Can I make the video pop out? I don't know. If I had, I wish I had a third screen. Like that's what I'm trying to get figured out right now, is getting a third screen on here, because that would make it look better. You said a lot more than that? 1 second. We're finding it. Oh. Was a stream of Streamless MMC of the TikTok ask Reddit type? Yeah. No, it's just something new I wanted to try.
Again. So anyway,
I don't know, man.
let's talk about this. So if, let's say, I have a website, let's say Starforge, right? We would never do this. Let's say Starforge starts selling and betting. Like, you can go to Starforge, like, for example,
So is this
Joker
like,
can go to Starforge and give us $1,000, and we will embed his stream
here, I'll try and flip it.
onto the front of our page.
Just
And
for you
theoretically,
guys,
right,
since you
if,
seem
right,
more
we were
interested in the
getting 10,000
Minecraft,
average viewers on our
we flip
website
'em.
all the time. Like, that would be really cool, right? So, like, imagine, like, theoretically, right? This is a theoretical scenario, that a person spends $1,000 and they get 10,000 viewers. Do you think that is functionally different than viewbotting?
Edit transform,
Because
we'll
it's something that
crop
you didn't
some
earn
off the
yourself.
bottom.
And all you're doing is you're paying somebody else to embed you.
We're just fixing this. We're flipping the gameplay in the video chat, just because apparently
The game was boring.
we have some motherfuckers that just want to
If
watch the
they were very
Minecraft.
charismatic, they wouldn't
Apparently
use
most of the
followers
people just
every
want to watch the
stream.
Minecraft.
Embedding isn't the problem. The problem is the embed number should not add to Twitch site viewers. Really great point, Vader. I totally agree with you.
I
It sucks,
agree with
but
that too.
let's not pretend that Twitch viewers is a purely meritocratic process. I'm also not being devil's advocate. I think Extra Life adds value to the gaming space with their site, and they're able to do it in part with
Back
funds
here.
from Twitch.
And there we go.
So
Wait,
let's go
I
ahead
have to
and
move my
address this
webcam
right
up.
now. Let's go ahead and break this down. That would suck. Okay,
Oh,
so
Jesus.
that's bad then, right? Okay, so
That's
okay,
way
so
larger
the
than I was
situation
expecting
that
it to be.
I created is bad. And why is it bad? Because it's functionally the exact same thing.
Okay.
So, like, what you're saying is that if the person builds it...
How's that? How's that,
they
you
should have
autistic
the right to
motherfucker?
take advantage of it. So, if somebody builds a
Is that
Viewbot,
better?
should they have the right to take advantage of
I have
that?
my
And
React
the
in the
same
corner, and I have you in chat, and you guys can just watch me play
Because
Minecraft now.
the same
Unless you
goal.
were here to watch
So, I
Asmon,
think
then
that's
just go watch his
not
YouTube.
a bad idea. Let's not pretend like Twitch viewers
But I
is
completely
purely
agree. I really think that it
meritocratic.
should just
You
go
are
with
absolutely right.
the
But what in life
my
is there
favorite
anything in
biome.
life that
Wait,
has a purely
where's my boat?
meritocratic process? I think that there is absolutely not, and because there's not,
I'll be real with you.
then
Yes,
I think
Minecraft.
that
Also, I put
it's
test
okay
in
to
YouTube chat. I don't think it's
do
working.
whatever
The
you
stream is
want.
running better for me there.
Does that make sense? So
Oh, it's
because
working. I
something
can
is
see it. I just have to pull up my.
meritocratic
I have to pull up my
doesn't
second
mean
chat.
it's closer-
I
doesn't
have it
mean
like
it's
over here
okay
on my
to cheat.
over here on my second screen now.
Meritocracy is a fantasy.
You're good.
Meritocracy is a fantasy.
I just
but
saw the test.
meritocracy is also an ideal. And
I
it
have
should be
seen
the
Asmon's house before. Yeah, it is kind of atrocious sometimes. Whoa! I got whoa, that was fucking scary. I forgot I changed my. I forgot I changed my.
And everything that takes you away from
Oh,
that is generally
my
bad.
funny little thing didn't
Also
play.
not
Thank you for the
able to
follow,
Stripe adds value to the
Kawadamal.
gamers with their site.
I think that's how you say it, right? Kawadamal?
Funds from Twitch.
Much
They
much
justify
appreciated.
the means
You
argument.
scared the
It's
fuck out of
okay
me
for them
though.
to cheat because their cheating is beneficial to other people. Let's go to a website. Maxroll.gg. I probably should subscribe to this. Or is there any embedding on this website? No, there's not. And I'm going to say it, and everybody knows it's true.
Yeah,
This
yeah. The
website
multi-chat
is
just gave
10x
out. That's
better.
what was going on. This is my
20x
favorite
better
fucking biome over here. The big
than
trees.
What you have on F Extra Life. No embedding. Do you know why? integrity.
And I
It's the
bet you
same
that
reason also
even though it's
that the guys
even
from
though it's
Maximum
probably
would have named games
much
at the
smaller
top of
due
the
to that,
stack
it's probably much better
for
content.
Diablo 4, and they said no, take us off. It's not fair. Unironic integrity. So no, I
It's
don't
like,
agree with you that it's
if you're just a
necessary, and
good
this is an
person,
example of
I
why
believe in
it's not
karma. Like
a better
I'm not
way to
religious,
say
I'm
it.
not spiritual.
So
I like
instead
most of
of
Asmon's
focusing
takes, but I
on
think he
great
dips too
content,
much to the conservative anti-woke stuff.
so it's okay to look
Yeah.
bad if you're playing
Yeah.
ugly,
And it's like he's like
but not if you're playing
you're
ugly.
like sitting there and he's talking
Now
about an
it's those
issue
who
and he's
want to
totally
take good
apolitical about it. It's
content
kind of
off
like
their streams,
Joe
you guys are
Rogan,
gonna destroy
where
good
like
site
Joe
value
Rogan like
for
has
the
some
good
good
time
hot
on
takes,
Twitch,
but then
okay?
at the same time
So
he
let's
goes
go
and
ahead
just
and address
says the
that.
most
But
idiotic
Joe
shit
Pieper,
because
a good job
he just
answering
doesn't
my
know any
questions.
better.
Let's go ahead
And I
and
think
move
that
through
like
the
especially
topics,
the
okay?
times
I
like
wanna move
he
on
said
past
some
this. We've
like
been going on with this for
anti-trans
too long.
things
Let's
and then
go hot
he
tub stream category.
got really into the anti-woke stuff, but then he just like
I'm
a few like streams later, or like a few episodes of like the Joe Rogan podcast later, he just like completely flips his views. He's like, no, I read more on this, and I actually don't agree with that
5,000
anymore. Like,
viewers.
he's willing to admit when he like thinks his
Wow.
takes ended up being wrong. So
So
like,
this girl has
that's why I can
3,000
appreciate people
viewers.
like Asmon and people like the Joe Rogan pod or
I
Joe
have to
Rogan
scroll
Experience,
all
whatever it
the way
is,
down
is because I truly think that he gets better. Marilla, my home base is surrounded by that
to
biome.
here
Hell yeah.
to see
30 in an hour and
one girl
15. Stopped a potty though. I mean, yeah. I mean, with the potty break, that's probably pretty
So
good.
if you're
30 and
gonna say
15.
that this is some sort
30
of,
in an
like,
hour and
metric
15.
for
I'm
success
getting
or
fucking
something
hungry.
like
I have pizza in the fridge. Oh,
it's just not
Ooh.
the case. It's just factually not
I
true.
kind of want to build like a nice little rustic
Hot tub
home
streams and
out here.
sexual streams are such a tiny fraction of the Twitch viewership.
Uh-huh.
It's completely disproportionate. The emphasis.
Who the fuck cares? Like, okay, that video's over.
Yeah. So
That just to like circle around and kind of finish out this video. It's like because it is discouraging. Like, it discourages the shit out of you sometimes to sit here and only get like one viewer or one person talking to you for the entirety of your stream. That sucks. That really sucks. Because you sit here and you put hours into making content. You put hours into doing things. And it just feels terrible to not get any viewership from that. And then turn around and see people playing the same fucking game after 14 years. Like Ninja after like 5 years. And like, it's just not good. It's just not good. Plain and simple. Like, it feels like shit to have that happen to you. But let's see. I just want to go pull up a video because there's this streamer that I follow. What is pay to win? Let's go ahead and watch this.
I won't play that game. It's pay to win. Most of the Western audience of this video are probably nodding along and agreeing. You hate pay to win.
Oh my god. This is why I don't play things like Clash of Clans. I already know how this video is going to go. He's going to talk for like 20 minutes about like what is pay to win, things you need to pay, and like if you pay for the game, you automatically get better output. I like Joe Rogan because he's aware of his own ignorance or lack of knowledge. Yes. No, exactly.
Eastern
Like, that's
gamers
exactly
might be
it.
a little more
Anyways.
confused at the hostility toward pay to win, maybe even embracing some aspects of it. But even more strangely than the cultural differences, we're probably not actually all thinking of the same exact thing. So what actually is pay to win? Because we all kind of roughly know what it is. It's just where you spend more money and get more power. But that's just one aspect. It's not a defined thing. And many games exist on a scale of pay to win, from none to all of it. But what about the games in the middle? When does the switch happen? Are there games you'd consider pay to win which I wouldn't? And what is the limit gamers should accept on pay to win design? And then how does the existence of pay to win mechanics affect game development?
How am I not
How does
dead?
it affect gaming culture across the world? And if pay to win is a scale of severity, could we take several popular games and put them on this scale to see how they compare to each other? Let's find out. Welcome, I'm Josh Strife Hayes. I started gaming back on the Amiga 500 in the early 90s with games like Midnight Resistance and Castle Master. Then I discovered arcade with games like House of the Dead and Time Crisis, and then I fell into the
Jeez,
world
yeah,
of
he's an older
MMORPGs
gamer.
and spent tens of thousands of hours chopping trees and virtually fishing. And over that time, I've seen games change a lot. You probably have too. So in this video, I'll be looking at the three main areas of what pay-to-win is. Starting with the foundations of why it's appealing, then the designs which make it possible, and
Honestly, I think I'm
finally,
gonna make a
the
house like
impact
right
those
over here.
designs have on the quality of the game,
right in this area.
And then we'll look at the
I think it's
pay-to-win
pretty.
scale
It's like
and
right
see
next to a
how we
really
can
big
rank
cave. I think
different
it's great.
games against
Absolute
each other.
fossils.
But
No,
first,
yeah.
This video is sponsored
He's
by a
actually
very
older
special
than
guest.
dirt.
Me. The good people over at U2's decided they needed something to put on their second monitor, so for a limited time only, I'm available in plushy form. Featuring a little
All right.
waistcoat and an
All right, respect for the grind, but
back to what is pay to win. Now, I've already covered the evolution of games and anti-player design, dark patterns, and egregious monetization in the video
Feeling
What
attacked
Went
here?
Wrong with gaming. That
No,
video
no,
was
no,
a
you're-
broad overview of the
you're not
entire
actually
process, and
that
this video is
old.
more
Come on,
specifically
this-
about
let's be
what
real.
pay-to-win actually is, which games have it, which don't, and why not
Fossils
all
are cool,
pay-to-win
though.
games
Yeah,
are
yeah,
equal.
like, fossils
Essentially,
are
I want to try
awesome.
and create a scale
you ever
from
see a
least
cool
to
little
most
fossil
pay
and
to
like
win.
think
But
like,
in
ooh,
trying to
bones.
create this 10-stage scale, I ran into
I
a
could see what
problem.
this bone
There
looks
may
like.
be things games do which rate both low and high, or even just in the middle, or high but not low. So instead of a sliding placement, consider this scale a sort of checklist of increasing severity. And the more boxes a game ticks, and the further along these boxes are, the more pay to win the game is. Let's start with the foundation, why it's appealing. And this begins with defining the terms and some examples.
fudge, I
Pay to
can't
win
do
is
anything
a
with a stick because of a
three-word
mod that I
phrase,
have installed.
meaning it's open to a world of
Schematica.
interpretation. There will be
I played
someone out
I
there
played
probably
CalicoVision
watching
when it was
this video,
new.
ready
Oh
to
wow,
make the
yeah,
extremely pedantic argument
that's an
that
older game.
You need to
That's
buy the
definitely
game
an older
before you
game.
play it. So technically, all games are pay to win, or only people with enough money can afford gaming consoles
Cooper
or
was just
free
outside
time
and
to
he's
play
currently
them.
bugging
So
me for
that's a
something.
form of payment. I get where these arguments
Oh,
are
poor
coming
thing.
from. I do, but I also feel that they're often made in bad faith. So let's
You guys
just
hear him? I
standardize
don't know if you
this.
can hear him or not.
Purchasing the console or the PC, the game itself, and having the free time to play the game is not going to factor in. What I'm interested in is the experience contained.
I gotta like get him to
within the game
not
itself.
say this shit anymore
Once you've
because he
bought the
just like
base
sits here
or
and will just
standard
scream at
version,
me.
I'm also not going to
So that I
consider
come out
illegal
and I, like,
methods
let
of
him
gaining
outside
power,
for, like,
such as
5
buying
minutes.
gold in MMORPGs from third-party
What?
sellers or using botting software to play the game for you. I will, however, count games which sell their own currency through
Very
official
noise
channels. And finally,
gated,
we
but
won't
I
be
can-
touching
but
too
he
much
can be
on
heard,
arcade
yep.
games because yes, Time Crisis is absolutely pay to win if you are bad
Yeah.
at it. Just throw more money to get more lives. In
That's
fact,
not
all arcade
appropriate.
games work this
That's
way.
not
So
an
while I will
appropriate way to
include the
ask me
arcade
things.
lives mechanic later, I'm mostly looking at full releases, home games you have bought or subscribed to, generally giving you full access to them from a home console.
What,
or
do you have to
PC.
potty?
Now, the most common argument against
Jesus. One sec. Whatever. I'll be right back. Oh, one sec. Are you the only one here? All right, chat. Oh my god, we're so back. Oh my god, we are so back. Think about streaming my Minecraft world, playing some lo-fi and having some chill stream by streams. Haven't been doing very good lately. My streams haven't been doing very good lately. I think it's just one of those things where you just kind of like, I don't know. I definitely have strands of streams that just don't do as well. It's just kind of how it goes. Like my last like 4 streams, I've gotten like a total of like 8 views. I do have a hoe. But it's like, I don't know. You kind of just have to deal with it sometimes. Like I definitely haven't been having like, and not getting like 10 viewers in a stream or something like that. Funny enough, this one's actually been doing the best so far, which is kind of cool. Already got a new follower. Kawadamo. That's definitely how I say it. And yeah, Spaceman's been hanging out. You've been hanging out. I mean, at the end of the day, as long as people are kind of chatting a little bit, I see it as a success. I see it as a bit is great success. Is very good success. Very good success. So what are we thinking? Anyways, we can continue the video though.
Or justification for the existence of microtransactions or pay-to-win mechanics that you will hear is you don't need to buy them. Just don't buy them. Ignore them. Play the rest of the game and just don't worry about the pay-to-win aspects. The problem
I got
with this
recommended to you
argument
randomly
is
on
that
YouTube.
designers
Oh,
absolutely did have to worry about
Well,
it. And from a
that's the
creation
kind of
point
people I
view,
want to
for an
attract. As
item
long as you're
or
not here to
mechanic or
fucking
system
hate
or
crime me,
cosmetic, for
that's
anything
that's
to be in a
not-
cash shop, to
not
be a
very
viable
cash money.
extra, the designers need to make it worth your money.
I feel like
to buy.
YouTube, if I
This
really
means
want,
it
if I
needs to
really
look
want
cooler
trans people
or
to be in
more
my,
useful
usually I
or
have 2
be
people
more
minimum,
fun than
and
what
people
is
pop in, but I
already
have
in the
like
game.
full stream that
Pro
never
Carnage made
chats
a
at all.
really good tweet about this exact thing after the
But like
release of
you
Dragon's
gotta
Dogma.
think, and this is what I was talking about like a little bit ago, is that especially if there's not people like showing up. First of all, you gotta check your tags. Like I already know for a fact, actually, now that I'm thinking about it, I gotta do the tags on my fucking video because I'm a dingus and I forgot to do that. But like at first, you're like there's a couple different things. I mean, it might just be honestly you need like a better thumbnail. Maybe it's just that you're streaming games that are super popular. Like I'm just on Just Chatting. I'm literally not in a game right. Like I'm not in a gaming thing anymore. You found me on T Street? Oh yeah. Oh, that's so. Oh wait, people are funding me from T. I love T. T is such an amazing woman. She's just fucking hilarious. But yeah, no, yeah, T's awesome. I have aspirations to look like her, to look like her partner, or at least her roommate. I don't know if they're dating or not. And to be as awesome and successful as her. Even though I know that she's way too cynical to like say that she's like super successful, but like compared to a lot of other people, like she averages like 50 viewers, which I do not think I could ever I want to get that many people in my streams, but I would be freaking out if I had as many people talking to me as she does. Especially since I've like I the last time I got like a viewership on YouTube, it was very much a the people that were in my stream go on a rant like her every stream. What? Chat, what do I just start talking about woke? Look, woke transed my gender, and you know what? No, here we go. So chat, woke transed me, and now that woke has transed me, I no longer am able to do anything, and I'm now a woman, and I gave up half my rights just because I got woke. I got transed by the woke. Anyways. Oh goodness. I can't think of something to rant about. I mean, I'm kind of ranting. Yeah, there it is. Close enough. I mean, she definitely goes on one of those at least every stream, right?
Making your game optional and viable means you need to make it desirable, which means there is now a desirable thing not included in the game that you're already playing, so the game is very slightly worse than it could be. There may be a limited amount of fun items within the game, but more of them available for sale in the cash shop. And while you don't need to buy it if you're a smart gamer, once you realize
I got the COVID-19 vaccine, and look at me. I'm wearing fucking jean shorts, a fucking... You gotta find a video to piss you off? Yeah. I'm sure we'll find one of those today. Like, pay to win, though. I will get heated about this as he talks about it. I will get more and more heated. It will happen.
Experience it could be. It's very hard to ignore that sour taste in your mouth. Game designers are smart, talented people, and if there is something in the cash shop, one of the reasons it will be hard to ignore is that part of the game will be specifically designed to make you pay attention to it. But before we get to the 10-part scale, let's set the foundation of why
Okay.
we want to win.
Okay,
why
and
other
one
people
thing, and
matter
I already
in
have
this
an example of
equation
this.
a lot.
I already have an example of this, is Helldivers. You don't need to buy anything. But if you want the current meta weapons, like the current meta primary weapons, you have to be willing to spend money on it. But I think that in general, I think that's actually lower tier. Than like things like, I don't know. Like that's one of the reasons I stopped playing WoW, is that it really felt like, I don't know, you're paying to actually, like, it's pay to play. Like, pay to play isn't necessarily bad as long as the product you're giving out is consistently like a brand new game, but it's really not. You're just like, they just kind of recreate the same issues in the world like over and over again. And it's just again, like a feedback loop. So
Imagine you start playing a single-player game and realize, hey, if you give the game makers some more money, you will win the game. So you boot up your game, enter your credit card information, and boom, you get the final cutscene and credits roll. You've not even played the game.
that too,
but well
where it's
done,
like, you if you do pay to play, it's like pay to win, and it's like the same thing with the last video we watched from Asmon, which is like, you have a issue now where people are just paying to get more views on Twitch. And it's like, you're paying to win, but at the end of the day, say you do start becoming like, you get the success for that stream. Like you get like your 25 viewers for $15. But then you turn around and you immediately lose those viewers and you like just feel down in the dumps. You're like, man, I had all this success and it just immediately went away and now there's nobody watching my videos, and you go from like a 25-person stream to like a 2-person stream and you're like, nah. Like you just get you get completely disillusioned to your own like ability to make content. Or not disillusioned, that's not the word I was looking for, but you get what I mean. You get discouraged from making content because like you just like, you get that dopamine hit from having that many viewers, and you can think to yourself like, oh my gosh, my streams are doing so much better. I only paid for 25 viewers, but now I have like 50 people in my chat, and you get like 2 follows. Because people don't actually follow. They don't actually give a shit about your content. Because you lost your chance to prove to that person your content's good. Because you didn't actually make better content. You just artificially inflated your shit to get higher up in the rankings. But here's the thing is like, my content, like if we're going to specifically talk about my content, like there's a reason my stream, I don't get thousands of viewers in my streams, is because I sit here and I make funny little I'm making this funny little react video and I'm playing Minecraft in the background and I don't even know where I want to build my fucking house, you know? But you go look at someone like Asmon, there's a reason that he has thousands of fucking people watching him every single day. And it's because he makes good content. He's fucking entertaining. You wonder why like Joe Rogan has a following. It's because he's fucking entertaining. He's like funny. He's got good shit coming out all the time. But
you won. This is the equivalent of using a level skip cheat on a game you've never played and thinking, yay, I beat the game.
Buying levels in a battle pass.
This pay to win. But why not? You're paying and you've won. I think it's because paying to win isn't about paying to skip the challenge of a game. It's about making the challenge of the game easier. But the player still has to go through the motions of completing it, even though it is substantially easier. That way there is still the feeling of, yes, I beat the game. It's not about being given the reward. But
doesn't that make winning just that much worse?
Even though you've paid for the ability,
like for me,
the reward
like especially on going back to WoW, like getting mounts. You can just buy mounts in the shop and get like a shit ton of mounts. But nothing really compares to like getting a mount drop, you know? Like I've gotten a couple of mount drops that I grinded out like over weeks. And they weren't very difficult ones. They were like ones that you could run like 10 times in an hour and then it would lock. But still, to get that drop finally after like weeks of trying is one of the best feelings in the world. And if you could just pay to like increase drop rate, that would ruin it. I would completely ruin it because then it would ruin the value of getting a drop. But I don't think it's the same idea.
Game developers want players to feel accomplished, to feel they've achieved something, and skipping the challenge of
Like the difference between getting a 50% drop rate mount off of a thing and getting like a 0.0001% drop rate. You're gonna care a lot more about the 0.00001% drop rate. I think before I continue to do this, I'm actually gonna go do a bit of mining. Did I already? I just slapped. Okay. Okay, chat. Here's the deal. Do we die jumping down here? Here we go. Okay. Ooh, iron. But yeah, we can probably restart the video now, huh?
of the game isn't the best way to give that feeling, but taking on a challenge when you are essentially guaranteed to succeed, it's functionally the same as skipping because you know you're going to pass it, but psychologically, it's the same as actually beating it. So we're not looking to remove content, but remove the challenge of that content, because the victory
Yeah,
streak
because it's
is
like, I
still
don't know,
being
you pay to get the
earned,
really
and for
broken-ass
many,
weapon
The destination
to
is
win.
indeed more important than the journey, but the journey still needs to happen. Now, this mostly applies to single-player games where pay-to-win does still exist, as we'll see later, but isn't anywhere near as egregious as multiplayer games, because vitally, you need someone else to win against. This is another important foundation point. Once you make a game multiplayer, especially competitive multiplayer, the desire to win is increased many times over.
Well, and that was like
Players
the
want
issue with
every
like
advantage they can give
Overwatch,
themselves.
Battle
Playing for a
Pass stuff,
long
and why they're
time
not
and
doing it
getting good
anymore
used to
because
be the standard.
people thought it was so egregious that you had to work through like most of the fucking, or like at least half of the Battle Pass just to unlock a hero that people who paid $10 immediately get. Like that was an issue for a while. Like I hated that. And I'm glad I got like the first like 2 battle passes for free because I was an Overwatch 1 player, but then again, you're playing Overwatch.
But this means companies make money from the original sale and then possibly a monthly subscription, but nothing else. What if you could sell power to the weaker players of your game and then they would be able to defeat the stronger, more skillful players? You'd be directly appealing to the I want to win at all costs crowd, which is a very big crowd. Remember, it's essential, like last time, that you don't remove the content, but the challenge of the content. If a weaker, newer player is being beaten repeatedly by a stronger, more experienced player, then that weaker player will want to get revenge. Maybe they don't have the skill to win on skill alone, or the time needed to learn those
I dodged
skills,
the flip on
but
him.
they do have some spare money. So they buy some amazing equipment from the game and tip the odds heavily in their favor. But it's not enough just to take the weaker player's money and then say, well done, you're now better. You need to make sure that that paying weaker player gets to fight their old nemesis and gets to win, so they can see the power they've gained. Now we know, and they are on a certain level also going to know that they've won due to the money. But that's not always important. What matters most is they have won. You don't buy the victory directly, you buy the means to achieve the victory. But this doesn't mean the victory, at least for the player, is any less sweet. So psychologically, the 2 strongest points that pay to win can be exploited by are games where challenging content has repeatedly beaten the player and then you can beat the content by using your bought power, and multiplayer games where you have another human to win against. Combine these 2 and you are hitting that psychological sweet spot of monkey brain wants to win. And developers
Monkey
know
brain
this.
does
In fact,
want
the
to
mobile
win.
phone
I always
scene
want to
builds a
win.
clash of whatever genre
I stay
thrives
winning,
on
though.
this. So
I'm
the
always winning.
foundations are people want to win, to beat the challenge of a game, even if that means making the challenge far easier than it should be, and many people still get the same thrill of victory if they achieve
Having
the
a Thorns
victory,
3 helmet this
even if they
early
paid
is
for it.
broken
The
as
final
fuck.
development aspect
Except
of
it's
this
gonna
is
break in,
every
like, 20
single
minutes
level of
because
this
it's gold.
scale that we're about to look at will force developers to design their game differently, even if they don't want to. Imagine a complete video game as a line, from start to finish. And on that line, you've got everything in the game. Levels, weapons, secrets, it's all there. The complete package, start to finish. This is how a complete game should look, from Tetris to Ocarina of Time to Baldur's Gate 3. The line of the game is full, and when a player has bought it and when they play it, they get all of it. Remember this, because it will matter. Now, I mentioned earlier about Western and Eastern gaming cultures, and the hatred toward paying to win is a much more Western thing. Western gamers, mostly the USA and Europe, value skill in the game itself and mastery of the mechanics, and as such, they don't like pay to win essentially overriding someone's skill with someone else's money. But over in China and Japan, the culture is more accepting of pay to win, as the view is work hard, play hard, and the money earned from working can indeed and should go into your playing. So spending money on gaining power in a game is not only fair, but encouraged. You worked for that money. You are just choosing to see its benefits in the game instead of other areas of your life. Other players could choose to do this. They just don't. That's their fault. Now, when you reduce the time you have to game, then
that's such a weird thing, though.
far more
Like,
valuable, and you don't want to spend that limited
the difference
time
in
playing
how
at weaker,
the
lower,
world
or more boring
views,
levels. You want to be powerful, strong, to play the challenging, fun content. And with the continued popularity of internet cafes in the East, paying to boost your character's power and win is seen as normal. Now, for some of the designs I'll be discussing, the example
in
games
like
I'll be using
Asian
are
America,
single-player games, and why
over in
would
Asia,
pay to win apply there?
like
How
that,
would you
there's a
win in
completely different
single-player
culture
game?
over there
That's
for video
entirely up
games
to
and
you.
stuff like
You're
that.
not competing. And while it's true that many people only consider winning to be important when other human players are involved, the reason I'm using these games is to show an example of the effects that money-first design can have on a player's experience even when alone.
It makes the
Knowing
game
that will only
worse.
get more extreme
Plain and
when
simple.
other people get involved. If you and I both bought Tomb Raider back on the PlayStation 1, we would be experiencing the same game. Even if we played it in different ways, extra money wouldn't change the gaming experience we both had access to. But if we both bought Deus Ex Human Revolution back when that launched, our experiences would be different depending on if we bought the Standard Edition or the Augmented Edition, the latter containing exclusive quality of life updates like automatic door hackers, extra weapons, or starting the player with extra in-game money so you can upgrade things faster. Even if Deus Ex is a single-player game, by spending a little bit more money to purchase the better edition, you are given the tools to win a little bit easier than someone who didn't do that. There used to be this unspoken agreement that buying a single-player game would give everyone who bought that game the same challenge of the game. But that's just not true anymore. So now, let's
There's
get
a
to
reason
that
gacha
10-point
games
scale.
are made over
Remember,
there.
this isn't so
Yeah.
much a linear put your game here scale, it's a
Because
checklist
it's
of
like they
increasing
do
severity.
they do
And
wildly
one game
better,
might
yeah.
hit multiple of these points. In general, the more boxes you tick, the more pay to win the game is. We'll discuss the mechanical effects of a player's experience of each point as we get to it. There is also the very real chance as a game ages, it will start to tick more and more of these boxes as the developers add in more and more pay-to-win aspects. Let's start at level 1. You can't pay to win at all, because there's just no way to give the game money beyond the original purchase. This
Man,
would
I
be
hate
your
big
early
games these days. I'm
standalone
glad there are so
console
many indie
where
games I
the
can
hardware
relax. But
just didn't
yeah,
have the
I
ability
agree.
to deliver DLC
Like that's
or
why I
fix.
enjoy it, and
If
I
you
know
bought
that
Tekken
I have
on
a
PlayStation,
friend, my
you
friend
had
Quentin,
Tekken.
really
You couldn't pay
enjoys
to make a kick do
indie
extra
games.
damage. It was you versus
and
your opponent,
it
and
was
both
most
had
like
the
it's mostly
whole
because
game.
of that, because
Even
it's like
the
you get the
early
same
MMOs
experience
like
no matter what.
EverQuest or Vanilla WoW could have been placed here
Most
back in
of
the
the time, at
day.
least.
You buy the game, pay the sub, and then you've got access to all of it. But as we'll see, that has changed. The game design line here is just full, complete, start to finish. Here's the entire game. Enjoy. But then we go to level 2, which is where money only buys non-mechanical, non-gameplay related stuff, such as in-game cosmetics
hello.
or
It's a lot of
client-side
creepers.
UI overhauls. The best example of this, and also conveniently where all the microtransaction junk started, is the Elder Scrolls Oblivion and that stupid horse armor. You can indeed throw money at Oblivion and get the horse armor, or you could back in the day, but it was purely cosmetic, and that's
Right.
an argument used by many people to defend pay-to-win systems. They say it's okay, it's just cosmetic, and that might indeed be true, but this is where the designers have to start making hard choices. Because to the players, yes, it's just aesthetic, but to the designers, it's now a choice of which aesthetics are worth it. If you're selling cosmetics in your game, then you now have a vested interest to keep the cool-looking stuff for the cosmetic shop exclusively. So remember that line of complete game. When you have a cosmetic shop, it's not a complete line anymore. There's a little bit missing. Not mechanically, aesthetically. It's still missing, locked behind a little bit more money. So if cosmetics and a complete experience matter to you, this is where pay to win starts, because you're not winning until you have the coolest looking armor, and you can't get that without paying. This is the moment game design changes from how much can we add to how much can we remove.
I played
and
League
sell
Story
as
and it's just
extra.
completely
And that
cosmetic.
point is expanded on in
Complete
the
League,
What Went Wrong with Gaming
parentheses,
video. I'll leave
sorry.
that for you. On to level 3. Money can indeed buy
Oh
power
my
now, but it is
gosh.
easily matched.
It's alright,
with
I
very
forgive
little
you.
time invested,
Mainly
so
because that
any
was really
advantage
funny.
is small or
They had to
short-lived.
pay to win
Imagine
back in
you
the day,
start
but they
playing a
removed
game,
it over
but
time.
you
That's
discover
good though.
you
Like,
can buy a really
I'm
powerful weapon for
fine
just a
with
few
like
pounds or a few
cosmetic
dollars more. That will
paying,
feel
unless
unfair.
the
But
like
what if the
skin
same
actually
weapon was
like,
also
is
found
like,
in the
I
game
don't know,
itself
takes up less of
about
your
10
screen
minutes into the
space,
game?
or
Would you still feel it is as unfair?
you know,
A good
whatever.
example here is what happens when you buy all the expansion packs for Fallout New Vegas. You start the base game with a grenade launcher and more medical supplies, which means you are absolutely starting with an advantage, but you will lose the advantage quickly as you find weapons that are better. It's a similar situation with tiered subscriptions giving you percentage bonuses in online games, like how you can become a higher tiered member on EverQuest and gain
Okay.
small boosts. They're not game breaking, but they do save time. And ultimately, if you and someone else play for
Without
the
worrying about their income, but imagine the game was smaller. Yeah, that's definitely part of it, where it's like smaller games are more enticed to start out that way, and then once they like become larger, it can become a bigger issue because they've been doing it for so long, it's like becomes their primary source of income in the game, and then they just kind of screw themselves over by taking it out of the game. But I guess when you have a game again as big as League, it doesn't really matter as much, I guess. But
same amount of time, you won't be able to compete. The person with the advantage will win. Now, this kind of pay to win can be easily beaten with a bit more time invested from the non-paying player. But notice how we've just started that slippery slope, justifying how it's not that bad.
right.
If you have to justify why something isn't as bad as people think, you're accepting that people have a natural belief that it is bad, and you're now on the defensive, which isn't a great place to be. We see this in MMORPGs where you can buy early boosts and buffs, maybe 1 week
Alright,
of extra power, or a
we
unique
have some
pet
iron
which has an
going.
early game buff but only applies if you're under a certain level. It is an undeniable early game advantage, but it becomes less important as time goes on. If we take the line
Right.
of game design, this time a paying player isn't starting at the start. They're starting a little bit ahead, or they're playing with an early game advantage, so the early game sections is easier for them. They are undeniably winning, but only in the short term and only in the early game. On to pay to win level 4. Money can now buy system-based advantages which don't directly interact with other players but do make your life easier. Money does not remove challenging gameplay directly, but does make the other stuff around it easier. This is more mechanically complicated, so imagine a game where you can only carry one weapon at a time, but then you bump into a boss which needs another weapon to kill it, meaning you've got to drop your current weapon, no matter how good it may be, and find another. That would be irritating. But what if you could pay to have the ability to hold 2 or 3 weapons? Suddenly, you've made your gameplay experience more
Where are we at?
efficient and more streamlined. You've
Negative
not
19,
changed
14,
the
negative
difficulty of the
29.
boss itself, you still need to kill it, but by improving other systems around it, you've made your experience far smoother. This would be games which limit bank space, like Path of Exile selling stash tabs, or Neverwinter Online letting you summon a bank from anywhere provided you are a high enough VIP subscription level. And don't get me wrong, I love Path of Exile. I think it's the best online action RPG around today, and for a free game I can understand why this purchase is here. But the ability to buy more bank tabs is absolutely a non-moment-to-moment gameplay mechanical advantage. And
Right.
this will be used by many people to claim the game is pay to win. With this in mind, we can take the line of game design and say it would now look like this, with the normal gameplay line being much more awkward to navigate,
Right.
and money smoothing out the experience. You don't lose
Okay.
anything here.
I
It's
like
just
that.
a bit harder
I like
to
that
get to unless you
representation.
pay. Developers know this, and they're often encouraged by the higher-ups to make the systems in the game a little bit more awkward than they need to be, just so they can sell you the simplified solution. Is why I mentioned that money-first design will affect everything. Multiplayer games and single-player games, slowly but surely. Pay to win level 5. Now we're getting to where money in can actually skip chunks of the game, or boost you past non-challenging but tedious sections, giving you a big time advantage, like level boosts in almost every MMORPG. Leveling a character in an RPG or MMO game usually isn't hard, it's just time-consuming. The only real challenge to collecting 10 bear asses 50 times is finding the time to kill 500 bears. And the annoying thing is the fun gameplay, the bosses, the dungeons, the raids, the exciting modern stuff is usually more toward the end of the game. And killing those 500 bears is a required task to get there. So what if you could just pay to not do that? Level boosts in MMORPGs, limited time experience boosts, level up tokens, any game where you can pay any amount of money to skip the early, non-challenging content fits in here. You're not paying to skip the fun stuff, you're paying to get to it faster. And this is a massive time advantage over players not doing that. Now, the consequences for game design here should be rather obvious. If we take the gameplay line, it now looks like this, with the start of the line being deliberately boring and dull to encourage the player to pay a little extra to skip it and get to where the game, realistically, should actually start. This is especially egregious in MMORPGs with class-locked characters. If you want to play multiple classes at higher level content, you're now either putting in hundreds of hours doing the same early game content repeatedly, or paying to get to the end game fun bit quickly to actually enjoy the game with your friends. This is unfortunately why many MMORPGs have busy work quests lower level. They don't want you to do them. They want you to pay to skip them. On to level 6. Money now directly equals power, but it will reach a cap that another non-paying player could realistically catch up with if they exclusively and heavily play that game. A good example of this level would be Neverwinter Online, or even Black Desert Online. In many online games, you need to upgrade your weapons, armor, or abilities, and doing this...
But then you're just like sitting there and religiously playing a game, which is like... the secondary way that they get their like like Overwatch. Overwatch is a perfect example. Like with the putting the like characters on the battle pass, like technically you can get, you know, when Malga released, he was broken. Like he was absolutely busted. He was the best character in the game. Like completely unkillable by basically every other tank, and there was no countering him. But you turn around and look at, like you could have gotten him. In fact, I got him on the Overwatch Battle Pass without paying for anything. I got to level 45, did it the old classic way, right? But the problem was is that the moment I got to him, the moment I got to his level, the level to be able to play him without buying the Battle Pass, he got nerfed. So all of the increased power I would have gotten from him when he first released is no longer there because he got nerfed. Right? And that's like the big issue with that is that you basically, all of that work I put in for that big payoff is no longer there, and it kind of discourages you from even trying to do the battle pass, which is I think why they decided to kind of move on from the putting the characters on the battle pass era, and is objectively the right decision to make. So I don't know. And actually, let me do. We'll do a door right here.
Usually needs reagents which you can get by playing the game, but they are slow to gather, or there is a chance that your attempted upgrade will fail, wasting your reagents. Thankfully, you can either buy
that's
more
so
of them,
fucking
or buy
annoying.
insurance
That is
items
such
which
an annoying
guarantees the
mechanic
upgrade
too.
Succeeds or saves your reagents if it fails. Now, these systems are technically available to free players as well, but only if they spend an absolutely insane amount of time playing that game alone and grinding away. You're talking multiple hours a day, every day.
Like
of
I
the
was
week,
just,
maybe
it's exactly
even
what
on
I was just
multiple
saying.
Characters, playing nothing else, having no other hobbies. A free player would have to spend hours to achieve the same power or advantage a paying player could get within minutes. The main argument you'll hear against this being pay to win is how it's technically still possible for a free player to do. And yes, it is technically, theoretically possible, but practically it's extremely unlikely. You'll hear people say, oh, this is actually just pay for advantage, not pay to win, because you're not gaining anything exclusive. You can still win. And I can understand that argument. But you must understand that being able to reach the highest power level in a game without the extreme time sink or the extreme risk of losing it all, that is not just an advantage, that is winning. This kind of advantage
Right.
includes the ability to buy items which revive you after death, or revive your entire team if you fail at a boss. Even if you can buy those items in-game for absurd amounts of in-game gold, the ability to buy them for real money places them here. The only saving grace of this system is there is a cap. Weapons can be maxed out, levels can hit a total, and a paying player will, eventually, hit a ceiling and not be able to go any higher.
Oh,
So money will
Jesus
equal
fucking
power
Christ.
to a cap.
Oh, hey,
It's
Katara.
still massively pay
Thank you
to
for the
win,
follow.
and the chance of a free-to-play player ever reaching the cap is absurdly low, but it is still
Oh my gosh, why did it just... Oh no, you got
possible. The game-
night-botted. Rest in peace. Oh, you got night-botted. Oh, that's a big L. One sec. I am gonna change the Nightbot thing. Oop. Stream manager. Oop. Oh, goodness. How do I change that? Why is it? Oh. Oh, okay. Who is timed out? Logs? Oh, you said yo. Spam protection. Excess caps. Disable. All right, try it now. You could say yo again. Me winning an all expense. Oh my god. I missed a bunch of Noah's messages. Yo, there it is. But a true health realism looks got all the weapons for playing just the game, not WoW. Now WoW is hot trash. True. That's why I don't play it as much anymore. Actually, I haven't played it in a very long time. Me winning an all you're either gonna play the shit out of this game or pay the shit out of this game, Blizzard. Truly, like that's exactly what Blizzard says to you every time. It's just like you can either pay the shit out of this game or you can play the shit out of this game, and there is no in between. And I took offense to that. Literally. I'm actually gonna do something like this. This can be just like a chest wall, I suppose. That's so annoying how it doesn't like connect. I want it to look nicer. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna want this to be logs anyways. I don't like that. Okay, we'll do that. We'll do that. Me winning an all-expense paid trip to Russia. I'm sent to the Gulag just to deliver to a sketchy... I know exactly what place you're talking about. Yeah, the one time I delivered there, the lady came out and had like a fucking... Like, she was obviously in the middle of a session, because she came out with like this... Like, her hands were like covered in like goop, basically. It was fucking... Ugh. I was simultaneously scared for my life and grossed out. Okay, we're gonna do this just so I can have my window close off. And we'll move this in by one. Okay. That's cute. And then, oh, we gotta replay the
Design line would now look like a game of snakes and ladders. There is a win condition, but free players only get one roll of the dice a day, and almost all of their squares are snakes. Paying here just gives you more dice rolls, more ladders, and fewer, if any, snakes. This is where arcade games sit, allowing more lives for more money. The money you put in is another chance to prove your skill, and the cap is actually beating the game. And now we get to level 7. Money directly equals linear, guaranteed power power, and it will not reach a cap, essentially allowing unlimited money to buy unlimited power. Wallet versus wallet. The only way a non-paying player could even theoretically catch up is with unhealthy amounts of play or a team of people supporting them. This would be your mobile games, competitive city builders like Clash of Whatever, or those old Facebook games like Farmville. While back in level 6, money bought you power.
I used to play Farmville. I didn't buy anything on that shit either.
There is no cap. The power gain just continues. Yes, it gets absurdly expensive. It just keeps going. You can have more money, more power, more lives, more defense. No matter what an enemy player throws at you, you will always be able to potentially throw more money at it to survive. Can a free player beat a paying player in this scenario? Technically, yes, because the free player also has access to everything in the game.
Right.
The amount of time it would take to
Farmville was the shit. I agree.
Resources is now approaching theoretical.
I was addicted to
There's no
Farmville,
practical way
and I
you'd
was
be able
addicted
to
to
play long enough to
SimCity.
compete with the higher
Or not
paying
SimCity.
players. This is where the
Sims Mobile, like Sims the
start to
game.
lose face, because it's very hard to defend this system as being anything else than pay to win. This is also when companies start selling power directly, like the RuneScape Bond, which can be sold for in-game gold, or the WoW
OMG,
token,
yes,
which
yeah.
effectively works the same. Many years ago, games companies were heavily against real-world trading, but eventually they realized the best way to combat it was to join it and control it. So instead of watching the third-party websites get all of the money, they just started selling power in their own game themselves. This is one of the saddest, if you can't beat them, join them realities of modern games as a service design. The company will sell you the game and will then sell you the power within it, because they know enough people will buy it. The game design line now looks like this.
That's like the big
It's
issue
an
with it.
unending line, but free players will only ever progress along
Farmville
it
literally is the
slowly,
shit.
even
Like
at their
I
most
honestly
efficient.
I
Paying
was
here
tempted to
just
go
jumps
back
you
and like
ahead
play
of
that the
others
other
a
day.
certain amount.
Weirdly
The line is
weirdly
endless.
enough.
The finish line does not exist. All that matters is being the player that is furthest along, knowing at any moment someone could overtake you if they spend enough. The only real positive here is you know what you are getting for your money. There's no
I don't like those chests
ambiguity.
being there.
Yes, you could in theory spend £1 million, but you would also know exactly what you would get for that £1 million. But when you take away that guarantee, we reach level 8 of pay to win. Money in now becomes gambling to potentially gain power, but
And this is where I draw a fucking line, because everything before then is just like you're ruining your own user experience. I genuinely think that as a person who plays a lot of video games, that the moment that I can put money into a game and not get results for the money that you spend, that's immediately the line. Like, that is the line. Like in this guy's video, level 8 is the line. Because I think that if you are going to go into a game and make it impossible for me to progress without spending money, and then also make it so that when I spend money, it isn't guaranteed that I get what I want, that is the line. Like, you get to you get to pick your fucking battle. Like, you get to pick your fucking script. Pick your struggle. You either make it impossible to, you either make it so that money guarantees the victory, and like you can still grind it out and that takes forever, but you cannot make it so that you spend money for a chance. Like, that's why like WoW gets a pass almost, because it's like, yeah, you can like buy mounts, but like people aren't gonna look at you cool for buying a bunch of mounts. Like, if you have bought mounts, that makes you look like just a fucking skis, you know? But simultaneously, other like Wizard 101, exactly.
Is not
Exactly
guaranteed.
Wizard
This would be
101.
your common gacha mechanics. Maybe the base game is free, maybe it's paid, but there will be a system in the game now where you can pay to potentially get more power, and the more you pay, the greater the chance. So why do I think this system is more insidious than the linear pay for guaranteed power? Well, it's because this system relies on gambling, and so it appeals to those with addictive personalities far more. It is still paid
It's predatory.
power, yes, but the guaranteed advancement is replaced with the thrill of the gamble. Could be more, could be less.
The issue with that, especially, is like with gacha games, is that you directly focus all of your marketing effort at that point on people with addictive personalities, like people who will become exploited by it. Which is like one of the reasons that I'm a little weird about OnlyFans. It's like you're like, but what makes that okay is that people are going on there and like being creeps towards people. And I'm thinking that no matter what, people are gonna be creeps towards women, and women might as well make money off of it. Like they might as well be able to control the means by which they are being exploited or like harassed, or at least add a layer of like, I'm at least getting something out of you asking for my feed pics, you know? Like, to, yeah.
Spend very little and gain a great deal. You could spend absolutely loads and gain nothing. You can't budget for the power gained, and this means often you end up with far more people spending far more than they intended, either due to the gambler's fallacy or the sunk cost fallacy or just plain old addiction.
Yep.
And game designers know this.
Ascribe to
and
the
they
one that
want
reads the
to exploit
Akatar
it.
books, or you two got
At
shut
this
down
point,
sadly
the
because of it.
pay-to-win nature is in full show because the game
That's so unfortunate. Like, what was it? Because it was too spicy? Was that the reason? If it's because her content was quote unquote inappropriate, that's ridiculous. But if it was like a, I don't know, maybe like a copyright thing, that would be also unfortunate, but at least would be like a little more understandable, I suppose. I don't know. That's unfortunate though, because I haven't I never even got to watch or listen to her stuff. Because she's reading out loud the books. Oh, so it's like taking money away from the... yeah, I could see that.
design line now looks like a mess. So many game elements will be reshuffled, repurposed, or just straight up removed and only available in paid chance boxes, loot boxes, or gacha. Buying the base game now doesn't even really get you a full game. It just gets you a foundation, a framework designed to encourage you to spend more money to flesh out the frame. From EA wanting to give us a sense of pride and accomplishment by unlocking Vader, or RuneScape making us buy treasure hunter keys to open more chests and gain gold, experience, or exclusive equipment, down to FIFA's Ultimate Team needing endless card packs open to find the best player, and then that will reset the next FIFA game, because FIFA is just Genshin Impact for people who like middle-aged millionaires. And the reason games
Dude, holy shit! No way he said that! No way he said that! Dude, he cooked them! Dude, they just got owned! FIFA players just got owned! So Genshin is for like sweaty like gamer people who have a delusion that they're like, oh, the only reason that you know, people who are delusional about the fact that they're a loser and are into like, I don't know, I swear to God, they're like the same people who like watch Avatar: The Last Airbender and get a hard on over fucking like Katara, or Ty Lee is like the big one. Like, I don't know, it's just like that, but like it's FIFA. FIFA is just Genshin Impact for people into middle-aged millionaires. That's so fucking hilarious. You're playing an online trading card game. That's why I've never understood things like Madden. And, like, I can understand Madden a little more because people like to be like, oh, if I was the one running the game, I would be winning right now. But then they, like, suck. But yeah, that's so fucking hilarious.
use gacha is because it works. FIFA's Ultimate Team made more money last year than almost
I get upset when
any
people
other
diss on the
video
Korra
game.
show.
Once
It's still
you
a good
add
show. They just said
gambling
it'll
to your
hard on
game
for Aang.
and
It's
give
ridiculous.
potential in-game
Okay,
advantages for
and
rewarding with
I loved Legend of Korra. I loved Legend of Korra because Legend of Korra was such a good, like, I don't know. I honestly think that Legend of Korra almost like you could argue it had better substance. You could legitimately argue that Legend of Korra had better substance than what's it called? Than Avatar: The Last Airbender. Like, and it's not necessarily that it was a better show by any means. Like, everybody knows that Avatar: The Last Airbender is in its own right, an extremely good show. Like, it was brilliantly told through the story. Its animation was outstanding, but people really did just have like a hard on for the Aang gang. We're just gonna do this but yeah, I know that you were a fan of the Avatar series because of your name, Katara. Obviously, I wonder why. Weird. But also it's just like, yeah. I hate it when people diss on decent sequels. Like, if the sequel sucked, like, I get it. People are annoyed by Korra because she's just like, she's so good at everything. And I feel like the reason for that is because, like, I don't know. They kind of already played the angle of, like, I am not good enough yet. I have not mastered all 4 elements. And, like, but it was still truthful to the original series where it's like, there are no airbenders left. Like, Aang is gone. And, like, there's Tenzin, his son. But that's it. Like, Tenzin was the airbender. And that was so, like, it was a good storyline. Me when women good at something, true. Like, I get it. Like, because, like, the thing what people were talking about is, like, this is, like, the problem I had with, like, Captain Marvel. My issue with Captain Marvel was that she just, like, that was in the first episode. True. That was in the first episode. Well, she was protected by the White Lotus, and Aang made sure the next Avatar would be better. Like, and the issue was that it was like, what do you do after the world is supposedly a better place? What is your next move? What do you change? And it's like, you have to, like, if you want to expand on the world, which is what people were asking for. People were asking for the world to be expanded upon. And it's like, you can't really just expand upon the world going from, like, this happened a week after the initial series ends. And you could, so, like, Aang is now a teenager. Like, okay, cool. Like, I understand you want to see, like, the political ramifications of, you know, the fall of the USSR or the fall of Nazi Germany. But, like, eventually it's gonna get old. Like, I don't know. Like, seeing the same, you know, the evil guy's gone. Now we get to see what happens in the world after they're gone. It's like, sure, cool. But at what point does that get bland? At what point do you grow bored of seeing the same story mocked over again and again and again and again? Like, I think that they did absolutely the right thing with Legend of Korra. I loved the show. I thought it was excellent. I loved the animation. I loved that there was, like, the commercial aspect, the commercialization of things like bending, and, like, the continuation of storylines in, like evildoers existing, and, like, the fact that they brought spirit bending in such a way when that great mix-up happened in, like, season 1. Also, if people want to know more about the gang, then read the comics. Exactly. Like, there were other avenues, but I think it's just, like, I don't know, sometimes you just get, like, the brain dead, like, you get the brain rot people who are like, I want to watch my funny show and I don't want to have to think about anything. And you're just like, okay, but, right? You got to have a line where you're either going to take the content that's currently being made. And, like, they're making an animated series on the Aang gang after the events of the after the events of the show, right? At least from what I've heard. Did that curve right? Okay. I want this tree to be integrated into my house. That's why I'm leaving it. But, like, they kind of just, I don't know, they're just kind of whiny little babies for it. I'm excited. I think they're young adults. Yeah, and that's, like, because, like, what's there to build on from that era? Like, you got to learn how they absolutely Minecraft gaming right now. I am jealous. True. No, I am that Minecraft gamer girl. And I want to make it, like, I don't know. I want it to be my little witch hut. I'm making it a little witchy bitch area. But like, yeah, I don't know. Anyways, to kind of finish on my point, the issue with like Captain Marvel was that Captain Marvel didn't have any weaknesses. Like, her weakness was not understanding her origin, I guess, but there was nothing there. Like, she was just snide. She was unlikable. She had no, like, barely any character development. She learned that her wife or something gave her her powers on accident, or like, oh, 1 second, my dog needs to be let back in. Ugh. All right. You're the cereal and the return in the court of Mr. Fury. True. Such a such a good series. I'm still reading Starlight, Court of something in Starlight.
More money meaning more chances.
Oh,
firmly
my
within
headphones disconnected.
to win territory.
There we go.
The only positive about this level is technically free players can, in theory, still access all of the content. Maybe they get 1 or 2 free packs or free spins a week. Or maybe the rare items from other players can be sold to free players for in-game money, which those players can earn. I mean, it would take more time than you would ever
I also have Alcatar
potentially longer than the game servers
right next to me right now.
Online. But
that is so
theory,
fucking
in
funny.
Theory alone, it is still possible. But then
Alcatar is so
9, where winning
I love
without money
Alcatar.
is not possible anymore. Not even theoretically. Hello, Diablo Immortal. I did wonder when you'd be showing up. Back when Diablo Immortal launched, I made a rather thorough breakdown about exactly why it was anti-player. The video is called Diablo Immoral, and this example fits perfectly here. To level up your equipment in Diablo Immortal, you need legendary gems. How do you get those gems as a free player? You don't. You just quite simply don't. You can't get them, you have to pay.
You can't.
But does that mean there are effectively 2 games where paying players compete with other paying players? And
My TikTok, I
free
keep getting
players
these
can
amazing
play
book
with free
looking
players to keep
rings that
things
look
fair?
like Pharaoh. Ooh.
No, not at all. Of course it doesn't. Paying players
We gotta love
absolutely
seeing
get
beautiful
paired
women on
with free
TikTok.
players who have literally no
I just
way
see
to
beautiful
get the
women all
same
the time.
power level. And once each type of player
I see
has
like
reached their
the
theoretical maximum, paying
I get a lot of
players
models
will dominate in
mine.
PvP. Guaranteed.
like trans models that
This is by design.
I learn
This level of pay to win is much rarer because it
like
loses
basically I use them for like fashion though. I use them to find outfits that will look okay on me. That's basically the reason I watch them or I see them on TikTok is because of that. I literally just need better ideas to wear. This fit's kind of clean though. This fit's kind of clean. We're styling. We're styling. We got the tummy out. Oh, now I'm hungry as fuck right now though. Slay Queen, thank you. Thank you. No, chat, I'm ugly. I'm ugly. Oh, ugliest bitch there is. I already know Noah's saying some shit. Sounds like the government throw money at it. True. Like, oh, you want to win? Pay me. Okay, can I please? Oh, that's why. That's why those leaves weren't going away. I was so confused. It's like, it's not attached to this tree. I want to finish this house, but I do want to say the way that I'm designing the roof is going to make it. Don't say that. You're a goal. I'm goals? I'm goals? I don't even have my hair grown out all the way. I'm 6'2". My hair is like not even fully shoulder length yet. I'm 6 months HRT. I don't even have any fucking. I barely have any titty. I shouldn't say that on Twitch. Is that Twitch TOS? Am I about to get tossed? Thank you though. I appreciate the compliment though. Just gonna keep eating my granola bar. Because I don't know what to eat for lunch.
Is the defense of, well, it's just pay for advantage. Free players can still do it because now the free players can't do it. When your pay-to-win system cannot be defended even by your most hardcore fans, you are in dangerous territory and you will burn up any goodwill you had with the public. We've looked before at how goodwill is a currency. You earn it when you do good things and you spend it when you do bad things. And pay-to-win of this level is one of the ultimate withdrawals of player goodwill. These games are few and far between because most developers either aren't greedy enough or aren't stupid enough to consider making them. You need to give yourself the theoretical defense of, well, technically a free player can still do it, while here they just straight up can't. The game design line now looks like this. There's just a hard gate in the middle which can only be opened with money. There is no way around it. Getting past this requires you to pay again. But that was only level 9. What the hell is level 10? Well, this is the more paradoxical level.
I feel like this
Any
video is
game
just made
can
for
go
background
here,
noise. I feel like I'm learning
depending on
nothing.
What you as an individual
Honestly, kind of
want
the same.
from it, and what it as a game has decided to
That
lock
looks
behind
good
the
enough.
paywall. I personally wouldn't consider Oblivion
You know what? I think I am going to switch videos. We're almost done.
to win. But if you only want to play it with the horse armor on, and you bought the base game expecting access to everything in the game, then yeah, I guess to you that's
We'll
now
speed
an
it up.
additional payment that you need to make to be able to win the game in your mind.
Which
I would
house?
consider Diablo Immortal pay to win, but I was still able to have fun playing through the
Which
campaign with
house?
some friends, killing some bosses, and then moving on without paying anything.
Which house?
So I won my experience at that without paying. The issue here is just what you consider your own personal win state. I've known people refuse to even start games because they realized they'd never be world class without paying more money. But the strange reality is they were never going to be world class anyway. They
True.
didn't have the time or the inclination to be world class. They just saw that the very top levels of the game were unachievable and thought, no, I'm not slighting them for never going pro, but it's kind of like saying, I'll never be a professional footballer, so there's no point having a fun kick around in the park with my mates. In the world of gaming, for some people, the existence of any level of pay to win at all, even if they wouldn't reach it, will put them off playing the game entirely. I've had friends play gacha games, spend very little, enjoy.
No, like, that's exactly it though. Like, games that I know are gacha games. Games that I know that are gacha games. Like, Genshin. I have absolutely no interest. Because I know for a fact that that game is a pay to win. Like, if there is a pay to win aspect of the game, I'm instantly deterred from it. The only reason I played Overwatch is because I've been playing it since it wasn't pay to win. Every character I got with the game, straight out. And that's why for a while I was pushing for the middle of the road thing. Is you just gotta, like, I don't know. I feel like you gotta stay true to the people who paid for Overwatch 1, even if Overwatch 2 is free. You know? But
enjoy their time and move on. They weren't the best in the world, but they considered it a win in their book. They didn't want more. Did they pay to win? Yes, but they were happy with what they paid.
You were like
for.
WoW
Did
and
they
stuff
win
like
at the
Clash
game
of
for
Clans?
being the absolute best? No, but that wasn't what they were going for.
Yeah.
In the first place. People may tell you that
I never got
isn't
into
pay
the.
to win,
I got a
it's
little bit into
cosmetics.
Clash.
But if you only play for fashion and having
I
cool
played WoW a
cosmetics is your
bit.
own personal win condition, that game will be pay to win for you specifically. Ultimately, almost every live service game or every
Actually, I
online
played
game,
WoW a
MMORPG,
lot.
competitive multiplayer, gacha, or mobile game.
I
will have
still
some
miss WoW
systems
occasionally
where
because it's like I feel like the difference with WoW is that WoW has like I don't know. I feel like there's a purpose to not buying things. You're also a loser if you buy
you
skins.
can give the game more money for more stuff. And if that stuff is important to you, you're going to see it as pay
Magic
to
the
win.
Gathering,
If it
yeah.
isn't important to you,
Exactly.
then you won't.
MTG
Maybe
is
you've only got
terrible
a
with
limited
that.
amount of time to play per week, and you know that playing without paying is going to keep you stuck in the dull, boring, repetitive bit for ages. Or going into an open PvP match would be pointless because you would never stand a chance against people with more time or more money. So maybe you spending money is just leveling the playing field to make it fun. Or maybe you'll only ever do PvP.
Now, I will say if you're going for PvP, the grind is infinitely more difficult than just using like in-game coins. Like if you buy a couple of like month passes, like the $15 like passes, and you just instantly put that in, and you're like, oh yeah, that's exactly. You can use those coins to get the best armor for like PvP. So
against your friends and both agree to not spend money, making it equal the entire time. Winning doesn't always mean being top of the leaderboards or having the best stuff in the game. Sometimes it's a more personal goal. But if any element of that goal is locked behind a paywall, it will affect you. Now, I'm not defending these insidious development practices. I don't agree with them. But I am saying the is it pay to win argument is much more nuanced than yes or no. There are some games you can say definitely, no, it's not. And some which are undoubtedly, yes, it is. But there's far more games in between, in that grey area, that personal area. So when you're trying to evaluate a game, see how many of the levels of pay-to-win scale it fits into, and score it from that.
yeah,
Because
I'm
it
just
will
getting
differ
bored
from
with this
person to
video,
person.
so I wanted to
But
hurry up and
ultimately,
end.
when you look at the modern state of pay-to-win in all games, it all again boils down to that stupid horse armor. My God, Bethesda, do you have any idea the horrors you were unleashing on the world when you did that? Did you know what you would do? It all began here. Patient zero of the state of gaming is that horse. This is all your fault, Todd. Cheers for watching. Another massive thank you
Of
to all the
course,
supporters on Patreon
of
and
course
Twitch.
it's
Who make
fucking
this channel
Todd
work.
Howard's
You can support
fault.
from only one.
Of course it's Todd Howard's fault. It's always fucking, it always goes back to Todd Howard. Is it Todd Howard? Tom Howard? I don't fucking know. Friggin' Todd. Friggin' Todd. Ah. Let's check it here. Let's find another video. Let's find a different video to watch. Jesus. You don't talk about Dan Schneider. Gender reveals are kind of dumb. Actually, I'm kind of interested in this one. Hour and 25 minutes. Okay. We might watch this one for a little bit. I don't know if we're going to watch the whole thing, but
Since my church infiltration video last year, my channel has skyrocketed, allowing me to make a full-time job out of content.
this video is by Dead Domain. Just so you guys know, Dead Domain. Before we watch this.
Creation and streaming, focused on tackling tough subjects with depth and nuance. As my most popular video to this day, I've asked myself many times, how can I ever follow it up? If I were to ever do a sequel, I wanted to do something different, but that stayed true to the original, but went in a bigger and grander direction. Something I call the James Cameron approach. But I couldn't just do another church. I didn't want to rush it for a cheap cash in. So I've been waiting for the right idea to come along. It wasn't until recently, when I
This
was
bitch went to
researching
CPAC.
for my
Holy
video on the
shit.
history of anti-Semitism, that I stumbled across an idea. Something different that still got at the core of my church infiltration video. A leftist trans person going where almost no other left-leaning person would and interacting with the people there to get an idea of who they really are, what they believe, and the state of their movement. But instead of a church, I would go to one of the largest political gatherings of the year, full of conservative thought leaders, politicians, lobbyists, and more. I decided to infiltrate the 2020
This one's called Trans Person Infiltrates CPAC.
for Conservative Political Action Conference. Otherwise known as CPAC, the conference has long been a way to gauge the temperature of the GOP and conservative movements in the United States as a whole. Some clips here and there may break
This
into
cave is
mainstream,
freaking beautiful.
like Michael Knowles advocating transgenderism be eradicated, but by and large, CPAC goes unnoticed by
Ooh.
most of society, except for conservatives. This is a gathering of the biggest representatives of the movement, laying out the ideological game plan for the next year, which to me represented the perfect opportunity. I've spoken about it at length in previous videos and streams, but there are some legitimately high stakes on the election this year. On one hand, we have...
Here's my question, chat. How the hell are you supposed to lay out your movement when there is no movement and you don't actually have any morals?
the sitting Democrat president who's aiding a genocide and refusing to take mental acuity tests. And in the other corner, we have a twice impeached overinflated hot dog costume who is being brought up on federal charges during his campaign, and who promises to enact a series of sweeping totalitarian reforms through Project 2025 immediately upon entering office. As of now, Trump is the presumptive nominee for the Republican Party, and many of
Wow.
the CPAC speakers echo that
Wait,
sentiment.
you're telling me that two old men... Oh, Jesus Christ. You're telling me that I have to choose between two old white men, neither of which I generally like, and both of which I have serious problems with, but there's an obvious general, like, better option because, unfortunately, one of them is so heinous that somebody who is aiding in a genocide is objectively better than fucking the other guy, which is so... That's so fucking crazy. Is that we are legitimately at the point where I am willing to vote for someone who from my perspective is aiding and abetting in an actual fucking genocide. Imagine saying they want to destroy democracy and still have massive support in fucking land of the freedom of America. Right. Right. Exactly.
Being close allies or outright...
Which, by the way, I love democracy, but I believe our economic system is fucked.
Which might bring someone to ask why. Why would I do this? Why would I go here? For a few
We have to stop the woke, chat. We have to stop the woke. They're woking our children. Our children are gonna be woke if we aren't careful.
Conservatives continue to drift into open fascistic nationalism, advocating suppression of enemies and stripping rights, while the comfortable liberals in power barely lift a finger in protest. I am nothing if not...
Because they don't care. They literally just don't care. They're like, oh, we want you to be able to spread these lies and campaign on these things because we know that it'll give us a better chance of not losing an election. And they're like, we're not gonna like speak out and be like, oh, this is actually like against the US Constitution for you to act like this is a thing, but whatever. Don't give people good health care. Destroy the below 1% of the population that you accuse to be devils. Yeah, exactly.
Podcasts, news appearances, and other products for a brand, much like Trump,
Ooh.
including books. Lots and lots of books. Like, the first step to being a conservative mainstay is getting a ghost-written book to clog up shelves at a Costco and airport bookstores. So it wasn't just a need to be in the know.
Please. Okay.
But also a need to see these grifts in action, to blend into an ecosystem of wannabe influencers and upper-middle-class fail-sons all reaching for a piece of that power pie. So, of course, to go into a place like that, I couldn't just come in off the street.
Oh.
This wasn't going to be like a church service.
I have
was
no
in town
reason
for
to use
5
that.
days to attend this. I needed a character. and
I'm
I needed
living
one who would
in a
blend
far right
in.
state right
I
now,
needed to become
Italy,
Keith,
and I just don't wish
disgruntled,
this
edgy,
brain rot upon anybody.
upper-middle-class podcaster.
Yeah.
And that
Yep.
took some work.
Yep.
Now, because not just
Yep.
anybody goes
And
to an
that's
event
the
like
thing is
CPAC,
that no matter
I needed to
what
cover stories
where
from
you're
the
at
background.
in terms of like your
Keith
political
overlooked
ideology,
the part. That was
you
actually
can be
slightly
like a
harder than
classical
I thought.
conservative and
Because
not be a
after 3
brain
years of
rot
hormone
far right
therapy,
person.
masculine clothes don't
Because I
really
objectively think that
fit
brain rot far right is worse than brain rot far
to lose its
left.
more masculine
Like,
edge.
and that's not just coming from the perspective of me being like considered far left. Like, I'm sorry that I believe that, you know, people should be able to love who they want and like we should generally be giving more freedoms to people. And there are a few things that I am a little more centrist about, like guns. I really just like honestly, I think that
Unremarkable backstory.
Things that happen
Not
with
very
guns
rich,
are
from an upper
absolutely
middle-class
horrid.
background, college-educated,
But I
but
also
never
think that if
fully
we,
insulated from the larger world
you
by
know,
what privilege
I
he
am
does
also
have.
of the mind that's like,
Deeply
oh yeah,
educated,
maybe
also
we
deeply
should like
curious about
not
other
let
people and the world
people who
around
have
him.
been
With all of that in mind,
convicted of violent
his
crimes
wardrobe
to
could
have
consist
these
of
things.
beige, gray,
But otherwise, it's like,
navy.
why
I needed to look like somebody
why do we
who
need to,
bought
you
new
know,
clothes, but didn't
like I don't mean to follow the bad apple philosophy,
afford a vaguely rough
because
exterior
it's like, I don't know,
without the experience to back
the
it up.
only
And
reason I
even
could see
anything else that would help me blend
for
in.
not allowing
I
people
needed
to have
publicly
assault
and
rifle, assault, or
loudly
like
show
assault style
what I
weapons
believed in.
is
For
like
sure,
generally
I bought
that,
these
I
two
don't know.
preposterous
It's
numbers
just
from
a,
Amazon.
it's just a,
Presumably, people wear these
I don't know
constantly,
enough about that
but I like
topic,
to
I'm gonna
think
be
they were
honest with you.
created only for purposes like these.
My very
After
basic
seeing
understanding of the
footage
knowledge.
of the Ronald Reagan dinner at CPAC, I also decided that a more casual look wouldn't cut it there. So again, I went thrifting. I decided Keith didn't have much in the way of taste for style, but was simply emulating what he saw in others, which led me down a path ending in this loose Trump cosplay, tied together with a Brooks Brothers jacket with shiny gold buttons. It really gives the perfect conservative ruse of vague professionalism, giving a sense of status or class, and giving the wearer an
I love
air
it.
of confidence despite fitting poorly and looking dumb.
Boy moding to
Also
not get
a
hate
favorite reason
crimed.
to be there. As Dead Domain, I wanted to go undercover among conservatives, both prominent and obscure, to get the literal feeling in the room on election issues at a time when mainstream conservatism has long ago tilted to open fascism.
What is the far left
I
you're
had to be
talking
on
about?
board.
China
I had
slash
to be a
Russian
true
supporters or like
believer, and I had to want to do my
anarchists?
part for the cause.
So
I needed something that would
far
help me evade system, help me
left,
blend in, to give me an
because I don't
excuse to
see
record
China
my
as far
info
left.
and
Like,
take pictures with prominent political candidates and conservative figures.
I guess
If I cross
I'm
their path.
so
I
okay.
needed a podcast. So I went through the motions, and thus Patriot Northwest was born. With a little help from a blurry JPEG, I set up a new
Because the way I would describe like China and Russia is a like communo-fascist state almost. Like they claim to be democratic. The issue with places like Russia and China is they're not democratic. And you can't actually have a far left system without true democracy. It doesn't make sense to have lifetime leaders ever. Never. There's absolutely no reason to ever have like term limits are extremely important because if you put the tension of term limits on political figures, then you have a much better chance at having meaningful terms. Because say you make a lifetime leader, they have no reason to do anything, improve anything, because they aren't going to have to go back into the general populace. They don't have to worry about it. They can live in their comfy little home and do their comfy little things however they want, and it won't matter. But Marcus Linus, yeah, no. They're when I speak of, I guess I would be more so talking about just left, like being more liberal, and not like classic liberalism, but like socioeconomic liberal, which is like the idea that social safety nets are important for a general populace, and that as technology improves, we need to make sure that the general quality of life for people is improving. And not just waiting for things to break to fix them, actively improving them and making them better. That people should have healthcare. People should have homes. I genuinely believe that having a home is a human right. I think that you should have access to the 3 basic necessities for life at all times: food, water, shelter. And then everything beyond that, you can, like, it shouldn't be, I really don't think water and so stuff like that should be monetized, just because it's such a limited resource. Like, I'm not talking like gather up all the water and then give everybody a single bottle. I'm talking like put systems in place to make those systems hyper efficient so that you don't have to worry about the cost. 1 second. I have an Amazon package coming in. I just have to check to see if it's been delivered. Arriving between 3:15 to 5:15. All right. Can I track the homie that's bringing my package around? Guess not. All right.
Email and a Twitter account and an accompanying SoundCloud.
Yeah, those.
And
I don't know.
because
I guess you
had
could like
followers,
because the
I
extremes
wanted
on both
to
sides are
also
terrible.
paid for Twitter. Setting up the Twitter account itself was a look into how easily people can be led down pathways of radicalization, as simply following one conservative on the platform will quickly recommend additional followers who spout open anti-Semitism, racial slurs, thinly veiled calls to violence, and more. So as Keith, I followed
Classy.
them all, and the result was a nightmarish miasma of hate, but also paranoia. I saw plenty of open calls for revenge, advocating
Wow.
damn near open violence, retweeted by thousands. I couldn't help but wonder how closely the people at CPAC would align with this kind of rhetoric. Would people really readily admit to wanting the violent suppression of others if they thought they could trust me? Or was this just keyboard warriors posturing? Within a few days, I had boosted my follower count. To boost my bona fides, just in case anyone went to check on my name and backstory during CPAC, I spent some time commenting, retweeting, gaining new followers.
Oh gosh, I'm getting
in
rolled.
the process. I want to be clear. I was basically just posting total nonsense. Just vague gibberish about the deep state and conspiracy buzzwords, padded with racist dog whistles, all for the purpose of building a cover. I essentially typed whatever came to mind, aggregated from the buzzwords I had seen for years and years from places just like this.
That's
It
base
was
as
rage
fuck.
at women, queer people, people of color, Democrats, and essentially anyone different than me being Keith. Based in nothing, literally based in nothing. No convictions, no facts, no proof, just buzzwords. As someone with no online history, who in reality is a trans leftist, it was good enough to get at least a few people to follow me, respond, and believe what I was saying, if not share it. You see, there's this
Wow.
pocket ecosystem on Twitter, like a hollow earth, that is just accounts following each other for clout. So my fake conspiracy nonsense would reach accounts sometimes with 90,000 or more followers.
Wow.
All because they followed me because I followed them. A great example of how this infection spreads. When I had less than 4 followers, some random buzzwords I threw out were retweeted by a gender-critical TERF to her audience of 60,000 plus people.
The turfs make no sense to me. Like,
It was just nonsense conspiracy mongering. And it was spread that easily to that many people. To see how other
turfs are like,
look at this one, seen by
like
10 million
honestly,
people,
they give
pushing the
hardcore
conspiracy
pick me energy.
from libs of TikTok.
Because they're
We
like,
talked about this story in
oh,
recent
I'm a
videos,
woman, but
this is
I'm a
literally the
real
lie. It's
woman.
not true. The shooter was
Chat,
outside
I'm a
the home,
real woman.
But in this portion of the internet, where all people
New
want to
woman
be
idea
others,
dropped, parentheses real,
passed
parentheses
around
cooler,
from one
parentheses
again
I'm
and
real,
again,
parentheses
until
not
to the
fake.
people who put all of their personalities into these
And then
online
8
personas,
sets of closed
this
parentheses,
just
closed
becomes their
parentheses,
accepted
clothes
reality. And
parentheses.
it occurred to me that even if the people I met at CPAC weren't as fervent or open with their calls for violence and racist dog whistles,
Real woman,
this
one
was still
parentheses
the world I was
100% true.
stepping into, literally. One based in
You
Houston,
are a real woman.
spread like high school gossip.
I'm
and
I'm
cemented
actually
its roots by
a special
fervent
type of girl.
ideologues.
I'm a
From
girly
here,
pop.
I also recorded and uploaded 2 short podcasts to SoundCloud, so I had something to recommend for my content if it came up in conversation. They are literally just nonsense gobbledygook, and I've already probably deleted them by the time this video goes up. And with that legwork done, Keith, a Nepo baby with a podcast dream and poor socialization skills, was born. It was hopefully the perfect cover to ensure I was able to get in mostly unnoticed and investigate what conservatives really said and think when they thought they were in safe, like-minded company. But before attending the event itself, I had a lot of research to do. It would be 4 days of active conservative political commentary, with a special Ronald Reagan dinner on Friday. I didn't know who I'd run into in a hallway or who I'd be seated with at the dinner. So I got to work on homework. I won't bore you with all the details because it would be way too many.
Great
notes
job,
up.
Trooper.
I'll talk about each speaker as they come up later in the video. But up front, I do want to talk about the Ronald Reagan dinner and the headliners because they somewhat set the tone for the whole event. CPAC has always played host to a rogues gallery of conservative bigwigs, with the biggest of the
Like-
wigs speaking at the Ronald Reagan Memorial Dinner. Though they should have named it the Nancy Reagan Memorial Dinner because it's mostly just about sucking each other's dick. Previous speakers have included has-been Glenn
Wow. Jesus. Holy shit. That was intense. But she, yeah, no,
almost
she's right.
executed homophobe Mike Pence, Ben Carson, and plenty more. This year's speakers were political grifter Vivek Ramaswamy and Bishop
Yep.
Joseph Strickland. In the tradition of such non-winners as Michael Bloomberg, Vivek Ramaswamy, a pharmaceutical company founder, saw Trump rise from an inexperienced businessman to a bad politician and decided, hey, I can
Why
do
not
that.
me?
After a year of
Ooh.
campaigning himself on a vaguely nationalist platform and branding himself as an anti-woke candidate, Vivek suspended his campaign in January 2024 after placing fourth in the Iowa caucuses. If you couldn't tell by his history in the pharmaceutical industry, Vivek is an absolute con man. Despite
Yep.
unsuccessfully trying to garner a guy who just cares about regular people and their issues base, his net worth is almost $1 billion. In the past, he's defended known scumbag Martin Shkreli. Most notably for Vivek's history, in 2015, he attempted to market a drug for Alzheimer's treatments that failed spectacularly in clinical trials. While he was insulated from the losses in the company because he had shares of that company through another company, tons of people lost a shit ton of money after believing his claims about the drug, which were essentially lies. He has claimed to be a scientist, despite never actually working as a scientist. He's an entrepreneur and financier, and a history of profiteering opportunists just like him lead me to believe that his
I love being led by
campaign was
charismatics and
merely a
con men,
pulling
and
point to a
yeah,
political
instead of actual
career,
people with a
rather
good
than
idea
an
because they
actual
lie
effort to
better.
become president. On a
They lie to me
side
better.
note,
Yeah.
his campaign paid the
I mean, and that's why,
speculation
like,
that
the
people
political
that he
system
had
is so
postgraduate
broken, and
fellowship
why, like,
from
the
the Colin
downfall
Davis
of, like,
source
most modern American
Yes,
things
they are related
started
to
when
George
we started
Soros, the modern
televising
ultimate
our,
conservative boogeyman. And in
um,
hindsight, it's funny
we started
because
televising, like,
that's
debates.
what the conservative voting base
And it
was
wasn't just
lame.
based off of, like, their
Unsurprisingly,
ideas, it was
Vivek's
based off of
premises
how
were based
well they
in sheer
talked to
lack
you.
of governmental inexperience. Like he planned
Because
on
it's so
cutting 75% of
difficult to get someone with a good idea who's also extremely good at talking, because people who have the best ideas for solutions to stuff typically are very socially challenged. Like, and it's just like an issue of, like, I don't know, people have a problem with, like autistic people are extremely smart, but a lot of them have social issues. Like, they don't know how to talk to people very well. I want to get out of here. I don't want to be here. Do I just dig straight up? I'm like 800 blocks from my house. We got closer to an actual person leading as Bernie. Yeah, very true. Very true. Yeah, and that's like the really unfortunate part about Bernie, is that it was definitely a lot of his stuff was molded by, like, people just spewing communist. He's a socialist. He's a socialist, which, like, Giga Chad moved for him, like, being like, yes, I'm a democratic socialist. I believe in social safety nets and people not starving every day. Kill me, like, please. If your only argument is, like, a political ideology that they have, that's a problem. Like, that's just lowballing.
government jobs, apparently. A great way to grow the economy, surely. He said he wanted to use military to destroy Mexican drug cartels, which just sounds like basically declaring an international war.
Yep.
Yet for all his posturing, he couldn't quite manage to get mainstream conservatives in his corner. Probably because, as several news articles have noted, a lot of conservatives mistook him for a foreign-born immigrant and a Muslim, neither of which are anywhere near correct.
Wow.
The
Crazy.
colors eating people's faces.
The brain dead right wingers mistook a colored man, mistook a brown man for being both, for both being an undocumented immigrant and as a Muslim. The two things that the right wing Republicans immediately thought of when they saw Barack Obama. They have a good idea, but you might consider this. He likes the color red. Oh, nope. Out. He's a 10, but he likes the color red. Sorry. Can't do it. That's the issues. the
other
issues
heavy
we
hitter
see
at the
today.
time would be Bishop Joseph Strickland, a Texas bishop who was personally fired by the Pope. Now, what did he do to deserve such a sanctified workplace
Jesus
ass-whipping?
Christ.
He wouldn't stop talking shit about Pope Francis. For those who don't know, the Pope is like the final authority in Catholicism. Like the head cheese. Always has been.
Yeah.
Bishop Strickland accused the church and the U.S. of having a deep state, a dog whistle referring to an implacable and unnamed cabal of puppet masters working to undermine America. It's a conspiracy theory popularized by Trump and parroted now by most of the GOP party line. He also spread fears about
Christ.
COVID vaccines being a method of mass population control. He's now retired at a crisp 65, meaning that he gets to make rounds at events like this, probably write a few books, and get perpetual guest spots on Newsmax and Fox News. Probably
Wow.
to help affirm people's fears about the deep state, something I need to be clear he would know nothing about. With those two tastemakers out of the way, this is where I leave you for now. Because I'm sure there will be so much to talk about, I will be doing this in a video blog style from here on. This has been all recorded before I leave. Tomorrow, I leave for Washington, D.C., flying all the way across the country.
Pretty sure I have to
be around people who,
go
if they
this
knew
way.
who I really was, would likely hate me or at least treat me different simply because I'm transgender. If they knew I was trans, they probably wouldn't feel comfortable speaking to me like a regular person. They wouldn't trust me to take part in their narratives. Yet, as a straight white man, I'm going there to listen to people who advocate violence against trans people, who want to strip people like me of medical rights, make it
Yep.
illegal to be seen in public. And that's just how
Like, my
self-conscious,
issue
not
is,
how I
like,
feel.
once you're at that point, you've like lost so many people. Like, it's so wild. Like, the current Republican like pushing points are so wildly unpopular right now, primarily because they're just like not good points. They're just not good points. There's like zero substance to their points. And that's like the biggest L of it all. It's just like, if you're gonna sit here and push all of this, at least like, I don't know, or try and say stuff that's not gonna make everybody hate you. Like, plain and simple. But
About just me. That's far from an exhaustive list of how they feel about others. From the time I leave for the airport, I will be representing myself as Keith. And I will be interacting with the world as a aspiring conservative influencer.
alright. I think I'm gonna give
As promised on
Minecraft a
Tuesday,
break for
I
right
left
now.
the house wearing my full Trump regalia. Without being too awkward and
POV, you were on HRT and for a year, and now you're trying to boy mode.
nosy, I tried to pay attention to
Like, her soft features are coming through way too well. Like, accurate representation of a trans person attempting to boy mode.
if people treated me any different, if they avoided me, if they give me bad looks. In about 20 minutes, as I made my way to the terminal, I received instead 3 compliments, mostly on my Let's Go Brandon hat, including one compliment from a TSA agent. I had a mostly uneventful flight to Minneapolis and a brief layover that, due to a runway delay, I had to...
We're swapping
run
games
across
really
the
quick. I'm gonna
Minneapolis
play Pacific
airport
Drive while
to
we're
make
doing
my
this,
next
because I
connecting
haven't had a
flight.
chance to play Pacific Drive in a
Thankfully, the
while.
connecting flight to Washington, D.C. was much cooler. It wasn't nearly as cramped and full, and I got there with relatively little issue. Managed to pick up my bags, and there was an Uber driver waiting to take me to my Airbnb. After a long day of flying and contemplation, my nerves had abated somewhat, and I think the reality was starting to sink in of what I was really doing here. I went to sleep and woke up the next morning, took a shower at the Airbnb, and left to go to National Harbor and pick up my badge for the events to come in the next couple days. I got up nice and early and was greeted with some hot tea from my wonderful Airbnb host. After spending a day locked in a sweat tube of a plane, I showered and then camouflaged my scent with cheap aftershave that wouldn't be out of place. I chit-chatted a bit with my host before leaving. She had 2 rooms available and I only rented one of them, but it was nice to have the bathroom and facilities to myself for the morning shower. After leaving, I walked about an hour to the venue, which was actually a lovely, brisk morning jaunt that at one point took me through the woods, gave me time to clear my head and get into the mindset of a mediocre white person by listening to Eminem, but only post-relapse material. Upon arriving at the convention center, I saw some of what I assumed to be groypers, looking like
Oh my God.
suits and America First hats, like racist Slenderman. In past years, Nick Fuentes and his America First Political Action Conference have held rival events across the street from CPAC. I'd been keeping an eye on Telegram for any notice of another event, and in hindsight, I regret not waving down the kid in the America First hat to try and get in good with the group then. It was the closest I'd felt in real life to a scoop lost moment in Dead Rising. Despite claiming he's not afraid, Nick Fuentes sure does try to keep his little events a secret. Last year, he held his speech after Trump, so I decided to wait and see if another opportunity would present itself. Anyway, once I got into the hotel, I tried to find the badge pickup. I was unaware of the massive opulence on display at this particular establishment, which featured a large atrium with smaller houses inside of the large hotel. While wandering the halls, I heard a familiar-sounding voice. I turned around, and there was Mike Lindell, probably better known as the My Pillow guy. We will talk plenty more about him. He was off in a corner rehearsing a speech with some handlers, and I didn't want to bother him just yet, though it was already surreal to see someone I had heard about for years who had the personal ear of the president at one point just schlepping around a hotel hallway. I finally found the War Room event, which would take up most of the day and was run by Steve Bannon. Bannon was the
Steve Bannon?
for the Trump admin, former Breitbart chairman,
Mr.
and current
Steve
talk show host
Bannon.
of The War Room with Steve Bannon. While he became persona non grata to Trump, Bannon has always played to a more nationalistic audience and even calls himself a proud Christian nationalist. He has since come back into Trump's good graces and constantly praises the MAGA movement, and at this event he acted like he was selling Trump like a product. He's praised Putin, has been personally influenced by Nazi filmmaker Leni Riefenstahl, and was pardoned by Trump on charges of embezzlement and fraud he was found guilty of during the Build the Wall campaign. And this is who the conference is starting with. One thing I didn't realize about Bannon is how he really spreads nationalist fears about China and the possibility of getting into a shooting war with China, which was the running theme of the day. I tried to find a seat, observing my surroundings and doing my best to not look too awkward. I kept my ears open. I expected a degree of political talk, but I guess I didn't
Something's
expect
wrong.
every sentence would be such a cliche. I'd hear small snippets as I walked by, like they should have stayed in their own country or the election was stolen. It quickly became clear to me that this convention wasn't just a meeting of middle-of-the-road conservatives or fiscal conservatives, classical liberals, or any of the other various tangents of America's right wing that aren't explicitly cool with MAGA. As Bannon's event unfolded, it became crystal clear that this entire 4-day event was specifically for Trump and his base. There was a spread of hotel buffet food, and having skipped breakfast I partook, leading to this particularly surreal moment on stage where I scooped up my hotel egg rolls.
Holy moly, are you kidding me right now? Oppie, you saw it too, didn't you? Tell me you saw it too.
Saw what?
What do you mean, what? Hallucinations, like the ones from 1961. It happened again, just a quick blip, like blinking your... Wait, you didn't see it?
I was in a total blackout.
He also heard
Lost
some
Cappy
red meat
fried my
decrying the
systems.
Fedsurrection, referencing
Right,
a
because
conspiracy
sending the
theory
driver
that
head
federal
first into
agents
Cappy
staged
didn't
an
work out
assault
like you said it
to
would.
arrest troop
Big
cases to make
surprise.
Trump look bad.
Spare
top
me,
of that, they're trying to
Francis.
keep
The
him off the
driver's
ballot.
alive and your remnants
They're trying to
verified.
try
Isn't that
and
all you
here
want?
for this ridiculous.
All right, we are going to turn down the game volume because I don't really care what they're saying.
Now, why are you two
I care more about what the pretty trans lady is doing.
They're trying to, Jackson, they're trying to charge him for the Fedsurrection, right?
He mentioning this is very funny in a few minutes. One by one, he introduced other mainstays and producers from his show who all seemed to bask in the spotlight to varying degrees. He invited a lady up to speak for Israel,
Whoa!
to basically say America is turning its back on Israel and they need our help more than ever to finish cleansing Rafah of Hamas. She also said Hamas was literally the same enemies as the Taliban, which isn't true. Here's the thing, I'm not going to go through every talking point Bannon says and disprove them for two reasons.
They're definitely
One,
moving.
It would clog up the entire video because there's so much dumb shit being said. And two, these talking points would be repeated ad nauseum for the next few days. So if I skate over a topic here, odds are I will cover it elsewhere.
Next up was a major player in Angel Studios, the studio which put out last year's lie-filled propaganda piece Sound of Freedom. For a conservative movie, Sound of Freedom was massively successful, at least on paper, as there's been something fishy about the pay-it-forward ticket system. He took to the stage to reveal a new trailer for the dramatic biopic Cabrini from the same director as Sound of Freedom, Alejandro Monteverde. Real quick, just watching some footage of this movie. This is the trailer they played. I want you to imagine what licensed song they got to play over this footage. I'll give you a second. Okay, was the song Shania Twain's Feel Like a Woman? I'm willing to bet it wasn't. After this, we saw a few more Bannon buddies, including a former...
I'm like getting major lag because they're all moving behind me. What is that?
To kill us. We then get an extended spot from Alex DeGrasse, whose main thing is rallying conservatives for voting in very specific elections to make the most of red gains in the upcoming election. He worked as senior advisor to GOP House Leader Elise Stefanik, where he notably launched plenty of false accusations and slander against media members, according to this editorial from the Adirondack Daily Enterprise. Bannon interacts with his guests with the cadence of a late-night infomercial host, and treating them to shill their own websites and products to the audience like they were giving a sweet deal on a blender. Most interesting to me was during the event, he makes a host of claims that the Trump campaign was essentially a grassroots movement, and that compared to other campaigns, Trump hardly had any money, capital, or backing, just the will of
Oh God, wait, they're all...
This, of course, is said to pump up the crowd, but it's blatant propaganda as incredibly not true. From OpenSecrets.org, we can see that not only did Trump bankroll his campaign to the tune of $66 million, almost 20% of the total, but that large donations from backers made up an additional 14% with $46 million raised. While Clinton far outpaced Trump for 2016 funds raised, this likely had more to do with other candidates like Jeb Bush raising more before Trump was the actual nominee. Trump also wrote $50 million off of his taxes because of his campaign bankroll, raised 26% of his small funds from small donors, and raised over $350 million in total. So by any metric, he was far from a grassroots candidate. This is just a lie. I had been having trouble with my phone battery, so I dipped out to find a power bank in the hotel's gift shop and took a bit of a lunch break. Afterwards, I was back to it, where Bannon and the people on stage praised Project 2025 in some pretty scary terms.
And I can't wait till we take over in January 2025 when we start to go through all the records and we see exactly what they've been doing in the Ukraine. We see about the bioweapons labs. We see the child trafficking. We see the organ harvesting. And then when we put them on trial, it's going to be real trials in front of juries, and they're going to have to answer not just to a jury, they're going to have to answer to God himself of what they've done.
As an open nationalist, I wasn't surprised to see Bannon advocating we'd get revenge on all the leftists and deep state actors who very likely didn't exist, but it was surprising to see maybe 200 people holler in agreement, saying not just that the people responsible for overturning the last election would be brought up on charges, but also brought before God, which sure seemed like a euphemism for being executed, especially in tandem with accusing them of treason. And I think that's what the crowd understood too. Here was the reaction.
Like you're literally saying you're literally going out of your way to say that we're gonna kill these people because we think they did something wrong.
Is probably the most worrying and important.
That's why I don't agree with like things like
Trump's bid for re-election. Spearheaded by a
executions,
far-right think tanks, including the
like
Heritage
for any like for most crimes.
Authoritarianism that has been prepared for Trump essentially as a government in waiting to roll out as soon as he gets elected.
There's a lot of these dudes around. This is spooky.
I read the entire thing myself. It's largely a mishmash of distinct policies aimed at nearly every single sector of governance to bring anything from tax law to free speech moderation into the most far-right position possible, and when I say that, I don't mean more free speech. It doesn't help that Trump has already said he'd be a dictator on day one, which is not a good look. But Project 2025 looks to cement him being a dictator every day after that too. It's an overhaul of the government at every level to cement the president and executive branches having essentially absolute power over the processes of every other branch. Conservatives are using the unitary executive theory to argue that this is a good thing and has precedent, and should Trump be elected, Project 2025 will hit the ground running on a 180-day plan to restructure massive amounts of the government, including intelligence agencies, to bring them under Trump's direct control. From the New York Times description of the unitary executive theory
How is that?
2025, quote, The legal theory rejects the idea that the government is composed of 3 separate branches with overlapping powers to check and balance each
Oh,
other.
God!
Instead, the theory's adherents argue that Article 2 of the Constitution gives the president complete control of the executive branch, so Congress cannot empower agency heads to make decisions or restrict the
hell is that
president's
thing?
ability to fire them. Reagan
Oh.
administration lawyers developed the theory as they sought to advance a deregulatory agenda, end quote. And the various think tanks
Is it healing
associated
us?
with Project 2025, as well as Trump's cadre of sycophants and allies, support Project 2025 because it basically guarantees them a piece of the pie. It's propped up by millions from dark money donations. It massively prioritizes cutting regulations, particularly those meant to keep watch of corporations doing environmental crimes or finance crimes. From New Republic, quote, along with the advisory board, altogether more than 90 groups have signed on to Project 2025. Some have received substantial contributions from Heritage, nearly $1 million, according to tax filings obtained
What
by
does that do?
Accountant.us
That's so
and
cool. It's
reported
like
by
healing me.
Nielsen News.
Back from
That
my
accounts
monthly
for
subscription of
58%
being a woman.
Heritage's total giving
Hell
in
yeah.
2022, the year Project 2025 began. Around 40
Pay
of the
your
Project
dues of
2025
being
groups
a woman.
also received funding from Leonard Leo linked Dark
Can't wait for my
Money
car to
Groups,
go crazy for
instantly
this.
16.5
Oh,
million
goodness.
From Donors Trust in 2022, end quote. I'll give you
Oh,
one
God,
guess, like
please.
so many people
Please
with so
don't.
much money want this to go through, because the massive deregulation would mean they just
Those
get
guys
to
are
make
chasing
even more
me.
money. It would give the president direct control over the FBI and who in the government is being investigated, which doesn't seem great for someone who's even recently admitted to doing crimes on television. Trump is no stranger to pardoning his friends and
Jesus.
allies who have been credibly convicted of crimes. I feel the need to remind people that Steve Bannon was found guilty of crimes and pardoned by Trump, among plenty of other people who received favors from Trump
Oh!
that we will talk about over the next couple of days. But he
Why
wouldn't
is my
have to
radio
pardon
on?
if the law were made to say specifically target only his political enemies, justified in the MAGA mind because Trump has actually done crimes that he's been caught for, and Trump and his campaign have continually just pushed that as being targeted by the left-wing deep state radical Marxist mafia.
Alright, we're just gonna go through here.
And then there are the cavalcade of other far-right positions represented, like Project 2025's promise to rescind
Spooky.
the citizenship of over 500,000 Dreamers, or nationalized citizens, deporting them to countries they've never known with no recourse. It will criminalize abortion at a federal level and keep surveillance on women who travel to other states to get abortions as those laws go through in order to compile criminal cases on them. It would completely do away with discrimination protections based on gender, race, or religion, meaning anyone could discriminate against people for housing and jobs based on those things. It would order the CDC and medical organizations to stop gathering data on
To define
transgender and
trans people as
non-heteronormative
pornographic.
identities,
Wait.
broadly telling major
Overall policy and research to deny the existence of transgender and non-binary people and instead pursue methods of ensuring children remain the sex they were assigned at birth. Playbook states that the president should declare the education agencies an official that sex is properly understood as a fixed biological fact. The CDC should be ordered to stop collecting data on gender identity, which legitimizes the unscientific notion that men can become women and vice versa, and encourages the phenomenon of ever-multiplying subjective identities.
I don't recommend you spend much time around them.
That's fucked. That's
medical
so
organizations
fucked.
work under rigid, outdated, and disproven medical ideas, literally just to spite trans and queer people as part of a rigorous Christian nationalist agenda. Like, they'd essentially just act like trans people don't exist, and they legally get to claim that because they're rewriting the laws to say so, and they're rewriting all the data to say so. It's hard not to see a similarity here to the Nazis attacking and burning the Hirschfeld Institute, if I'm being honest. It advocates
yeah.
for conversion therapy and also wants to outlaw pornography. If you're curious what they define as pornography, it's not just actual porn.
My
they
wheel
want banned,
fucked.
But also bend the law to include definitions that are just meant to target queer and trans people, even outside of a pornographic context. And don't take my word for it. Here's the words of the Heritage Foundation founder, Kevin D. Roberts, quote, "Pornography, manifested today in the omnipresent propagation of transgender ideology and sexualization of children, for instance, is not a political Gordian knot inextricably binding up disparate claims about free speech, property rights, sexual liberation, and child welfare. It has no claim to First Amendment protection. Its purveyors are child predators and misogynistic exploiters of women. Their product is as addictive as any illicit drug and as psychologically destructive as any crime. Pornography should be outlawed. The people who produce it and distribute it should be in prison. Educators and public librarians who purvey it should
There we
be
go.
classified as registered sex offenders, and telecommunications and technology firms that facilitate its spread should be shuttered." End quote. And if you're asking what educators and librarians are giving out pornography, that's your hint.
Hey, I want them to go check out what
being handed out at libraries.
I want them to go take a look-see over at the Prohibition. See how that worked out.
Anything having to do with what they deem quote-unquote transgender ideology. It doesn't matter how graphic or innocent the content is. They will classify it all under these auspices. So teachers and librarians stocking sex education books, even non-graphic books that may have a trans character, could be classified as sex offenders under these measures. They also say that any private companies that allow porn of any definition should be shuttered, which sure does seem like an authoritarian overreach. But who cares? Because they want a literal Christian nationalist state. Their words.
They do.
Yes, a large portion of the Project 2025 rhetoric comes down to essentially doing away with any notions of separation of church and state to infuse laws and literally legislate a narrow view of Christian morality for the entire country. Not of loving your neighbor, not of following any of Jesus' actual words, be they for loving one another or against rich people, but for the things Bibles barely mention, like queer people and abortion. One of the main people behind this Christian nationalism in Project 2025 is Russell Vought, who explicitly aims to use the government to spread Christian doctrine.
Can I just say, big shout out to this lady.
By saying America was founded on Christian principles for Christians. That isn't true, but even if it were, it was still founded to create an egalitarian approach to belief, and many founding fathers were agnostic. The true reason behind this nationalist agenda is an attempt to unite the country under an ideology that can easily isolate and target any outgroups as enemies. It's not easy to target your enemies when they look like everyone else, but when you can easily designate them, you gain a target-rich environment to pursue your legislative agenda. An agenda I feel the need to remind you would be almost entirely up to Trump.
And I love how none of these people understand that, like, the people that are helping them push these things are literally only there to take as much power away from them as possible.
With a long history of shady dealings and cover-ups, flanked by sycophants who can use his presidency to push their most radical agendas, and who will be protected by his overriding control of everything. It is a deeply troubling thing to see so many people advocate for, and if pushed through in its intended state would strip so many people of necessary rights and freedoms. It would use the auspices of one party's beliefs to override the democratic process at every level, taking federal control of issues that even conservatives have fought to keep decided at a state level. It's an outright betrayal of what conservatives say they're about, and while, like most things MAGA and Trump, it's been denounced by more mainstream conservatives, the crowd at Bannon's event here loves it. If not for the idea of forcing others to live by their rules,
wait, so you're telling me the people that are telling me all these things about how America is so broken and we need to take a stronger stance are actually just doing it to, like, take over the world and, like, take over America? And it's not like, it's like every other time that we've ever had a political person say that they know the fix to our issues. That's insane. That's crazy, y'all.
Impact conservatives just as much as other people. What about gay Republicans, conservatives in the Latino community with immigrants or dreamer relatives? His policies, like those,
I can't even believe it,
affect everyone, which means at some level or another, at one point or another, these targeting of liberties and forcing of moral codes will hurt conservatives too, just like his previous administration. And the problem with Trump's fervent cult of personality, which it became clear made up a majority of CPAC, is that they won't believe any of that.
Just all the nice people. Just love everyone coming together as a family and united. Everyone's united. Is Liberty dead or is she alive? With Trump, she is alive.
Anyway, back to Bannon. We then get comparing Trump to Washington and other great men of history, more fear about China and more advocating the possibility of an open shooting war. Matt Schlapp comes on stage talking about what best to do at CPAC. It's a lot of the same deep state paranoia, but with an extra heaping of humanizing.
Friendly dumpster.
Schlapp tells the audience Trump comes to CPAC to see the little people. The
Jesus.
This is a commonality that develops from people
Mini
like
turbine. What?
Building the audience up as truly important for supporting Trump. It happened a lot on the main stage too, mostly from rich assholes who have an absolute financial interest in making sure Trump gets support. Schlapp also slips up a little bit and says the quiet part loud, telling the excited crowd that there are two outcomes in November. Either they win or the election is stolen.
You all know how the story ends. In November, we either win or they're going to try to
Where do I put this?
Right? Those are the two outcomes. And we got to win.
It's such a succinct look into the extreme worldview everyone here is being sold into. While they're also saying that nobody wants to interact or engage with them and are calling them extremists, they literally tell their audience that they can either win or the game is rigged, like a spoiled kid on
Yo,
a playground
I'm
making
giving
up
a lot of
rules
stuff.
so he can constantly win, yet getting mad when nobody wants to play with him anymore. We then get some stage time from professional internet troll Jack Posobiec. He talks about social media, but says they will finish the job that started on January 6th, referencing the insurrection.
All right, welcome. Welcome. I just wanted to say welcome to the end of democracy. We are here to overthrow it completely. We didn't get all the way there on January 6th, but we will endeavor to get rid of it and replace it with this right here. We'll replace it with this right here. Amen.
Earlier in the
So they're not even like, they're not even like partially hiding it at this point. Like, it's not even like a partial, they're not even like attempting to hide it at this point. It's just straight up like, that is a video taken at CPAC. They're just straight up gonna just gut everything. Like, that is what that man literally just said was, we are going to gut the system and replace it with this, which is like authoritative dictatorship. Isn't that fucking crazy? I'm gonna hit this. Like, here's the thing. I might be a dipshit who sits here and plays video games, right? I might just be a dipshit who sits here and plays video games. I have a pretty law degree. I have a deep understanding of our political system and like the dangers that can come with both sides. And I hope everybody here knows that right now we are in a much more dangerous spot. Is my front right tire busted? Oh, it's flat. Fudge, man. Do I have the... Anything I need a sealing kit, right? Two duct tape, 3 rubber, 1 glass. Can I just make that back here? There we go. But, like, you gotta think at some point, like, the issues that come with this... Okay, I kind of want to know what this is, but I also don't. Whoa! Holy shit. I flew with that. But, like, literally, I'm gonna back up. I'm gonna back up, like, 15 seconds. You're gonna hear exactly what this man says.
Develops from people like Bannon and Schlapp, building the audience up as truly important for supporting Trump. It happened a lot on the main stage too, mostly from rich assholes who have an absolute financial interest in making sure Trump gets support. Schlapp also slips up a little bit and says the quiet part loud, telling the excited crowd that there are 2 outcomes in November. Either they win or the election is stolen.
You all know how the story ends. In November, we either win or they're going to try to take it from us, right? Those are the 2 outcomes.
So, like,
And we got to win.
literally just saying that there is no losing.
Everyone here is being sold into, while they're also saying that nobody wants to interact
You
or
poop
engage with them
stinkies.
and are calling them extremists. They literally tell their audience that they can either win or the game is rigged, like a spoiled kid on a playground making up rules so he can constantly win, yet getting mad when nobody wants to play with him anymore. We then get some stage time from professional internet troll Jack Posobiec. He talks about social media, but says they will finish the job that started on January 6th, referencing the insurrection.
All right, welcome. Welcome. I just want to say welcome to the end of democracy. We are here to overthrow it completely. We didn't get all the way there on January 6th, but we will endeavor to get rid of it and replace it with this right here. We'll replace it with this right here. Amen.
Earlier, in the beginning moments, Bannon had called it the Fed-surrection. So if it was a Fed false flag, how are they going to finish it? Unless, of course, they just like to change goalposts to suit their arguments. But would they lie to these people? Yes, they absolutely would. Posobiec talks about social media and the movement and advises how people should effectively organize
Dead domain.
to do online
True.
activism, which for him seems to amount to just sharing posts.
We love Dead Domain.
After
Hey,
this,
Equinox.
it was
How
time
you
to go
doing,
get
Equinox?
badges. We waited in
We're doing
line
some
for a while.
reacts
I
and
had my
playing
QR
some
code
single
prepared,
player
but fingers
games
crossed
that
I would
are
get in without having to show
can be a
ID.
little
While I was
dull
waiting,
at times,
I heard a
especially
couple
like
people
right
talking
now
about
when I'm just
getting their
fucking
property damaged
driving
or having
around
Trump
trying to
signs on the wall and
find
getting those signs
stuff.
stolen, or their cars keyed because
Ooh,
they
what's
have
this?
Trump flags or Trump bumper stickers. When I got to the front, I printed my badge without
Pneumatic
a problem,
deposit.
with my fake
Ooh.
name, Keith Webb. However, when I was instructed to get a lanyard, I couldn't get one without proper ID matching my given name. I was sent to a support line, and after 20 more minutes, I explained my situation to the person at the counter. I was incredibly nervous, but did my best to not show it. I had come so far, and getting kicked out of the event now would really suck. I told him that my legal name was different because I used it for my podcast and on screen, and I didn't want to be doxxed. He understood and thankfully waved me along. So much for
Homie,
security. Pro tip to
it's
any
so
users who are not
good.
using their real name,
Did you get to
they
the
seem to
gay
basically not care about
app part of the video?
So there
No,
was
I did
my
not.
main
We're
and half,
only
cruised the half setup show
we're
floor
only
with a
about
few
40
booths
minutes
at
in
various
right now.
stages of assembly. There seemed to be patriot or otherwise right-wing branded answers to everything. There
I don't know
were
what that
silver
blue thing
supplements,
is,
a
but I'm assuming I have to go
militaristic
over to
violent
it.
payment processor advertisement, patriotic coffee, and even some kind of standing board for weight loss that
Okay, we're
advertised,
off-roading.
quote, exercise the right way. It reminded me of the Wii standing boards I still found occasionally abandoned and gathering dust in the lower shelves of Value Village and other thrift stores.
That's
Booths
so
were still
funny.
being set
Like
up,
the
so I
Wii
found my way
Fit
to other
board.
parts of the event instead
You would
of
do like the
bothering
Wii running. You just like.
I wandered to the second floor where various talk shows and stages were being set
Oh,
up,
it's so
including
good.
Newsmax, The Epoch Times, and more. And towards the end of the hall, I heard a familiar voice again. It was none other than Mike Lindell, standing by his own booth, taking pictures with a loosely gathered assortment of fans. Of course, I didn't want to miss an opportunity like this. How often
Oh my
do you
goodness.
get the chance to take a picture with a pillow celebrity? I flexed my best awkward,
Pillow
starstruck
celebrity.
white man look
Whoa.
and stepped right up. For his part, Mike seemed out of sorts, wandering back and forth between pictures as his handler wrangled him into place. He wasn't particularly engaged with anything that his fans said to him, mostly waving them away and feeling like he wanted to be literally anywhere else at the moment. I decided to
That's
leave
so
with that and
funny.
spend some time decompressing and taking in the sights. It's probably the only night I would have to myself, and it was my first time in DC, and I wanted to see the capital like a proper tourist. I walked around downtown DC, saw the monuments, took some pictures, and grabbed Shake Shack for dinner. I also got waved away from a fence by Secret Service because I took the wrong path in front of the White House parking lot, and I'm willing to bet my Trump gear didn't make me look better. After this
Oh,
first
Jesus.
day, I was exhausted. I headed home planning to upload my footage and possibly record some audio. And when I got back to my Airbnb, I was met with a twist. My host was welcoming her second guest for the week, and upon introducing us, I've learned that the guest, whose name I've changed to Mark to protect his actual identity, had flown in from Dallas to also attend CPAC, which meant
That's
that my intention
fucking
of
crazy.
recording every night went completely
Conservative
off.
try to have a
However,
soul
CPAC
challenge
they
impossible.
would absolutely
Yeah,
cover
me
my
trying to go
all
down
the
this
stuff
hill
as
or
it
up this
happened,
hill.
which is
Uh-oh,
why
am I about to
I'm
screw
recording all
myself?
this back at home. But at the time,
No, I
decided
don't
it was
want to
a
go down
problem for
here.
another
I want to
day
go over here.
and went to sleep
This
as
is
my footage was
better, I
uploaded.
suppose.
I went into Thursday surprisingly exhausted. Today was the first day of regularly
Oh,
scheduled
Jesus, I'm
talks,
gonna
so it would be a
fucking
series
wreck
of
this
conservative
car.
TED Talks from here on out on various grievances and topics. However, I had also been made aware, in keeping with the Groypers I had seen the day before, that there were some legit Nazis afoot at the conference. Not Nick Fuentes, but actual close associates. Through Amanda Moore, a journalist who had been denied a media badge
Okay.
in keeping with Bannon and Schlapp's mandate that no left-wing journalist would be let into the event without buying a ticket, I had heard about these Nazis. I found out that Amanda, despite buying a ticket, had also still been kicked out. Amanda Moore is an investigative reporter who spent 11 months undercover in far-right Nazi groups and helped to expose several prominent members. I'll list some of her work and investigations down below. Now, for obvious reasons, she is not really liked in those spaces. They recognized her, and soon after she was kicked out. But despite that, Ryan Sanchez, someone with close ties to Nick Fuentes, was allowed to attend for all the days with his cadre of SS cosplaying high school friends, I'm assuming.
That's so
They
funny.
were also seen here mixing it up with known white supremacist and race science advocate Jared Taylor. Taylor is the founder of American Renaissance and is a well-known racist and self-professed
Fudge, man, I went the wrong way.
Dating back decades, he's a big advocate
Oh
of
my
eugenics and differences
God.
in intelligence between races. Unsurprisingly, he was a big Trump guy in 2016 and called Trump's
Crazy.
inauguration a quote.
No, you're telling me.
Back to the
You're
main
telling
course,
me
Ryan
an
Sanchez
actual
with
white
those jackets,
supremacist
and Ryan Sanchez,
supported
the
Trump.
leader of these little rascals. Ryan is a former
Come on,
leader of
chat.
a
Tell me you don't
neo-Nazi
believe it.
rival
Say it ain't
street
so.
fighting gang. He's been close friends in the past of Nick Fuentes and neo-Nazi Baked Alaska, who was at the Charlottesville Unite the Right march. Sanchez has been a longtime Trump supporter.
That's crazy.
Has advocated and spread pro-Trump election conspiracies, worked with Identity Europa, and was kicked out of the Marines for being too explicitly racist. Anyway, all of these
Too explicitly racist.
histories of brazen
You can be
white
racist,
nationalism
just
and
not
racism,
explicitly
and were allowed to
racist.
attend the event for every one of the 4 days. And plenty of journalists documented their inclusion no matter what lies the CPAC chair wants to spread. But enough of these nerds. After a day of being in a room with people
Cooper's
hoping
here.
for an open shooting war with China, I was looking forward to mixing the grievances up a little bit. In particular, I was hoping to get a finger on the pulse of wokeness. I had spent the previous day trucking my
Guys,
winter coat around the
do you
venue
ever
and decided to just
woke?
go with a shirt ensemble.
Imagine getting kicked out of the military
I
because you were too
identify as
racist.
non-binary
That's actually insane.
I want to give
I got
special
kicked out of the
mention to this
military.
shirt because it's
Not
an
actually.
absolute
I didn't
mishmash
actually get
of
kicked out of the military. I just
conservative
left early
nonsense.
because I was like, I'm.
Seriously, what does this
I don't
mean?
want to be here.
I identify as non-binary. It's obviously just the one pronoun joke, which conservatives find hilarious. But then there's a gun. What does that mean? Is that a threat? Is it just there because conservatives love guns? This entire shirt is just a version of jangling keys, and let me tell you what, it
True.
absolutely worked. This was a huge hit. Before even the main stage event, I had no less than 5 compliments and at least 3 people who wanted to take a picture of the back of my shirt that I had bought on Amazon. Anyway, I caught my host
That's
as they
so
were about
funny.
to give Mark a ride to the convention center and figured I'd save myself an hour of walking and tag along. It gave me a good chance to see what particular brand of conservative he was. Turns out Mark was a Republican organizer from Dallas. He originally didn't support Trump. He thought Greg Abbott was a phony who did some good stuff. And he loved Gab founder Andrew Torba, but dispelled any notions of anti-Semitism.
Oh, the Gap
quite a bit. The guy who
is
founded
the game
Gab.
you were calling play Trump's second term.
Gab
Yeah,
and
this is
he
this
passed
is
that
a
law,
live
whatever.
POV of what it would look
Understand
like
that.
if Trump got
You know,
elected
I think
again,
that's
yo.
the basest thing in the world. When you start talking isms, you're trying to divide people.
Right.
Talk good and evil.
Wee.
You know, some of the people call it evil, but when you say ism, it's a way to divide people.
It's just identity politics.
Correct.
Yeah.
It's baseless, man, or it's very base. I don't like it.
To be clear, Andrew Torba is incredibly anti-Semitic. This wasn't the only time Mark would say something that made me raise an eyebrow about anti-Semitism, by the way, but that is a conversation.
Not
for later.
surprised.
Upon getting to the hotel and convention center, I noticed it was.
I'm actually so surprised that Mark, your Texas-based political advisor for Donald Trump's 2024 campaign said something anti-Semitic. It's crazy. I'm so surprised.
Roughly half full pretty much all day. I decided to kick off the day by browsing the fully set up booths in the
Ooh, what's that?
The show floor was also much smaller than I anticipated.
You wanna come hang out?
Footage of previous year's CPAC. I figured the vendors would
You wanna
be
go
pointing
outside?
all the stops for
Yeah.
2024.
1 second. I gotta let
Instead,
my dog
got
go
a small
outside.
grid of Trump merch
I'll let this play. I'm gonna be
various
listening.
riffs and useless politically branded products. The worst of which included a booth for Woke Tears brand water, which wasn't even available to buy at the booth itself. There was also a January 6th pinball machine, with pinball machine doing a lot of work to say a screen rigged to some buttons with wonky physics. The game featured such modes as Babbitt murder on the screen, and while I did see Ashley Babbitt's mother on the floor, I didn't get to ask her how she felt about her daughter, who was shot dead by Capitol Police for attempting to murder them, being included in a cheap pinball game. I also saw this group advertising themselves as TEEFs, or trans exclusionary anti-feminists, which is a dumb name because TEEFs just sounds like what you call teeth when you're talking to a baby cat. The John Birch Society was also represented, which is a far-right think tank that has been active since the 1950s, where they were regarded as extreme and fringe for pushing conspiracies like Eisenhower being a communist. However, in this conspiracy-happy climate, they're more than welcome to spread New World Order fears all over the damn place. And on the show floor, I would get 2 more compliments on the non-binary shirt. Later, I would interview some folks around the vendor hall, including the Woke Tears crew and the creator of MAGA Hammocks. But the talks for the day were about to begin, so I found a seat in the ballroom off to the side, but still pretty close to the first row. Perhaps to be expected, the event kicked off with a solemn Pledge of Allegiance, then an incredibly overdone national anthem that felt underwhelming when faced with the quarter-ish full massive ballroom, then a televangelist-style prayer. Christian nationalism, like I said, is the name of the game here, a concentrated effort to affect government from an explicitly Christian viewpoint to push out any other religions or ways of life, and they do not even remotely care to hide it. Then we get a Newsmax ad. I was unaware that ads would play constantly on the show stage throughout the day, but Of course they would. As I got deeper into the day, it felt more and more like the whole of CPAC was just an endeavor to sell more stuff to gullible rubes, which, again, shouldn't be surprising. I'm just surprised at how blatant it was. A trailer for a January 6th documentary starts an unsuccessful attempt in the crowd to start a free J6 chant. Apparently, the woman leading the chant included Ashley Babbitt's mother, and these ladies would continue unsuccessfully to start chants throughout other speeches, including trying to get a USA chant going that quickly and
Y'all ever
awkwardly
played
died
Lawnmower
down
Trump
during
too?
Byron Donald's speech. After the opening previews, I guess, Matt and Mercedes Schlapp emerge on stage.
All right.
To absolutely nobody's surprise, Matt Schlapp is currently embroiled in several lawsuits over his sexual harassment issues. He's been credibly accused of trying to silence voices who have come forward about him.
Seems like a
harassing
man
broken
we should
young men
trust
who
to
are put
ask
in various
good
positions of
political
authority.
questions to.
And I know what you're thinking. Closeted homosexuals in the conservative movement? Oh, very much so. And do I have some messages
Chat,
to show you?
you
later
ever a
on that very
closeted
topic?
conservative
Because
in
I
a
know
far-right
for
movement?
a fact that there are at least a couple dozen gay men at CPAC. Now, how do I know that for a fact? You'll just have to find out later. The pair are immediately reminiscent
Oh,
of televangelist
shit!
megapastor duos with their stilted camaraderie and pre-rehearsed dialogue. I look around as the event is finally kicking off, and from a front view, the place seems maybe a third full, if I'm being generous. The Schlapps conjure the crowd's vitriol by playing to many of the same things Bannon had the previous day. Biden is a dictator who stole the election, the fate of the country hangs in the balance, and Trump is the only one who can save us. Matt calls for aid to Israel, which, along with completely ignoring the 30,000 dead in Gaza from Israel's attacks, becomes another trend that emerges. The first speaker of the day is Byron Donalds, a Florida congressman whose entire career was in the banking industry and high finance before entering politics. CPAC not doing great at keeping money out of political interests. He starts off talking foreign policy, saying Israel
Oh,
should
again, we're
obliterate
so,
Hamas.
so,
He gets
so
into anti-China
surprised.
fears before saying he wants our military to be G.I. Joe again.
I wish we had Mrs. Obama instead of Biden. Yeah, but I also completely respect Michelle not wanting to run.
And I don't know
Because it's just not her style, but also we need more people who's like not their style to be in political office, because we just need better people. But it can't just be one person. It can't just be the president, because eventually the one president will fall victim to the like negatives of politics, which is like everything.
Depicted as the police being unable to protect themselves and
The job sucks if you're not there for power. If you're there strictly so you can get more power, then obviously you're going to enjoy that job way more.
Because they might be canceled.
Ah, fuck.
The reality is that 2023 saw a record number of police shootings, so they seem to be doling out violence.
I'm gonna
just
need
fine.
to
He talks about
fix
gas
some
drilling and he's
stuff.
pro-fracking, which
I'm
is
starting
a
to
disastrous
lose.
environmental practice, but it does make oil people money. And speaking of making rich people
Uh-oh,
money, he's
that's not good.
anti-crypto regulation, which has been a huge scam so far because it's not been regulated by anybody. Since the crypto bubble popped a few years back, it's basically gone away, but not before 2023 would see users lose an estimated $2 billion in crypto scams. Which, honestly, fine, don't regulate crypto. If you're stupid enough to invest real money, you probably deserve to lose it. Right after saying everybody should be treated equally, we get him saying gays are against the natural order.
Our country is best when everybody is treated equally under the law. Little boys are little boys. Little girls are little girls. When I was a little boy, I liked little girls. This is a good thing. This is the natural order that keeps society progressing.
I look around and the venue's still half full when he gets off. We get a couple more commercials, including one where Mercedes
That's
saying
so,
Biden is like Fidel
like-
Castro. And already at this point, combined with several hours the previous day of similar rhetoric, I was exhausted, but more from boredom than anything else. Coming to CPAC, the largest gathering of conservative voices, or at least advertised that way, seems like I'd be listening in on boring but at least vaguely informative talks on economic issues, getting deep into the nitty-gritty on why Biden's policies fail, why Trump is better for the economy. But over and over again, these complex issues were simply reduced to wokeness or communism.
Oh,
By the
guys,
way,
he
was
said it.
communism
She
left
said the thing. She said woke. Woke. Don't let the woke get our children, chat. Don't let the woke get them.
Democrats, Marxism, Leninism, socialism, wokeism, are all interchangeable here to these people. While I want to say the onstage speakers know that Nancy Pelosi and Joe Biden aren't radical Marxist communists, it's hard to tell, and the important thing is that the audience definitely believes they're communists. They probably couldn't tell you what communism is, but that's what they
No,
think the
they really
Democrats are,
couldn't.
because
That's the funniest thing is you always say like,
keep telling them.
Biden's a communist, and I'm like, no,
Senator Tommy Tuberville,
no.
speaking of blaming everything
Biden is at best
Ben
right of
Ferguson
center.
is a C-tier talk show host who works for Glenn Beck's Blaze Network. Tommy Tuberville is a sitting senator from Alabama. He's mostly unremarkable and toes the party line. If there's something that sticks out about Tuberville, it's that he's a political opportunist who has violated stock rules over 100 times and, unsurprisingly, advocated against making those rules more stringent. I feel like the history of blatant profiteering is all you need to know about a politician to know where their true allegiances lie, on any side of the aisle, in their bank account. We get another spate of brief trans panic.
I've been up here 3 years and I've seen all this mess, and it starts with what's going on with our family, with our kids, and with this crazy idea of gender. They want everybody to be the same. And it's, you can't make it up what's going on.
I have cup noodles I have to go get in a second.
For school choice.
These bizarre fears about gender and trans and kids get brought up continually throughout the conference, but uniting these discussions is a distinct feeling that the people talking about them don't know anything more than to let the audience know they think they're bad things. Tuberville additionally has a history of these behaviors. There are no sources, no studies cited, even bullshit ones from their own side, no data or statistics. They just say Democrats think boys can be girls, or make a joke like, call me old-fashioned, but I think women's sports shouldn't have men in them, and will get raucous applause. The crowd merely just applauds for
That reminds me of that clip from
this is the
like 9/11 is bad. 9/11, yeah, yeah.
Anti-trans positions aren't broadly popular outside of right-wing circles, and don't.
Oh shit, we gotta go.
He tries to link it back to Christian values because everything here is towing the party line. Everyone here is MAGA and needs to be pushing Christian nationalism, but with Trump as their savior instead of JC. And this is kind of how most of these talks go. They just say something, making sure to fearmonger about it with no proof, or just throwing out already
Oh god, am I gonna make it?
conservative talking points as proof. There's no deeper analysis to any issues here. There's nothing below the thin surface veil of Democrat thing is bad. The thing I noticed though, that's enough to elicit literal and genuine rumbles of fear from some audiences over ridiculous and inaccurate claims. He then, of course, pivots to culture war issues. He brings up Caitlyn Jenner, which leads to misgendering in the audience when referring to Caitlyn. And he pivots from trans fears back to Donald Trump. This is another commonality between so many.
Oh shit.
Being CPAC, it's not too wild that so many would openly endorse Trump as the presumptive nominee, but what is odd is how almost any issue is made to pivot into an endorsement. He then talks more about the FBI and deep state taking away kids from their parents. He advocates conservatives taking over school boards because
Sector 13, huh? We have to get over to Sector 13
and then. On
then.
that tip, he spreads fears about persecuting churches. None of these things are happening or will happen unless those churches and parents are doing something illegal, by the way. Unless they're talking about this Washington bill, which we talked about being misrepresented in my hate church infiltration video. So, no, there aren't any Christians or conservatives being punished for their beliefs.
So are they just
There
trying
are,
to beat
however,
them to the
states that are
punch then,
punishing
which is like...
parents who get their trans kids proper health care. But we won't see him talking about those parental rights. These things, like the fears about transgenderism, seem to elicit more
I'll fix it when I get back, damn it!
Talking about economic issues in China. To the audience, these issues have been cemented as something directly happening to them right now. They think these things are genuine threats to the point of drawing reactions when they hear them mentioned. He ends his speech by saying communists
God, it's
have
so
taken
bright.
over the country.
Go back in your communities and take over what they've stolen from us. It's the rights of the American people.
I'm gonna grab my cup noodles.
And again, we're not gonna have many more chances. I hope we can get it back to this point. Now, the next 10 months is really gonna be a test for all of us. It's gonna be a huge test. They're coming after you. They're gonna come after you They're going to look, they're going to vilify you. You're going to see everything in the world said about Donald Trump, local conservative politician.
Next up was
How do I send videos?
Robinson
Just
has
send the title.
also advocated trans women be arrested for using the correct bathroom for their gender representation. He has repeatedly called queer and trans people filth. That's low on the list of slightly worrying other things he said, like blaming a globalist conspiracy for Trump losing in 2020, and that the only black
You can also
people was
send them on
created
my
by
Discord.
to cheat black people out of their shackles, and that's a quote. He also said black people owe reparations for slavery. Not they are owed, they owe reparations for slavery. I'll be real though, this guy is a good speaker. Of all the evangelical wannabes, he seems like an actual fire and brimstone preacher. And his rhetorical arguments felt powerful because of how he successfully appealed to emotion. After the boring talk from transphobic Alfred E. Newman, Robinson brought down the House comparatively. I should mention by now that we are 3 for 3 on transgenderism being brought up in derisive and oversimplified tones. It should be noted by the way these folks argue,
We're so
there's
surprised.
no wiggle room for any good ones like Caitlyn Jenner or Blair White. These definitions leave any trans person as simply a man playing dress up, living as a threat to women everywhere. But then most of his speech is about the media not liking him. I wonder why he would be such a big Trump fan. Pretty soon after, we see him turn it into a literal sermon.
Jesus, he just spit out like an actual door.
Military victory, and this is where he's a pretty darn good speaker. I actually feel something. Like, I believe that he at least believes the crazy shit he says, which is more than I can say for a lot of the other speakers I'd see. When he gets off stage, they play a MAGA hammocks commercial, which just, I don't know, man. Like, what do I say about this, honestly? The next fight was called Catfight, Kamala versus Michelle, run by a guy named Matt Boyle who, like, honestly, he looks like a guy named Boyle. And Kurt Schlichter, who is competing with Matt Schlapp, for whose last name sounds most like the sound they make when they're honking off to their dream of a fascist state. And it's a conversation about Michelle Obama being a Democratic nominee. It's just a load of speculation interspersed with conspiracy and is actually pretty boring. These speakers just parade the same jokes about Biden being old and Biden being stupid, but apparently he's also a masterful manipulating dictator. It's a point that nobody can seem to agree on across all the speakers.
Right, and isn't that the funniest part? Like, they say all this stuff like he's a masterful dictator, and then turn around and are like, but he's an idiot.
Brings up the passing of Andrew Breitbart and how great he was. From the audience, I heard the only time I've ever heard an audible "aw" for someone saying untimely passing of Andrew Breitbart. But I had skipped breakfast to catch the ride to the convention center, so I needed to take a break and eat and return for Lara Trump later. I went down to the little cafe in the hotel atrium and looked for something to chow down on. As I left, I couldn't help but note how sparsely attended the event was. I came across Bannon's booth playing some kind of anti-Chinese rap video on YouTube. I continued about my way, just listening and eating food in the atrium. Behind me in line, a writer for the Post-Millennial introduced himself to 2 other young attendees. The Post-Millennial is home to Andy Ngo, who is notably a massive liar and terrified of milkshakes. And when I sat down, a loud table nearby began to catch
Careful,
my
they're gonna
attention.
put
They were
soy
talking
in your
about
milkshakes.
Someone losing their credibility and being Russian propaganda. Through context clues, I gathered they were talking about Tucker Carlson. I listened some more, and they were spreading conspiracies about people jailed for January 6th. One woman in the group talked loudest, leading the conversation through a series of declamatory statements. After a bit, it turned out that was a lawyer, and her client was sitting with her, and was a whistleblower for trans surgeries. And they were sitting with 2 other people. The lawyer is Marcella Burke, a free speech lawyer who has had leadership roles in the Texas State Bar Association and a number of funds and endowments. Marcella calls Severino a hero, shit-talks DeSantis for using handlers on Twitter, and how that meant he would just be another puppet if he got in office. Like,
oh, we
no,
can't
Marcella,
close this
actually,
when
I
it's
think
like
Mr.
raining out.
Puddingcups
Okay.
needed someone to help him refine his public image. They then got to shit-talking Ted Cruz. Apparently after the Cancun incident, where Ted was found fleeing his state and shirking his COVID responsibilities, Marcella claims to have texted him and told him to just own the Cancun situation and just say federalism. Like, boom, federalism is a good argument for an elected official taking a vacation out of state when the working people who elected him and pay for his lifestyle are undergoing a crisis. I had enough of them and decided to go back to the show floor. where
God, I
was
love
greeted
the
by an ad
ideas
from
that they
Moms
all
for
have.
America. And my favorite part of this ad was where they just show Trump, even though he doesn't say anything. Like, he's literally just on screen, and there's no reason because other people are talking. They then get into a pretty long video making pro-Palestinian protesters look like they're representing Hamas. It is very obviously made to look scary with a spooky noise background loop. But why aren't they showing any images of the 30,000 dead Palestinians? Probably because CPAC can't waver from Israel support. It ends with a scene of Mercedes asking, who's funding these young protesters? Why is it only happening in academia? And who's pushing anti-Semitism? I don't know.
Who's pushing wokeness, chat?
Up for what they believe is right? Why is it only happening in academia? Gee, Mercedes, could it be that it happens more at places where people are more open-minded and learn about things? Unlike here. It's also hysterical to have her saying, who's pushing anti-Semitism when there was an anti-George Soros talk on the main stage on this same day. Described by me as the dumbest smart man alive, Ben Carson is apparently a brilliant brain surgeon and a bad politician. Like, the ratio for how good he is at surgery and his amazing medical accomplishments is so bizarre. He was Secretary of Housing and Urban Development under Trump after a failed presidential bid, and now he does stuff like this, just talks in very sleepy tones about things he's deeply unqualified for. Carson's somnambulant tone seems to almost immediately put the half-full audience to
Poor
sleep,
guy.
myself included.
Poor guy got rolled.
He spreads fear of transgenderism being child abuse to applause.
As we see every day, virtually every single institutional power in our country has become openly hostile to conservatives, to Christians.
He does just kind of sound tired.
Our education system has been taken over by
Wasn't he the guy that spent like $30,000-ish just on like what's it called?
Transgenderism. And you know, they're putting all this stuff over on our young people who have
Wasn't it? He spent like $40 on like a set of glasses for his office.
Take somebody who's curious and impressionable.
Because he was like trying to market himself as like the Christian guy running, right?
It's nothing less than child abuse.
Fucking crazy.
Again, from a conservative thought gathering, I figured we'd see more nitty gritty, but even the guys who are former Trump cabinet members can't seem to muster deeper thoughts.
That's
than
fucking
trans
wild, though.
bad. And why would they when it's a line that gets such fervent applause with no facts or citations needed? Next up is Laura Trump, coming in at a rough 41. Laura Trump is Trump's daughter-in-law, and that's all the qualifications she needs, apparently. Honestly, I'm surprised Eric and the failed Donald clone didn't drag themselves away from thinking about Biden's junk long enough to make an appearance. The family's aspirations for becoming a political dynasty are at this point well known. Laura is a Nepo baby who, as early as February 24th, said if she were elected to co-chair of the National Republican Party, that every single penny will go to one and only job of the RNC. That is electing Donald J. Trump as President of the United States and saving this country. End quote. At least we know she's not for checks and balances, right? Which is probably fitting because Laura here is just working a campaign rally. She's talking as if issues under Biden weren't also Trump's issues, and going over just Trump's literal campaign talking points. We got another anti-trans talking point from Laura before saying she believes in a meritocracy.
Which means competing against other biological girls. And I want her
Love
to
it.
understand that in the United States of America, we get ahead and succeed by merit and merit alone. I will never raise her to rely even for 1 second on the poison and lie of identity politics.
Which is a wild thing to hear from someone literally only here because of her proximity to Trump. But hey, whatever gets you the job that pays, right? We get uproarious applause when she mentions she is running for co-chair of the RNC. She then says, I don't care who you get to vote as long as they vote the right way, which is like letting the anti-democratic mask slip just a little bit too much, especially
wait,
for
we
a
can
woman
build a
so
lot of
interested
stuff.
in election fraud as it is. This truly feels like a by-the-numbers campaign speech.
So we just need
generic,
chemicals?
perfectly manicured for maximum
I'll do
applause,
that.
and much like Laura's bone structure, completely fake. Next up is a talk about George Soros, who they
Rolled.
fondly infantilize as Georgie Soros. They open by talking about the epidemic of opioids and fentanyl, how criminals don't fear the law because there are no stops in place, and more fear-mongering about how Biden, despite being an idiot who can't do anything, is also a dictator. Let's talk about the line that law enforcement doesn't work in the country, because it's brought up here in connection to Soros, but is a claim we see again and
What?
again, usually in tandem with
Gender queer
Trump as a
sticker?
law and order president compared to Biden's
Wait.
America having devolved into some crime-filled hellscape. Conservatives, especially of the
What?
contingent, really like repeating the claim that under Biden, crime is
Wait.
up. Under Trump, things were much safer. From here, they will pivot, usually, to referencing George Floyd protests and cities being burned down as far as the eye
How do I get it?
and that liberal Marxist
Hint,
Democrats
put in detailing station to
engineered
equip.
all of this by defunding the police. Would it surprise you to know none of this is true?
That's so cool. Wait, there's a bunch of Pacific Drive is based?
Likely due to a surge of jobs
Pacific Drive is based?
due less to his
Holy shit,
policies than
Chad.
the end of the COVID pandemic.
Wait, how do I get this stuff though?
Means they don't need to resort to crime to solve problems. Under Trump, joblessness fell to a half-century low of 3.5%, and Biden has continued that streak, increasing it to 3.7% as of December 2024. Many of these victories have been claimed by both Trump and Biden's campaigns as reasons for why they're the economically
Straight
beneficial.
ally? Hell
But
yeah.
Honestly, it likely has more to do with a rebounding economy in the wake of a mishandled pandemic, which both parties were to blame for. So it's just fixing problems the Democrats and Republicans caused in the first
I don't know how to
place.
use this.
But more hiring has a knock-on effect on crime. This has been clearly shown in studies examining the effects of joblessness during the pandemic and the sharp rise in crimes across several major cities, which, funny enough, also happened under Trump. While the conservatives who took the stage seemed to act like the George Floyd riots happened under Biden, they didn't. It was Trump's leadership, or lack thereof, that led to the cities being burned down, as they like to say, even though that's a vast over-exaggeration meant to inspire fear in the easily scared suburbanites they cater to. But it also turns out that high violent crime is something to worry about more, mostly in red states. In fact,
Can I
stats
paint my
show
door?
the same
That looks
25
so
states that
bad.
went to Trump have the highest murder rates in the country and have since the year 2000 and have steadily increased.
I don't know how to. Oh god, why is it
Murders
so
went up
fucking
30%
bright?
under Trump in
Oh!
2020, which again does correlate to a rise in crime after the pandemic, and it should be noted it was the first rise in the murder rate overall in the previous 4 years. However, for red states,
Trans
cities with
inclusive
Trump
gay
mayors
men
and
pride
state
flag.
GOP
That's
governors,
amazing.
rates of violent
Wait,
crime
why is
were
this
higher
so
by
good?
70% compared to comparable areas under Democrat leadership. Trump and other conservatives spent the entirety of CPAC claiming that New York and California were overrun with lawless gangs, murder rates had spiked. The reality is that no, violent crime is drastically higher in red states like Louisiana, Mississippi, Arkansas,
Where is
and
it?
Texas. The places that love to
Where's it
campaign
putting
on
these
last
stickers?
gun
I have
laws
no
in the
clue.
cities are literally just lying about that. As always, my sources are sourced in a doc listed down below, and each of those sources has their own little sources for you to dig into, so knock yourself out. Since the BLM and George Floyd marches and riots, where protesters called for defunding the police, and a few Democrat lawmakers thought, hey, maybe we
I don't know where I put those
$10
stickers,
billion
but I'm
to reset
assuming
military
they're on
hardware.
here somewhere. I just can't see them
Republicans
because
have run with the idea
everything
that
looks
all
like
of the
shit.
Democrats wanna defund
Pacific
police
Drive
and
went
say
woke.
police
Yup,
have been
GG's.
funded all over the country.
What if I just throw
This
all of this shit in
also
here?
Isn't true. The Minneapolis Police Department, which was responsible for George Floyd's murder, did defund. But otherwise, in these supposedly lawless Democrat-run cities, police budgets expanded across the pandemic once the protests died down, though noticeably to only slight changes in crime because, as we've seen time and time again, expanding police services doesn't actually prevent crime,
Okay.
it just creates more abuses of power, which was the whole reason behind...
Cannot believe that we
defund the
lost
police so that
Pacific
they
Drive
don't
to the
have
woke.
tanks, and we can try and advocate for a more community-oriented approach. But whatever, America, let's just keep having incidents like this, where a woman answered her door with a legal gun in her own home, and police responded like we trained them to around law-abiding citizens, apparently.
Officers unloading more than 24 rounds through the front of the apartment. One deputy reloading her gun and continuing to shoot.
Go down, go down, go down.
A woman on the other side of the wall, identified as Ebony Pouncey, shot several times.
Wow, crazy.
Republicans like to lie about these issues because it plays to their law and order image, selling a vision of peace and safety to people who have likely never been near
Let's
any
just,
of the riots that broke out a couple years ago. In reality, they're simply lying, and facts and statistics show per
I don't know.
capita, red states are more unsafe.
I don't
Either
know.
way, though, a shocking number of crimes.
I can't even make a joke out of that. Like I can't even think of a joke to make out of that.
Police hiring? Why do they have military gear? Why have their budgets been expanded? But they don't seem to be doing the jobs that everyone claims they do so well. Policing, its impact on the economy, and crimes across states are all incredibly complicated and interwoven issues that there are no simple solutions for. But That won't stop conservatives from misrepresenting facts to push their narratives that Joe Biden is a Marxist who's taking away police.
Okay, so there's a crack, so I need a ceiling kit.
And now you know how they're almost entirely BS. Back to the stage where we begin talking about lawfare. The mushy Kurt Angle wannabe sets up another guy to say the Democrats
Fragile,
using
fix
Soros
none.
prosecutors to target political enemies.
Okay.
Which is exactly what
Okay, so
every person is
two
pledged
cracked
to do
windows, so
upon
I just need a
entering office,
ceiling
something
kit.
By now, we've seen several speakers openly admit and talk about. This talk seemed to only mention Soros in the title for brand appeal to get people to show up, because honestly, it had very little to do with him. I grew bored again and antsy and felt my effort maybe better spent elsewhere. I decided to go see how the vendor floor was doing. As I perused the vendor hall once more, I noticed more people trying out the Wii Balance board, and this suspicious gentleman who was sporting a lab coat but didn't really look like a scientist. I tried out the January 6th pinball game as a kindly man held my phone. As a fan of digital pinball, it was clearly made by somebody who knew the genre, but something in the physics were off, making the lanes hard to hit, and a lot of these zones were unintuitive. 4 out of 10. I noted the Trump bus in the corner of the room was now full of signatures covering his face, neck, the entirety of the bus. This got me thinking that there were so many different scribbles and signatures on the bus that someone could probably write something and it would be days before anybody even found out. So, did I write something? I made my way back up to the second floor and wandered down the row
Hell
of
yeah.
podcasters, radio hosts,
Beast.
and other niche conservative boomer influencers I had never heard of. I don't know the context, but I walked by with perfect timing to see this child being interviewed. It was around this time I ran into Bishop Strickland arguing with a British news anchor. And then I saw these two, which is, I don't even know what else to say. I saw them. And on that note, I want you to know the gargantuan, Olympian levels of self-restraint I'm showing by not insulting the appearances of literally thousands of people. For example,
You know what?
the
Shout out
groups
to
of
her
large
for
college
like
Republicans and
not
the
doing
large
it.
groups of college Republicans. I ran into the MAGA rapper himself, Forgiato Blow, whose artistry we've looked at on the channel. In our photos together, he appeared to be trying to look even more awkward than the look I had practiced, leading to these absolute works of art. I popped back into the main stage and saw some gas company execs talking about how great gas is. Two of these ding-dongs are Tim Stewart and RJ Burr. Tim Stewart is an oil lobbyist working for a tax-exempt 501c organization where he pulled in a nice crisp $200,000 salary in 2022. So, a real man of the people. RJ Burr is the CEO of Panex Oil and
Trust
Gas,
that man
a
with my
gas
tax
company
dollars.
and part of a family dynasty that has been looking to get investors. He's a third-generation oil man, and he's done plenty of talking in the past on the benefits of oil, especially monetarily.
The greatest trick the environmentalists ever pulled was convincing the world that oil was bad. Because that's been one of the greatest tricks they've ever pulled. Because without oil, there is no modern world. And so, like it or not, that's what it is. Well, there's a chance. Why can't somebody come in and consolidate all this? Start buying up all these properties. If you had a chance to get into something that you knew everybody needed and nobody else for some reason wanted it, you'd be sitting in a pretty good position.
How do I get back to Syria?
Well, that's the exact scenario we have in the oil and gas industry right now. So all of these people are running from oil. Well, man, I'm a kid in a candy store. We can go through.
I'm guessing
and
this is
kick the
Syria.
tires. We don't have to buy anything, but we have now a wealth of potential reserves that we can go through and just purchase what we want.
And I wonder why these two would be interested in less regulations under new Trump regime. Anyway, I want to think about what lobbyists and CEOs have planned, because did you know
Chat,
oil companies
I think
are
we can
actually
trust
the
them.
little guy? And like so many other talks today, this quickly became another one that was just boring me to tears as it devolved into more open partisan hackery, and they talked about Biden's social engineering. Like, I don't think he could engineer an ice cream social, and the dude loves his tasty treats. I was ping-ponging around looking for something to keep my attention when I ran into Michael Knowles doing a spot on the Alex Lace show. I decided I needed to ask him something, so I blended into a group of younger Republican college students and waited to ask him a burning question.
Really quick question. Yes. Is Matt Walsh as grumpy as he appears on camera?
Much grumpier, actually.
Really?
Much. You
For
have
real?
no idea. Very abusive, monstrous.
Well, you know, I believe it. I believe it.
After having my curiosity sated, I needed a break from the humid, packed interior. As my partner...
That's so funny.
You know it smells crazy in there. I acquired a bubble tea and went back to the convention center, refueled for the final stretch of the day, or at least attempting to gather what strength I had left. I walked into the main hall in the middle of Dave Sunday, who sounds like a children's TV show, talking about how conservatives definitely believe in rehabilitation and restorative justice. A Reagan propaganda movie trailer played, and it looks preposterous, but I am curious how closely it actually adheres to the well-documented history, like Nancy Reagan's fellatio skills. Next up was Would Moses Go to College? And it claimed to be a talk all about stopping Jew hatred. In reality, it was about spreading propaganda that anyone advocating Palestinian rights and freedoms was a hateful anti-Semite, and it was just all about ending anti-Semitism, but from an ultra-right Zionist angle. As seen in the protester footage earlier,
I feel like it'd be so fun to like.
Gaza that have been killed now to the tune
I
of
feel like it'd almost be like going to a zoo, going to like watch a spectacle occur.
as an even larger humanitarian crisis threatens to spread disease.
Like if you legitimately go to like one of these fucking events, like it'd have to be like a lot of fun just to look at all like, just like go undercover. I feel like it would actually be fun.
Anyone who defends Palestinian civilians or points to how Hamas is a result of the Israeli government's long-suffered oppression of Palestinians is in fact a Hamas sympathizer and a terrorist in their own right. They basically blamed all of the deaths in Palestine on Hamas.
I would have to do what she did. I would either have to boy mode through it, or I would have to wait until I would be like very, very, very passing. Which, funny enough, I feel like she could have just gone
This is an easy
as she is, but I understand wanting to do it out of like a safety.
This is a talking point popularized by Vivek Ramaswamy.
Mention one statistic: 50%, 50% of Americans between the ages of 18 and 34 years old say that Hamas's October the 7th terrorist attack against Israel was justified. So what is going to happen, God forbid?
Wow.
However, as noted by PolitiFact, this is not really the conclusion of the poll cited, as 3 other similar polls received drastically different results, and many of the answers contradict the students supporting Hamas, leading me to personally believe this poll was an outlier of being poorly worded and misunderstood. At least that's just my reading of it. Anyway, this statistic caused audible reactions.
Can't believe it.
As they kept talking about how terrible and woke our institutions are making our children. Failed actor and trans genocide daydreamer Michael Knowles was next up on the schedule, and that pretty much sums him up. Despite a healthy career, Knowles has become an also-ran of other Daily Wire personalities like Shapiro and Walsh. He's just kind of there, one notch above Andrew Klavan.
They're all literally there to entertain like thousands of people every day. And the only way for them to entertain those people is to continually just say more and more heinous shit. That's crazy.
It's a shame that he sold his soul to shill for people like this, because under other circumstances, I think he could have been actually a pretty cool guy. He also has never really seemed to have the same deep hatred as people like Matt Walsh or Jack Posobiec, despite some of the radical things he's said. Much of Michael's act was spreading more fears about the border invasion, how diversity isn't our strength.
They're doing it to fit in, chat. Like they're actually just afraid to not fit in. They're afraid to be a little bit different.
These claims edge just
I bet you a solid amount of these guys are actually fucking like trans women.
Still had and welcomed Nazis. It's great replacement theory.
That's
It's
crazy.
14 words, just a few steps away, so the more centrist-minded conservatives won't get wise to the broad racism of the party platform. The Great Replacement theory is a fraud, by the way. It's an ethno-nationalist talking point that gets regurgitated plenty online, especially recently on Twitter by known idiot Elon Musk. Unsurprisingly, for anybody who watched my video on the history of anti-Semitism, it can be traced back to anti-Semitic conspiracies about Jewish people undermining the West by using migrants, which was popularized as an idea in white nationalist circles in the violent revenge fantasy The Turner Diaries, which depicts a lone warrior killing the enemies of the Aryan race. A number of mass shooters have also ascribed to these same fears, including a shooter who killed 9 people in a black church in 2015, the Pittsburgh synagogue shooter in 2018, and the Christchurch shooter in 2019. So it's super cool and normal to have so many people spreading these hateful and debunked talking points. Gee, I wonder why MAGA draws in so many Nazis and white nationalists. If you want a good breakdown of why it's such a dumb theory, I fully recommend Sean's video on the subject.
Who could have seen this coming?
Back to Michael, who is advocating open Christian nationalism like many others have, and it's here that it begins to feel like a PragerU talk, which Michael has also done. From my brief experience observing him, Knowles feels incredibly polished, to the point of being basically a mirror for whatever ideology is pointed at him. He doesn't seem to have a personality, aside from being a passively good-looking automaton.
1 second. I think my Amazon delivery driver's here.
And
Oh, chat, we're cooking. Chat, it's unboxing time. It's unboxing time. This is some cool ass shit, by the way. One sec. I gotta change headphones. One sec. Popping those off. We're going full gamer mode. Alright.
his talk was kind of just tame and lame, and maybe it was just because I'd been watching this shit all day I felt that way. And it was around this point that I decided to leave. It had been a long day of walking and talking, and I had 2 even longer days ahead of me. There'd been so many blatant lies constantly spewed that were so readily and wholeheartedly ready to be believed by the audience in attendance that I felt like I had really fallen down the rabbit hole. Except instead of the Red Queen, it was the Orange King, and the crowd would just cheer and applaud whenever he said off with their head. So with that, I leave you this first
We got a
video
lighting
of my
set.
CPAC
Let's
experience.
fucking
There's
go.
still so much more to talk about, and arguably the most nightmarish and surreal moments are still ahead, including Trump's speech, a variety of interviews I was able to do, including with the owner of the woke water bottle company, and oh shit, I totally forgot to mention, I've been on Grindr at CPAC the whole time.
Dude, come on! No way!
And thank you very much for watching this first part of my CPAC under.
That was only the first part. Wait, we're done with it? Oh my goodness. God damn. Oh wow, that is insane. Wait. We gotta go see if second part's up. Yes! Part 2's up! Pog! Oh, we're watching it.
Previously on Dead Domain, I went undercover to CPAC 2024, the largest gathering of conservatives of the year, or so I'm told, to see how radical the Trump movement really is. In my previous video, I covered the first few days of the event, including debunking several large talking points that continued to rear their heads during the conference. So if you haven't seen part 1, make sure you go check it out first, because from here we get a straight shot to the end event, a speech from the big man himself, Donald Trump. However, before I continue, I want to take a moment to discuss a small side project I had been working on to this point. I'd created a new profile, complete with pictures, and I had been trolling the gay dating and hookup app Grindr for the entire time I had been at CPAC. Yes, that is me, DL Twink, DL standing for down low, which for you cis straights in the audience means you want to suck dick but you're afraid of your wife knowing. As DL Twink, I merely had a picture of me in skimpy underwear, and that was more than enough bait to set a trap as I wandered around CPAC. You see, I had heard legends of the gays among conservatives using conventions like this to
Hell
let
yeah.
the pride flag fly a little bit,
Babe.
indulging themselves out of town where they can relish the relative anonymity and time away from families, etc. Men who are bi, closeted, or on the DL have always been rumored to live amongst
Oh
these
my
staunch
God.
conservatives in the movement, afraid
This
to
is
come out
so
of the closet
good.
and live their lives because conservatives have always met gay people with hate and derision, even when they try and become one of the good ones. So I know you're wondering, did I get any hints? Is this true? Is CPAC really a hotbed of closeted men who simply yearn to guzzle some hot, young...
Stop!
Absolutely.
No!
During
My
my 4 days there,
TOS.
I came across no less than 32 accounts that were in direct vicinity of the event, were attending the event, and propositioned me in some way or another. I need to reiterate that I didn't show any pictures of my face, just a little undie pic, and that was enough to get invited to several hotel rooms. And I'm not just speculating, this isn't just me saying, oh, here were a bunch of Grindr accounts in the area of the hotel. I was able to verify that these people were at CPAC from their own testimony and messages. I won't be showing all the messages because if you know anything about dating apps with cis men on them, gay or not, you know I can't. I was sent so many boner pics, like truly an unsettling amount. The amount of old man dick I've seen, I will never be the same. Probably most surprising was the variety of accounts, with many predictably being slightly older men in their 40s or 50s, who were the most blunt, least conversational, and most awkward, but there was also a strong contingent of younger candidates on Grindr in their early to late 20s, many of whom seemed much better versed in the lingo of a gay hookup app. Like this one person who, upon receiving a special skimpy pic I sent while fishing for information from him, simply responded, "There's nothing down low about this." Ow. Ouch. That's the closest I came to being found out this entire time. I also can't discount the probability that some of them were likely reporters, including one promising profile that prominently displayed a British flag. If you happen to be watching this and know who you are, call me, by the way. But overall, yes, there were a bunch of conservative men on Grindr during CPAC 2024 actively looking for hot young DL twink tail. And because I had to see this message, now you have to see this time one of them called Trump daddy in my messages.
Oh no, not the daddy!
Friday, I got to the event slightly late. I got to talk with Mark
it's so
about his
cursed.
work with GOP in his local area, and he told me some more of his opinions on various things in the conservative movement.
Did you see that guy, Bakari, speak? Nayib? Oh, he was awesome, dude.
Oh, El Salvador.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He was great. He was super great. I think he was the guy who stole the show for me. I kind of knew about him because of the Bitcoin stuff and what he did with the with the prisons and all that down there. But man, he stole the show. He made so many people in the front a little nervous. All these Jewish guys were all nervous when he was talking. It was hilarious.
Today,
Oh God, he's such a loser. He's such a loser.
Missed the opening talk by Sebastian Gorka. Like Steve Bannon, Gorka is a weird old dude with a lot of suspicious ties to all
shit.
movements. He has family ties to Nazi-adjacent paramilitary groups in World War II that he is very proud of, despite his father not actually being a part of the
shit, you know?
like Gorka claimed when he wore insignias of
Maybe I should get
era.
myself to somewhere
He's now a
safe. I
talk
forgot
show
my
host
game was
after
still
his stint
going.
in the Trump admin and gets plenty of speaking gigs like this. On my way to the speaking stage, I got flagged down by a really cute girl with a French accent who wanted to talk about interviewing evangelical Trump supporters.
Supporting Trump, what do you think about this kind of support for Trump?
I think it's great. I think Trump has the evangelical vote because he believes in strong Christian values, and
Oh God.
those pastors supporting him are just helping to further that agenda.
This
I
probably
was wearing
killed
a
her.
shirt that said, "Jesus is my savior, Trump is my president." So that one is on me, I suppose. Right after, I was approached by an old woman who wanted to talk to someone about whistleblowers she knew. I don't know why she chose me.
I wonder how many people showed up there,
She
like,
was just there alone.
out of the
Just
blue.
wanted someone to talk to. I couldn't quite make out all of what she was saying over the nearby war room booth, but she told me about friends of hers who were whistleblowers and had talked about Boeing selling secrets to China.
I've never met them, but I've talked to a lot of them.
Nice.
I'm actually a whistleblower myself. And
Oh, yeah?
my case actually went all the way to Federal Circuit. I won the president's Federal Circuit, and then Congress actually freed the ball.
Oh no.
Yeah. So, but it was because there were many cross-race abuse.
The like understanding, but like also not, is so great. I think this is honestly hilarious.
Them, just talked online. I made an excuse to go to the bathroom to get away, and later I saw her talking to someone else, so I wondered if they got the same whistleblower expose I did. When I finally get to the stage, Jay Aba has taken the stage for CPAC Japan. While he is president of the Japanese Conservative Union, he is also a member of the far-right Japanese cult called Happy Science. The cult was founded in 1986 by a man who claimed to be a
What?
reincarnation of a god from Venus who created all life on Earth, Ryuho Okawa. Okawa has used Abe's political position to further ties with right-wing nationalist movements in America, growing closer to open nationalists like Steve Bannon and CPAC head Matt Schlapp. Abe has been a longtime member of this movement and doesn't really like to talk about it publicly.
Oh,
I wonder
shit.
why. Anyway, the guy who follows a reincarnated Venus Jesus is talking, so let's listen in.
So one example of this is something that happened in Japan
Ah,
last
shit.
June. Of course, we want everybody to have equal rights, including the LGBTQ community. But there was a law in Japan that was essentially forced through that didn't just give equal rights, it sort of forced the ideology on the Japanese people.
Charge required? Fuck. While driving remain in the air for 6 seconds. That's so funny.
駐日大使、彼がものすごく主張して、これはバイデン政権の大きな政治目標だから、ぜひ日本でも実現しなければいけないと、もうメディアで、そしていろんな政党の党首に働きかけて、無理やりこの運動を日本で起こしたんですね。
And former mayor of Chicago, Rahm Emanuel, who is now ambassador to Japan, he's the one who really forced this through on Japan.
This is mostly a translated speech where even the Japanese contingent is spreading LGBTQ fears and blaming Rahm.
I don't know how to
which
move
gets
my
a huge
car.
murmur from the crowd. I putz back into the hall for a brief spell where I
Oh, can I
run
kick
into
it?
Sebastian Gorka himself, who is an unexpectedly large man, and his head is larger in real life than this picture portrays. So I guess I did get to see him that day after all. The other talk I wanted to see and missed was from Kash Patel, who was shilling his book Government Gangsters. Kash Patel is a Trump loyalist who went on to work
Jesus
for Truth Social.
Christ.
During an interview with Steve Bannon's War Room, Patel confirmed the Trump campaign's plans to enact revenge on their political opponents if elected. So he's another person talking about personal liberty and freedom who very obviously doesn't believe in any of those things for people who don't agree with him. Quote, "We will go out and find the conspirators, not just in government, but in the media. We're going to come after the people in the media who lied about American citizens, who helped Joe Biden rig presidential elections. We're going to come after you, whether it's criminally or civilly. We'll figure that out. But yeah, we're putting you all on notice. And Steve, this is why they hate us. This is why we're tyrannical. This is why we're dictators. Because we're actually going to use the Constitution to prosecute them for crimes they said we have always been guilty of but never have." End quote. No, I missed that.
My
phone
car is
talk.
so
The first
stuck.
one I was unfortunate enough to
Wait!
look into
Oh,
was
oh, oh,
the
oh,
American Football Bar Association, featuring Ken Paxton and Stephen Miller. Ken Paxton is the Texas Attorney General.
I think I got it.
General asshole. In 2015, he was indicted for fraud in a case that is now underway in 2024. In 2022, he said he would uphold
No way.
bans on same-sex relationships. He wants total abortion bans, even in cases of rape and incest, and he is very in favor of gerrymandering for votes. And he's repeatedly sided with massive corporations when they do crimes. Like in 2017, when he basically ran interference for ExxonMobil and demanded investigations into their possibly faked climate impact reporting to be stopped. Or when a real estate developer donated $25,000 to Paxton, who then went
Please.
after adversaries of the
Please.
developer, according to members of Paxton's own campaign. Paxton got most of his fundraising, would you believe it, from rich assholes, particularly in the oil industry. He was impeached in 2023 with the Texas House citing, quote, "years of abuses of office." Shocker. So all around a great guy to interview about the law, right? Well, what about Stephen Miller? Trump's former senior advisor and a mask-off white nationalist. He was a massive part of family separation at the border and was even noted to have enjoyed pictures of the separated children. He's previously worked with anti-Muslim hate groups. He was at college friends with literal Nazi Richard Spencer. In a series of leaked emails to Breitbart News, he praised and recommended beloved neo-Nazi and racist books like Camp of the Saints. During his time as the Trump admin, he spread fears about wealth placement and demographics of the U.S. being
I wish I would have known that.
So
That would have been nice.
This guy is a genuine sicko.
Oh my
So let's see
god,
what he
wait.
and Ken Paxton have to say about the law. It opens with Ken Paxton talking about how government is going to use law to abuse power and how they should change that. I want to be clear, this talk is one of the clearest looks at how the Trump circle is going to use Project 2025 to circumvent checks and balances to target political opposition while also protecting themselves, and they don't hide it at all. Stephen Miller advocates putting every legal position as hard-right conservatives.
Because the only way out of this nightmare is going to be filling every legal office in this country with Dan Bishops and Ken Paxtons. That's the short answer.
Because it's CPAC, we need to plug some trans panic talks. They bring up needing to press charges against teachers for trans ideology, for child abuse. This is exactly the kind of dangerous rhetoric that will lead to violence against trans people and their allies.
A number of states, for example, have passed laws saying that you can't have this in the curriculum or you can't have that in the curriculum and you can't teach DEI and so on and so forth. Without exception, I can promise you, all the commies in the classroom changed the name of their lecture, changed one word, changed one little paragraph in the syllabus, and did the exact same damn thing every single day because they're communists and that's what they do. Were they sued? No. Were they arrested if they broke a law and it's applicable? No. Did any DA anywhere, if you're talking about trans issues, think of arresting somebody for abusing children with trans ideology? No. We write law.
And then Miller advocates writing laws specifically to target the left and not the right.
But you have to write laws to actually go after the enemy. Big, broad, neutral laws will be used to crush us. They will be used to obliterate us. Look at what New York did when they went after Donald Trump. They changed the law, which is unconstitutional, by the way, to go after one man. To go after one man. If you just have a law change in Florida that says it's way easier to punish people for defamation, end of law, what the hell do you think is going to happen? Every left-wing trial lawyer in the country is going to move to Florida and sue the hell out of every conservative influencer, podcaster, everybody else. Write the law so it protects your friends and harms the bad guys. Otherwise, you're handing them a sword to run right through you. Congressman.
We don't abuse the law, he says. And just nobody sees the cognitive dissonance between saying we will target our enemies, but we won't abuse the law. Okay. Then Miller advocates military power at the border, denying asylum seekers, to standing and raucous applause. Amid the applause for open violence against asylum seekers, this seems as good a time as any to talk about the various conspiracies on the southern border and how the right wing just keeps pretending things that aren't happening are actually going to kill us all. Republicans like to say Biden hasn't expelled anyone. They like to portray Trump versus Biden as two extremes, one being Trump, who will defend the southern border steadfastly, and Biden, who is letting millions, they literally constantly say millions, of people into the country to steal elections, replace us, or whatever else they get worked up about. First off, Trump's practices weren't good. While sickos like Miller like seeing suffering children, after Trump's controversial child separation policy was reversed by Biden, there were still 1,000 missing children who have apparently just vanished under Trump. Kind of seems like something the God's kids are not for sale crowd should get more worked up about, huh? Also, while border apprehensions were up, and so were ICE arrests under Trump, they remained lower than under Obama. The same can be said for deportations, which Obama also passed Trump in. By the logic that Obama is secretly controlling Biden that I keep hearing at CPAC, shouldn't that mean the border would be safer? And would you believe it that Biden has also been tougher on border security than Trump, resulting in not just more deportations, but actual legal immigrations to the country, which I suspect is what the conservatives really don't want. Anyway, let's not let facts get in the way of our narrative that Biden is working with cartels and they
Dude,
literally
batteries.
say we're at war with
I have
the
a box
president.
light now. I have two box lights.
This is exactly what they want. They know they're helping the cartels bring drugs in, human trafficking. It is all designed by our own government. And so we are in a war with the cartels, with the Chinese importing fentanyl, and our own president.
I just only set one of them up because
in my state. So we have to have a new president because this is clearly not working.
I decided to get some interviews now that the majority of the day crowd seemed to have trickled in. On my way out, an old man gave me a poorly printed card telling me about Christ being my savior, even though, like, I'm already wearing the shirt, dude. After a full day, I had expected more booths to be set up in the vendor hall. I wander a bit, noting how much of the massive vendor space is just going completely unused. I dive in, partially out of boredom and partially out of morbid curiosity. I try out the Wii dance pad, and it just feels like standing on vibrators. I don't know what else I was expecting, to be honest. My plan had always been to bring 2 shirts and buy a third one at the show. I made my way to the sole and primary merch booth, which still had a wide assortment of tacky rhinestone implements that middle-aged white women were fawning over. I got my shirt and was thanked for my patronage by the seller as he handed me my Punish Trump merch, noting the particularly piss-poor quality of the print and fabric. Looking around, I also saw these chintzy fake gold bobbleheads. The one that had been pulled to display and advertise had a sloppy printing error prominently displayed. These were apparently being sold for $40 a piece. I decided to get some interviews and spied a solid candidate, a woman sporting head-to-toe Trump gear, bedazzled like Liberace's Taylor had a seizure.
Take a little minute. Alrighty, so I just kind of want to interview you really quick, just get the kind of how you're feeling about the movement, how you're feeling being here at CPAC.
Very disheartened, but go ahead.
No, You're totally okay. Alrighty, we are here. What's your name?
My name's Roberta.
Nice to meet you, Roberta. I'm Keith. Tell us a little bit about what brings you to CPAC.
Well, Jesus Christ brought me.
Oh,
to save
Jesus
souls
Christ brought her, chat.
And because I love
We're
God.
saved.
Now, when Trump gets reelected, what are some things you would like to see change in America?
Well, I want the border closed again. I want the pipeline reopened so we can get lower gases, and for him to do something about the grocery bills.
Yes, yeah, that would be nice without Biden inflation. Tell me a little bit. How do you feel about
This
the
fucking
kind of
video.
DEI
It had to like hurt her soul.
Awful. Yeah.
Awful. Like Chick-fil-A, a Christian company, has that at their corporate office. You knew that?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. I am blown away when I learn these things because I just cannot believe.
I wonder if I could get this one set up like behind my computer.
I can't believe these people are listening to Satan.
Yeah.
Because it's all Satan of this world driven. And Jesus said, if you love this world, you don't love me. So I am persecuted everywhere I go because I'm promoting Jesus everywhere I go. And I'm unapologetic for it.
And tell me a little bit about how you feel about just connected to the DEI, the transgenderism and the wokeness and all the stuff affecting our kids. And do you think, what do you want to see Trump do about things like transgenderism?
God, this is like, I don't want to show anyone anything anywhere near the back of my computer, ever.
I'll just paraphrase.
You know what? I think that's what I'm going to do tomorrow. I'm going to get some kits, some like cable management kits, and I'm going to set this stuff up super well.
You get no federal or state funding.
Untransgender them.
Anybody, I want to say, that is caught molesting a child should be locked up forever or get the death penalty.
Amen.
Because our children, and I know several MK Ultra survivors that I've met on the campaign trail the last couple of years, where they are traumatized for life. Now they've gotten counseling, and are they surviving? Yes. But are they traumatized for life?
Oh gosh. I'm trying to get this set up to the right. Oh gosh, I hit my camera.
One of my grandkids, I've got an AR-15 for you.
After our chat, we ended up actually walking a little bit more, and she told me about how her kids don't talk to her anymore as she began crying, and I tried to offer her some kind of advice.
My kids are secular right now.
Mm-hmm.
They're not listening to their Christian mother, and they think I am a wackadoo for doing this for the last 4 years.
Are you distant from them, or have they?
My daughter has been with me for years.
Are they like those woke college type kids?
So they're all in their 30s.
Okay.
So college did a number on them.
Right.
As you can tell, I'm very alpha. I'm very mama bear.
Mm-hmm.
Not helicopter, but I'm talk to me kind of parent.
Right. Yeah.
And got them all through college on my little blue collar salary. None of them had loans. I did it all. Got them successful. Got them out in the world. Set them all up. And then they started not talking to me anymore. Like, their friends are all more important. I understand that's what happens because I kind of did it in my 20s too.
Mm-hmm.
But I never stopped talking to my mother.
Right.
Like, she's my rock, or was. She died a long time ago, but I'm like, how can you, the one person that's been there for you? So I don't get it. You want to give me a perspective on how to, I've given them to God, but it makes me cry. How do I deal with this? Because there's no guarantee that they're going to come back.
I think you gotta keep having faith.
And they don't believe the way I do.
Everybody goes through their tribulations. That's what God puts us through, right?
Yeah.
And everybody comes back for one reason or another. Even Jesus went out into the desert.
Okay. Okay.
and came back. But that's where you gotta have faith. That's why it's called faith, because there's not proof that it's going, that they're gonna come back.
Grows through trials and tribulations.
Exactly.
All right.
Exactly.
And it's like
We're lit up.
I'm strong enough.
We're lit up in this
Of the 2
bitch.
Fridays experience, I perused some of the booths looking for someone else to interview.
I kind of want it
Sat
to
down with
be
one of the people at the Woke Tears
warmer
Water Booth,
light.
talking about how popular the brand had been at Turning Point USA events. To be clear, this is simply water, the most plentiful natural resource in nature, but packaged with a political message and sold for a premium.
All right, if you could introduce us, tell everybody your name.
Hi, I'm JP Moore, and I'm here with Woke Tears Water.
And can you tell us a little bit about the business, what inspired the idea? How
Dude,
you brought it to CPAC?
we're looking professional in this bitch now. Holy shit.
Founder Kyle Turan, who escaped the Soviet Union in the 80s. He understood the power of, woke ideology and wanted something to combat it. And this is kind of the idea that he came up with, and I got involved.
Guys, we gotta beat the woke energy.
And have you guys seen a lot of success?
Yeah, so we launched back in December from Turning Point America Fest in Phoenix, and we've had some actually.
I also got this tripod
and people seem to love the brand and the humor, and
for my webcam.
Throw it into the future.
Guys, we look hella OnlyFans right now. Holy shit.
Yes, yeah. So everyone loves it. I'd say we're definitely one of the funniest bottled water brands, probably the funniest bottled water brand. Everyone loves all of our humor. We have a ton more on the website in addition to all the stuff here. WokeTearsWater.com is where you can find that. Some awesome jokes. Everything's family friendly because we don't want to restrict kids from our push against the woke movement.
Isn't like the
I interviewed
woke
Magma
tears or
hammocks
something like
lady.
that? Isn't
Actually,
tears like also mean cum?
Hammocks did look comfortable, in fairness.
Hi, we are here with what's your name?
Ana Villalobos.
And tell us about your business, Anna.
My business is
Oh, this is
MAGA
cool.
hammocks. Make America Great Again hammocks. That's what it means.
Swing right.
Swing
saw,
right.
Saw the,
Yes.
saw the ad.
Yes. So everything is, I designed them in here in the United States. I send the products back to my country, El Salvador, and we make it with USA material. This is the
Cool, it's like a
press we
phone
use.
holder.
It's printed by hand.
Oh, sick. Because then there's like the actual camera attachment, right?
And it's about
Right
good
here.
messages, what we feel, what
For
we
when I get a DSLR or DSLR camera.
So we honor the president.
And then
Donald Trump.
this, I'm assuming,
I feel like
is
he's my voice. I feel that he,
oh, a microphone, like a microphone
talk
stand.
about what I feel, and so I am.
Cool.
We honor him in the hammocks. A lot of them.
Hell yeah.
And what kind of inspired?
Oh, and then what's this? Oh, oh, it's just a regular. Okay. Cool.
It's our culture. We
We're
sleep
unboxing.
indoors because they're more comfortable than beds. So,
Would recommend a Sony camera. I actually 100% will take any and all recommendations. Just DM me. I straight up do. I have no clue what I'm doing when it comes to cameras. I was looking for a balance between video and audio. Right now I have a Logitech Vio or something like that. I don't know how this one looks on your side, but
What do you hope to see change in America?
Better economy. Be safe in the street. Crimes going down. That's very, very important.
we're looking professional, chat. Like, let's check it. Let's check it. The before.
It was then I saw this lone
Wait.
attendee at a booth, and I asked to sit down for an interview, figuring it would
Before?
just be someone talking to me in generic terms about how
Looks
men are
okay.
demonized, how no
Looks
fault
all
should
right.
be
Doesn't look
abandoned,
bad.
and more manosphere right-wing adjacent rhetoric.
Oh
I was
God!
gonna
Wait, it's
say
swapped.
I
Oh, it's cold
was
light now.
not
Oh God!
prepared.
All right, we are here at CPAC
There we go.
with, tell us your name.
Hi, I'm Saif Khan.
Warm light.
Like that.
Hell yeah!
There you go.
Oh, I love it.
And tell us. a
Oh,
little
it's
bit
great.
about,
It's
what you're doing
fan-fucking-tastic.
here and the message you're trying to get out.
Sony would be good for the
Get people
Hell yeah.
the Biden regulations that have recently been sent to.
All right, we're just gonna move up here. Oh, I feel so fucking professional right now. This is awesome.
And it will roll back a lot of the changes Betsy DeVos brought in Title IX under President Trump, and they will severely.
What's yummy on Discord? Appreciate ya.
Due process protections that were put in place, and a lot of young men across America are going to get hit hard because of it.
Now, can you give us an example of how it will directly kind of affect young men?
Sure. Well, my story specifically, I was held from Yale in a Title IX hearing within which I was provided no cross-examination. I was provided no real ability to defend myself. All the evidence.
You want a boom mic, or are you just using the camera for the video? The thing is I don't know. I kind of like where I'm at in terms of my video audio production stuff.
And so a lot of these, my case went up pretty high up. And so there's a lot of these protections that will be rolled back, and so students will be at the mercy of how the administrator feels that day about that.
And what were you accused of that they didn't give you the due process?
Right, so I was accused of sexual assault on campus, and we have plenty of evidence from DNA to camera evidence, to card swipe evidence.
We do have to stop and loot stuff because I am running so low on.
Straight up lied about it.
Oh god, we gotta go.
I'm not allowed to present that evidence.
Okay. And do you think that's because like you were a conservative or anything like that?
There was a lot of different animus towards me. Part of it was related to my political beliefs, but
Oh
I'm
god.
from Afghanistan.
Oh,
and
okay.
so it was far more to do with their internal politics, where they, Yale, under the guidance of Obama, needed some specific people to target, and they chose me.
Well, I am sorry to hear that happen.
Thank you.
Are you a
Yeet.
Trump supporter then, a Trump voter?
I am not an American citizen, and
Okay,
so I will not be illegally voting like some people do. I respect American laws, so I'm not going to vote, but I wish well for America, and I hope that the right
Dude, this guy, you ever wonder if any of these guys goon?
I will say that Biden is inept and incompetent, and I don't think he's there. I think it's
You think these guys are ever just like some cool little gooners?
used like this. Just let him retire and be with his family.
Well, thank you very much. This case has been prominently reported on, and while I can't say for certain who was or wasn't guilty, I can say that the only reason he's able to countersue isn't necessarily for actual defamation, but because Yale themselves, in their hearings, did not follow proper procedure and allow him to do things like cross-examination and for the accused to call witnesses. It should be noted that before being acquitted, he was found responsible by the university-wide Committee on Sexual Assault, which he was expelled for in 2019. This interview spate between MAGA hammocks, woke tears, bling lady,
Wow.
and Mr. Yale
Guys, that is
had already been a
so
roller coaster,
surprising.
and I hadn't walked 2 feet from this man when a kindly old Swedish
Oh,
woman
God!
sat me down to interview me, again noting my Jesus shirt. She interviewed for a Swedish foreign policy magazine, and she was also writing a book. So I decided to play off my undercover with some personality traits from my previous undercover work.
A new independent fundamental Baptist out of Spokane, Washington.
What do you call it? New independent?
Yeah, NIFB. F.
4735.
Fundamental Baptist.
Okay, so you have high hopes now for the election, I guess.
Yeah, I think Trump is definitely going to win. I mean, if you look at the way the economy has gone, you look at the crisis at the border, a lot of people are coming to realize Joe Biden's ineptitude just on his policy, and I think a lot of the mainstream
Scan the
kind of middle of the
stabilizer
road
map.
Americans are going to realize how much better they had it under Trump.
But to you, I mean, I maybe other people have asked that too.
How do I do that?
Some people, maybe Donald Trump does not really necessarily is a good
Christian.
symbol or a good spokesman for Christian values, considering, you know what.
He has been a controversial figure, but I think the Bible calls us to forgive those who show repentance,
Here's
and who
that,
show
and then
a willingness.
I don't know what else to
put
do
their
here.
past behind them, which I think Trump has definitely done.
Okay, you think so?
Mhm.
Like how?
I think that just through the way that he advocates for Christ and lives in the Word with his family and advocates for Christian values, I think he is definitely saved.
Okay. Okay, well, I mean, I guess you know what I'm going to ask. I mean, is there a lot of name calling and not exactly lifting up a certain...
Well, and I think Jesus was not always the nicest or most quiet guy. Like when he was outraged at something, he took a bundle of reeds
need
and
more
drove the Pharisees out
stuff.
of the temple.
You think so? Okay. Yeah, okay. I guess you can say that, yeah. Okay. So that's how you... Have you studied the Bible a lot?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yep. And what's your favorite?
Favorite book?
Yeah.
Oh, that's a great question. I myself am partial to the works of Paul. So all of the letters, Romans, Philippians, Colossians, all of those.
That they are sort of guiding you in your...
Very much so, yeah.
When I finally get back to the main hall, they're talking about guns. Literally
Oh, so if it's not here, it was in the next area.
Making the Constitution sound
Just
like
DM'd
a
you. One
holy
second. Let me check.
document.
I definitely have DMs from somebody.
Constitution is backed upon one key item. It is backed by our Christian Judeo beliefs. And that
I just got him. Yep.
our
Thank
inalienable
you.
right, God-given right,
This is why we love
from
Brit.
God to man,
We love
not the
Katara.
way Biden and the administration would like to
Katara
do.
482 is big gamer. Uh-oh. We are sliding.
Then to man, our right to defense, our right to free speech, our right to religion, our right to have a jury of our peers and to be tried not through the lawfare that is targeting our rightful president, President Donald J. Trump, but the idea that we have to protect these rights and they're going to go after the first little fracture. And that fracture is our Second Amendment. Because you're seeing where, and again, I've said this multiple times, our Second Amendment protects our First Amendment. And if we allow this to happen, you're going to see a bigger upon the administrative state. They have continued to do this, and at first they thought they could just tax us out of it. They thought they could just charge us with these frivolous payments. Oh, well, you have to pay this to own this weapon. You have to pay that to own that weapon. You have to pay this to hold and possess your weapon. You know, then you've got these red flag laws, which are unconstitutional in its entirety. Look, I come from the greatest, freest state in America, the great state of Florida. And I can tell you right now, there we go, there's a couple of my Floridians out there. But I can tell you right now, while everyone else in these blue states are talking about we have the highest regulations, you know what else they have, Carl? The highest criminality, the highest murders per capita.
Yeah.
And the reason why is because if you come, like you just talked about, to our house, you better bring a coroner with you.
Yeah, exactly.
When you come to the blue states, you can guarantee that there are free victims there.
Yeah.
And so,
And while I've talked about it before, I want to take an additional moment to dispel this notion that the Democrat-run cities are the most dangerous in America, because it's something the right loves to trot out again and again. The reality here is that, yes, these large Democrat metropolitan areas do see the highest number of
This is
crimes,
just
but that's
like-
because, by and large, they...
Like, if you ever want to understand where we're coming from when we say that the right wing is, like, dangerous,
have a pretty solid monopoly on the most violent places for pretty much any kind of violent crime. And for more information on this, I highly recommend checking out this article I will link down below from security.org. Then we have Jack Posobiec taking the stage, who, if you'll remember, had gained some attention for saying he wanted to overthrow democracy and replace it with a cross a few days earlier. Jack Posobiec is the world's oldest kindergartner and a white nationalist. He spread anti-Semitism, white identity conspiracies, and has been associated with OANN before joining Charlie Kirk's Turning Point USA. When he comes out, he immediately starts playing into his sarcastic assholery about his own words. Posobiec is easy to dislike because he's a snarky asshole who doesn't have much else to his personality. He's not funny, he's not clever, he's not even particularly articulate. He's well practiced at making people feel good for being assholes like him, though. Posobiec is a close associate of Bannon and Charlie Kirk, both of whom advocate the totalitarian Project 2025 we previously talked about. They're like an even more annoying Relaska talks. Posobiec, like his previous speech about overthrowing democracy and reinstituting it with Christian theocracy, uses incendiary and violent language purposefully to get attention from the media so he can spread his message while then claiming that the media is trying to take him out of context, even though that's exactly what he's inciting. And he does this all the while garnering support from his base, which has been trained to see anything the media reports on as literally fake news. We get some Western decline nonsense, talking about immigrants, trans stuff, before he says the West will rise again, which, yikes.
The West will rise again. We
Oh,
will rise.
okay, maybe this wasn't the right place to stop in.
Flooding into our ranks to support this cause that we never thought would come. People like J.K. Rowling, Bill Ackman, Elon Musk, who's given our voice back on social media. People like, I'm talking about the truth tellers, the freedom fighters who have suffered for their part in the...
Interestingly, he lists J.K. Rowling and Elon Musk by name as part of their movement, so next time someone tells you they aren't conservative, show them this Christian nationalist telling you they are. He then promises retribution, so the same targeting of enemies they claim is happening, but instead of for the actual crimes that Trump and Republicans do,
What am I
they're
doing
just gonna
here?
make shit up, as we heard a few speeches ago. Remember when Stephen Miller said they were going to make laws for the right people? Anyway, Posobiec gets a standing O from the sparsely attended audience, and it sounds like his speech is a little bit short compared to others. Next up is Adam Schiff Justice, another panel show with a bunch of C-tier guests nobody knows. At this point, the crowd seems restless, and a lot of people have begun talking among themselves. But I decided to look into some of the panelists. Brett Tolman is a former attorney general who helped the Trump administration specifically with pardoning people. For example, he helped pardon Jared Kushner's father, who was convicted of tax evasion, witness tampering, and campaign finance violations. He would be paid in exchange for these investigations and ensuing pardons, like getting $22,000 for seeking clemency for the inventor of the Silk Road, a dark web marketplace for drugs, child exploitation materials, stolen financial data, and more. Pam Bondi is a former Florida AG who has had suspicious ties to Scientology and being funded by the bizarre cult since at least 2010. She's come under plenty of fire for violating campaign finance laws, like from the IRS in 2016. When
Why
she
am I
received
like...
a large donation from Trump
These are like...
and
Dude, you're just listing off...
Then there's
Girly
Savannah
Pop.
Chrisley, a reality star they listed
Literally
as an
just straight up
actress.
list
She's the
a
daughter of real
person.
estate tycoon Todd Chrisley, who,
Dude, can
along
you
with his wife,
not?
was found guilty in 2022 of tax evasion, which Savannah repeatedly chalks up to being targeted for her family's beliefs. In reality, the family defrauded more than $30 million in loans to fund their lavish lifestyle. With such a wonderful cast, it might surprise you to know this is just painfully boring bitching about the FBI Mueller investigation. They go to great lengths to try and absolve Trump. They even call him the wealthiest man in America.
Always follow the money. What they know, Donald Trump didn't do any of this stuff. They don't care. What they want to do is have these huge judgments against him so they take the wealthiest man in America and bankrupt him.
Well,
The whole process
here's
is
when the
bankrupt.
government...
And he's not even in the top 400. They advocate Trump be immune from prosecution. They spread fears that regular Americans are going to be gone after.
Did you see the
every
trailer
member
for
of
the
Trump
new hero in
administration, which is
OW?
just
I did not,
Savannah
but I've
in particular
heard
seems
some
to be
stuff
working
about
some kind
them.
of early political career.
Are you talking
As
about
they
the
leave, they begin
the
to
they
play this
them?
next segment about Harvard being too dang woke.
Are you
so
talking about
of course
the
they're scamming
they
all the
them,
kids
or are you
about
talking
college
about
these
the
days. Next up, we have South
next
Dakota
one?
Governor Kristi Noem, who refused to mandate masks at the start of the pandemic. She's another lifelong politician who flexes.
Yeah,
with
our fun
down-home
little they
pride to
them.
depict herself as a woman of the people and
What's their
seems to be
name?
desperately seeking a Trump VP nom. Most notably, she worked with a major energy company to create.
No, I got to play her a bit.
legislation
I got to play them a bit. Fuck.
She proposed the Fairness
Guys,
Amendment Sports
I'm
Act to
canceled.
ban the infinitesimally small number of trans
I got to
athletes
play them a bit
and
while they were
abolish
being
the right of
venture.
permit
Yep.
carry firearms in her state.
I got to play them a bit.
$70,000
Them.
in
I
tax
said
for money,
them.
tricking out
No
the governor's
quoting.
mansion with imported drugs and a hot tub. We get a pump up reel
But
of Christine
yeah, I got to play them a little bit. They're fun. They're difficult though.
Embarrassing Marjorie Taylor Greene.
There was like a 3-day try period. Like you could try them out.
She opens with "Thank you for being true patriots and loving America," before playing up more of the small town work ethic BS. In reality, she has a net worth in several millions that has absolutely exploded since taking office and, let's say, diversifying her investments. Most of her campaign donations, despite the down-home aesthetic she pushes, are big money from out of state tied to, would you believe it, things like oil and her investments in real estate. Anyway, she wants
Wow,
to tell
crazy.
you people about who's really trying to take away freedoms, who's really tricking the American people.
This election, the choice is clear. There are two kinds of people in this country right now. There are people who love America, and there are those who hate them.
Someone clip it. No. Hey.
She talks about the people who
Chat,
love
let's
America
relax.
versus
Relax,
those who
guys.
hate it and are taking away your freedoms. And someone behind me says, "Yeah, that's about it," in response. She's listing out her qualifications here like it's literally a vice president job interview. We get some scattered cheers for no COVID lockdowns. South Dakota's COVID victory has less to do with not mandating masks, as thousands still died from the illness, and more to do with South Dakota ranking 46th in population density, making it one of the least
Can you
violent
not?
populated
Oh
states
my
where the land
fucking
takes
god.
up. She mentions suicide rates, which I thought was weird until I looked it up and realized that while South Dakota has a very low population density, it has one of the highest rates of suicide in the country. As of 2021, it had the 7th highest suicide rate in the nation. And if you're wondering, yes,
No.
most
No,
of
no,
the
no, no, no.
top 10 are well-known red states. Go mental health services, or don't. Republicans don't really seem to care either way. She uses words like inhumanity to describe Biden's border policy, yet openly talks about volunteering to bring razor wire down to Texas. She says countries are sending mental patients across the border, apparently. I haven't been able to find any source on this at all. I've looked high and low.
We know that China is taking advantage of the situation, that they're funneling military-aged men into our country, and many dangerous criminals and terrorists from other countries who hate us are making their way here too. Some countries are
Making their
emptying
way?
prisons
Making their way?
and their mental health institutions to send their responsibilities to us to handle.
And then this, unsurprisingly, just turns into another Trump speech, saying Trump is real, he cares about you, he doesn't think he's better than you.
President Trump, he broke politics in 2016. He just did. And I think that's a good thing, because he's real. He's not perfect, none of us are, but he cares about you. And what I love about him the most is that he doesn't think he's better than you.
Wow.
Which just really put the bow on this entire act.
What?
As being an effort to get in Trump's good graces, which
Whatever.
is fitting because, like Trump, she's full of shit and obviously interested in personal gain above all else. While it wasn't listed on the agenda, Jim Jordan would take the stage alongside Matt Schlapp, which is kind of fitting for someone undergoing sexual harassment and abuse investigations to be seen with someone who has a history of ignoring sexual harassment and abuse investigations in exchange for a position of power. Jim Jordan is a close ally of Trump, notable also for going all in on election conspiracies. Oh, and when he was Ohio State's assistant wrestling coach, he helped cover up the abuse of over 170 student patients from the team's physician. Several witnesses have said Jordan knew about it and covered it up, if you want to know what kind of person he is. He keeps up the Trump love and immediately asks for a round of applause for Trump. This talk seems to devolve quickly into just open paranoia about Fani Willis, and Matt Schlapp is playing the whole things for laughs, like a really bad comedy set.
Hunter Biden gets put on the board of Burisma, gets paid $1 million a year. Fact number...
But he is an energy expert, you have to give him that.
Fact number...
He has a lot of energy.
You didn't take the punch on fact number 2. Fact number 2, he's not qualified. He said so himself in an interview, I think...
It's like play-by-play and color play going on.
And it just sucks. At this point,
I'm not gonna lie, I thought at first he was talking about Jay Schlatt.
I'd hoped Jordan would bring more incendiary rhetoric, but he's not particularly known for being a radical or engaging speaker, just a loyal Trump lapdog, which is exactly the role he filled here. I took lunch in the atrium, where Bishop Strickland was chatting with other Catholic priests about whatever conservative Catholic priests talk about. I'm assuming covering up child abuse. On my way back, I ran into Lady Maga. The previous day I had seen the Nazis harassing her and decided to ask her some lingering questions. I was mostly curious about how someone who presents queer, who at least presents as a drag queen, can still be a MAGA fan.
I'm Ryan Woods, otherwise known as Lady Maga USA.
And so obviously you are a drag queen, you're doing drag. I actually saw yesterday some, I guess they would be called Reuters, kind of harassing you here.
Yeah, it was just one. I had a wonderful time. It was just one.
Perfect.
One young man who didn't want to talk. He just wanted to.
It was just like,
harass.
it was just like, that's so funny. Because the guy probably saw them, was like, wow, they're hot, and then like talked to them a little bit, it's like, wait, you're a man! And it's like, no, like, it's one of those things where it's like, you just have to think to yourself, you're like, dude, they're only mad that they were attracted to you. That you somehow tricked their circadian rhythm or their... Hi there, how you doing? Did you hear that in the background?
I guess that kind of asks or answers the other question, which would be, you know, a lot of
That's so fucking funny to
a
me.
lot of people see conservatives as kind of being against trans people, against.
Is there? I think that's a gas station, right?
To people who say like, why would you be a MAGA drag queen?
Right. Well, I'll explain why. Because all of the so-called anti-LGBT narratives that they love to run with and amplify and use fear-mongering and gaslighting, they're all common sense ideas. We don't want little children.
Gas station. Yep. So we gotta go here.
A mastectomy to be abused. We don't want lewdness and nudity in public parades. We don't want indoctrination with sexual.
Yep. We're gonna go up here. Oh, one more place to loot. One more place.
So they're manipulated in the LGBTQIA+ community to believe that things are so bad when really all we want is common sense. You know, all we want is safety for kids, basically. That's the reason I left the I call it the Alphabet Mafia. They're very much galvanized, organized.
Alphabet Mafia, dude. That sounds way cooler. Transing children! They said it! They said it! They said transy kids! Oh my god. The woke got the kids! The woke got the kids! I can't believe it!
Literally a few seconds after I turned my camera off, an old woman walking by said disgusting audibly to Lady MAGA, to which Lady MAGA simply shrugged and turned to me and smiled. It's like, girl, these people hate you. Love yourself more. What are you doing?
Dog needs to be let back inside.
It was back to the show. There's a lot to talk about with frat boy sex pest Matt Gaetz, and for a full breakdown, I recommend this video from James on Fun Day Fridays, and tell them Dead Domain sent you. But for a brief overview, Matt is another far-right Republican Trump ally and career politician with an Ivy League background. He was investigated for sex trafficking in 2020 and remains under Ethics Committee investigation for bribery, sharing sexual materials with colleagues on the House floor, illicit drug use, and other charges. He's a half-wit frat boy who would be a burnout working at McDonald's if not for the money he was born into. Matt starts out his set with some blatant Russia apologia, stating Ukraine is worse, which gets a standing ovation, and claiming Zelensky is worse than Putin. We get a Biden is an old guy joke before Matt Gaetz seems to just go all in on the more nationalistic aspects, likely in hopes of securing some kind of political future in light of his various controversies.
I'm opening the 2024 vintage of this wine, and I don't think it's going to get better with age. Joe Biden isn't getting sharper or stronger or smarter. He is getting older, weaker, and less equipped to lead. Trusting Joe Biden for 4 more years.
And the Trump contingent being the only.
If you're at CPAC, you don't need to run your campaign. You've already. If people are at CPAC, no moderate is sticking around today for.
He mentions
You're not winning any votes.
Investigated by the House Ethics Committee. He doesn't really mention why, though. I mean, it could have something to do with the charges that he had used illicit substances, or it could be that he continued sharing porn with his colleagues while at the workplace. All of his little idiosyncrasies, let's say, have led Gaetz to be on the outs with his colleagues. But here, in Trump country, at CPAC, he seems to be a big draw. Like, rousing applause, which shouldn't be too surprising given the company, I suppose. I puttered back into the main hall for a bit, where Mike Lindell was getting into a fight with some journalists. He was manic and asking for donations, saying, "All I have left is a pickup truck," as he went on.
I'm out $40 million. You know what I have left? My pickup truck and the house I live in. And I'm gonna start. You know, people say to me all the time, would you change anything? Do you regret anything? No.
Back in the main hall, Nigel Farage talked about the fears of globalism and leftist
Kinda just,
corporate
like,
systems,
sad.
basically
I'm
saying
not
he
even
was
gonna lie to
one
you.
standing up for the little guys of Britain. There were several more speakers for the day, but none of them looked particularly interesting or inflammatory, and I still had the Reagan dinner later that night, so I wanted to get some rest. In fact, all my notes have written down are go home and fucking nap. I ran into Carrie Lake on the way out and had to walk alongside Forgiato Blow's crew to leave. It was hot, cramped, uncomfortable, and just generally squalid. But on my way out, I saw a woman with a denim Stop messing with our kids' jacket, and I just couldn't let that opportunity pass me by without getting a interview for Patriot Northwest.
Yeah, I'm Ginger Larkin with Parents' Rights in Education, and we're based out of Oregon. We are a national organization, so we have a website in all 50 states, and we are trying to seek out affiliates that would lead those chapters or affiliations. So,
and tell me a little bit about kind of what your organization is.
So obviously we're fighting for parents that are kind of stuck in the public school system. We know there's a lot of things going on that we are not approving of course, with curriculum choices, with pornography in the libraries. Things that we're fighting against in Oregon is actually a piece of legislation that is very threatening, that wants to neuter the school boards from having any control over the curriculum. And so we're actually testifying against that right now and want to keep that power within the communities and ultimately the parents. So.
And could you give us some examples? So, people
There's only so much you can really say about this
that's happening in schools
without just like constantly repeating yourself. But part of me is just like, dude, holy shit.
Our curriculum is actually based.
At what point are these people just like, are we legitimately afraid that these people have just straight up lost their minds?
It's very pornographic for even K through 12, so the kindergartners are actually seeing pornography, which is absolutely unacceptable.
Now, when you say pornography, what do you mean by that? Like
Body
specific?
parts, they're actually seeing things that are telling them lies about gender identities and things like that. So there's as many genders as there are stars in the sky. It's very inaccurate, and
Oh, there it is.
it's lying to our children.
And do you think that this recent, I guess, fad of the transgenderism and like the DEI and everything that is being pushed kind of by the Biden administration, what do you think when Trump comes into office he would do to help and prevent that?
I think he would probably tag along with DeSantis with the parents' rights rule. We're hopeful. Obviously, we need to end up, countering this with legislation. So have the Oregon Department of Education, and that would be our ultimate goal, is to get rid of that department altogether. It's destructive and it's communist.
And what would you replace the Oregon Department of Education?
That doesn't feel good.
Yeah, more local rule.
Hey, bruh.
Keep the decisions within the communities, and that's why our organization will promote. We
Can I actually break this?
are recruiting, and we encourage people to run for school
You
board
can.
positions, and we want to enable the school boards to make those decisions locally.
Perfect. All right. Well, thank you very much.
Her name was Ginger Larkin with Parents' Rights in Education, and I had a fun talk about her efforts on Oregon school boards and the book Genderqueer.
Ken?
Oh my goodness.
Yes. Then, let's see. There's obviously.
Okay, what did I just come back to? We're playing Pacific Drive. I set up some lights. We're watching the second part of a video that I was watching earlier, which is a trans woman infiltrates CPAC 2024. So we're watching a trans woman boy mode for a couple hours, basically just to see what like the current status is.
Favorite book banning punching bags, mostly because they're too stupid to actually read it. For example, this section everyone quotes on Twitter to
Is this
"Oh,
where I
the
need to
groomer
go?
lives," everyone thinks is of children is not. These are adults. During our interview, I also particularly liked her definition of pornography, essentially including any sexual education material. But back to Genderqueer. This is not a book for children, and has only ever been marketed at young adults and late teens, those who are coming into their sexuality and might find a heartfelt story of self-discovery like this useful. So of course these people tell me it's being put into elementary schools, along with another book showing kids how to get on Grindr.
It talks about, what is that dating app that's 18 and older? It's not Tinder, it's
Grindr?
Grindr, yes.
Yeah.
And in the book, it explains to
I just got 10k healing as Anna. Let's go. Oh, Jesus.
and offenders 18 and older. There's a chapter explaining exactly how to sign up for Grindr, how to bypass the 18 and older thing, and all of that. And whenever you argue that,
Man, I wish I would have ran into that guide as a kid. How to sign up for Grindr. That way I could figure out earlier how shit of an app it is. It's just not a good app. I'll be honest. I just think there's a lot of creeps on Grindr. That's my only issue.
it's a book that is specifically for start dating minors, and it has an entire chapter based on something that a minor is not allowed to use, and explains how to do it.
The book she was thinking of and failing to conjure to mind is called This Book is Gay, and is another book written by a queer adult, retrospectively in the hopes of helping queer youth.
Welcome back, though, Spaceman Spiff.
Navigating and providing healthy recommendations for being queer that won't lead them into dangerous situations. Like sex work or homelessness, both things that LGBTQ youth have always suffered with disproportionately.
Yep.
Again, this is a book for late teens, not children. Like Genderqueer, if it finds its way into an elementary school, that should be on the librarians, not the people writing it and not the kids who find it useful. Gay and queer teenagers deserve to have a guide to safe sex to help prevent STDs. The entire point of these efforts is to help kids stay away from people who will want to hurt them. That is all they're for. But to these people, it's pornography. It should also be noted that even according to their own website, the Parents' Rights and Education Group loves to spread blatant propaganda. They deny trans people existing, chalk it up to social contagion, spread fears about trans girls infiltrating to hurt cis girls, even as children. Of the few parents' rights groups I've seen, this is one that makes almost no effort to hide their real political agenda. A lot of groups have the good sense to try and hide more conservative leanings in an attempt to draw in wider audiences. But if you go to the podcast advertised on the flyer you can download from the website, you'll find episodes with titles like Schizophrenic Leftists Use Our Kids to Further Agenda and Are We a Judeo-Christian Nation? And would you believe it, they also have a shop page. I've listened to some of the podcasts and may be doing something on them in the future, but
They have a shop page? I gotta go get some stuff, guys.
And after this little interview, I thought I was done for the day.
Oh boy, this is just getting better
like
somehow.
The worst siren song you've ever heard, CPAC found more reasons to just make me linger a few moments more. This time, it was someone I had actually covered on this channel in depth. The hero of Sound of Freedom himself, Mr. Tim Ballard. While he was nice enough in taking a picture with me, he did really seem like he was going through it. This guy looked like someone going through their 3rd sexual assault lawsuit and 5th lawsuit overall. I tried to rest for a bit before going back out, but it wasn't any use. I was just
Research
exhausted
circuit
and needed an
board?
actual recharge I wouldn't get until I returned home. I was annoyed and I hated dressing up. It reminded me of being uncomfortable in an implacable and enraging level, like when I was forced to dress in restricting clothing that was too hot for church services. As I made my way in, I saw Steve Bannon was still going on his stage talking to some lady about the WHO forcing you to do whatever they want and a complete loss of medical freedom in a surveillance state where we will all be controlled with digital ID. Most of the media gallery seems to have wrapped up for the day. I watched people set up the dinner to the tune of a nightmarish dirge.
Oh god.
The awful dress girl who sung the national anthem the day before returned with another tasteless number to sing the Star-Spangled Banner. In a far corner before the dinner, Mike Lindell is still doing interviews. When we're finally let in, I sit in a place in the nosebleeds where I can get a good shot of the stage. And I order wine. I don't like wine, but I paid $500, and it was the only alcohol available, so I'm drinking some wine. As more people begin sitting down, Christian music
Jesus,
is playing.
bass.
Mary Jo Guinchard for Congress came around to say hi and sat at her table very friendly, very smiley, and very obviously working overtime on campaign optics with her husband. It takes a while for everybody to get seated, and we are served a pretty tepid salad. After I eat my salad, I notice a woman on stage is speed painting / interpretive dancing to top 40 Christian music and painting Trump next to a painting of Jesus. So I finished the wine I didn't like, and I realized a man in a kilt is standing nearby, and this is the point where it just started to feel a bit like a fever dream. So I ordered more wine, and the song just also kept going like it was the Grateful Dead. Eventually, the proper festivities start, and the Pledge of Allegiance gets messed up, which is impressive for something you'd think everybody here would know, and that school children have memorized.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, for which it stands, one nation, under God, which is indivisible, for liberty and justice for all.
Honey.
Natasha Owens, the girl in the bad dress whose name I kept forgetting, is singing. And here we get a look at how Trump, Jesus, and America all rap together for these folks. They're all seemingly held on equal footing.
Wait, she forgot the fucking national anthem?
That's fine, I guess, to pander to the evangelicals. But at what point did they stop and realize that they hold Trump on the same level as Christ by doing these grand, bizarre gestures? We start with the national anthem, before singing How Great Is Our God, before singing Trump Won, Natasha Owens' original quote-unquote viral song. Which, by the way, this viral song is terrible. It really just shows conservatives will literally buy whatever their ideology is reflected in, regardless of quality.
We live in a dark world, and the battle needs to start on our knees.
Oh my god, Natasha, we already talked about Grindr. And then, after Natasha, we get more ads at this $500 event. My favorite ad is this incredible Moms for America commercial with something that definitely happened and advocates more school board shit.
Okay, so I was just reading about this game. I had a little, so I had a little background. I was literally thinking when this game is supposed to take place. Oh, that's dope as hell. Yeah, this game's fun. I'm enjoying it thus far, at least. I'm just like trying to figure out the mechanics a little bit. I need more repair putty.
Trans stuff literally a war using militaristic language, which shouldn't be surprising. Ads
That or I need more doors.
Across from me talk about how much they love Dinesh D'Souza. And then the CPAC auction, something I had no idea was happening, happens. The winner gets to choose between 2 paintings of Trump and a painting of Jesus, and without a care or a thought to the optics of the situation, they pick Trump over Jesus Christ. They literally, when asked to choose, chose Trump over Jesus. The first painting sells for $10,000. This process repeats for a little bit, and the final painting is in a bidding war for $13,000 for what is one of the ugliest paintings of a already not very fun to look at man I've ever seen. But oh wait, they have more stuff to auction, like a dinner with the Schlaps and Andrea Bocelli VIP concerts. Yeah, you can tell this is a real grassroots, down-home movement the conservatives are running. 40 minutes and 2 glasses of
no nepotism to be seen, and that's what I love about this.
Came out. The food was lukewarm, and the greens were still hard. And I am smiling to my table mates, but inside I was pissed. Bidding reaches $26,000 for the Bocelli VIP concert experience, and I tune out, needing to take a bathroom break. When I return, Dr. Deal Hudson was interviewing Joseph Strickland. On the subject of Joseph Strickland, is he supposed to wear that outfit? I don't know. I feel like if you get fired by the Pope, you have to give the uniform back. Unsurprisingly, this is all about
are you really that surprised?
This is a bizarre mishmash of a sermon and a campaign speech that we've kind of been seeing all week.
This great treasure that is the United States, we cannot allow it to be lost. And it will not happen if we stay true to God.
He speaks to humility being the greatness of Jesus Christ. And this guy isn't at all like the Baptist preachers I've grown used to. He's much more even and well thought out. He shares a quote about being too tolerant, saying America isn't open to bigotry. He talks about turning the other cheek and showing the same love as Jesus when faced with opposition, which is the exact opposite of the retribution that has been promised for this entire conference. Next up was Vivek Ramaswamy. We mentioned at the top in the first part of the video how much...
I don't even think
Vivek
it's worth
is,
trying to
along
make
with
that
Rome,
into a...
He's reaching hard for that VP spot here. You can absolutely tell how much he's taking from the Trump playbook as he speaks, even down to moving his hands in similar ways. He depicts this election as a war between the majority and a fringe radical minority, which surely this group is not the fringe radical minority. He, of course, starts talking about Trump and talks about merit being 1776, which is just such a nonsensical statement. It feels like it came out of the dark satire of The Boys.
What does it mean to be an American in the year 2020?
I like how that's how you fix it. Just bunk
It
bunk.
means we believe in the ideals of 1776. Ideals like merit and the pursuit of excellence. That you get ahead in this country, not on the color of your skin, but on the content of your character and your contributions. That's why we need to end affirmative action and DEI agendas and group quotas.
He talks about some of his great ideas, like using the military to secure the southern border, ending birthright citizenship, and deporting, which would mean deporting children. Of course, Vivek shills some trans panic again, but this one is only really notable because there are only two genders gets a larger reaction from the crowd than God is real. Again, kind of feels like...
God, she's so pretty! How do you fucking boy mode like that and then turn around and immediately fucking look like she became him? I don't get it. Like, I don't know if you guys saw that woman, but holy shit, y'all. Alright, where are we going? What do I need to do? I have to get back to Syrium again? What?
According to the Office of Personnel Management in 2023, encompassed more than 2.95 million people. So, literally putting millions out of a job with no recourse, which would surely not cause any problems for an economy where people working regular jobs are struggling to get by. Then Vivek got to praising the Founding Fathers, which I need to remind everyone, these people were put on a pedestal literally next to Jesus. This rich grifter who made all of his money in pharmaceuticals says we need to love hard work.
Yeah, we'll criticize our founding fathers. I'll talk about them. We talk about the importance of talking about our history without actually talking about history. I made a point every speech I'm giving from now on. I'm not just going to talk about teaching our kids history. Let's actually talk about our history itself.
Okay, I'm just gonna keep it real with y'all. Vivek Ramaswamy has such a punchable face. Has such a punchable face. Like, I don't know if you've ever seen him before, but he looks like he's like gonna sell me fucking pharmaceuticals. He really does.
I view it the other way. We're a nation not of gods, but
Okay, we have extreme conditions going on here, which means we gotta fucking haul ass through.
I would rather live in a country that aspires to those ideals and falls short of them than to live in a country that does not have any ideals at all.
And then basically excuses the Founding Fathers having slaves to talk about John Q. Adams, which is whatever, it's an interesting story, John Q. Adams is. But, Thomas Jefferson was a rapist, pedophile, and a slave owner. Like, we can acknowledge that. It's okay, the guy...
Yeah.
Next up, he gets to calling transgenderism a religion.
At a point in our national history when the things that used to fill that void, faith in God, patriotism, hard work, family, these things have disappeared. And when you have a vacuum that runs that deep, that is when the poison fills the void. Pick your favorite one. It almost
How is that?
Wokeism, transgenderism.
Wokeism. Oh hell yeah, let's run the isms.
Those were about the highlights of his speech. I was not thrilled after the Reagan dinner. I left this event, which I paid $500 for, hungry, and having only just seen the same regurgitated, baseless talking points that I had been watching all week. Leaving the event, I was just tired and uncomfortable and hungry. It had been days of walking.
Go get some pizza for you, honey.
Stop talking points with very little evidence or explanation, yet raucous
She needs
applause,
some fucking like
and it has
pizza.
left me feeling somewhat hollow.
Somebody
In
feed
fact,
this
I
woman.
was feeling the distinct sensation of leaving hungry from a dinner I paid $500 for, and somehow I felt the
Like-
worst was still yet to come.
She still got more of this.
I woke up
No
slightly
way.
tired, along with Mark and my Airbnb host to the event. I had developed a sick feeling in the back of my throat by today, and I definitely need a COVID test when I got back. Today was the day, what the entire week had been leading to. Almost every speaker had been sure to mention Trump in fawning praise, setting him up as a titanic, once-in-a-generation
Oh,
conservative
wow, I'm
talent
so
that was
surprised.
heir-apparent to Ronald Reagan.
Jesus
Trump had been
Christ.
depicted nonstop to be a man of towering intellect and toughness.
They should just have Donald Trump sit in a chair in the middle of CPAC, and whoever gives him the sloppiest toppy gets to be his VP candidate.
Possibly being a
Whoever gives Trump the sloppiest toppy
He doesn't have
is the VP candidate.
Yeah, like that Patriot Mobile is the biggest affinity fraud in the world, dude. It is. They don't own their own network. All they are is they license space on Verizon's network, so they're paying Verizon, and then Verizon just allows them to resell their space because they don't want to deal with the processing and servicing. It's an affinity.
It was interesting how easily Mark agreed to whom in the conservative movement might have been a grifter or driven by money over ideals, yet he always came back to them doing more good than bad, or likewise sentiments. It was the kind of deflection I saw often when Trump or his close allies were questioned on their corruption, especially when those questions were presented to MAGA diehards. If they couldn't outright deny the reality, they'd move the goalpost to say, hey, Pobity's nerfect. Mark did let me in on a little tidbit I didn't know
What
about
is this?
Patriot Mobile, a conservative branded
That's the
phone
objective
service.
area, okay.
And he was absolutely right. Patriot Mobile doesn't have
So
their own
up-
network and even admit as much on their website. They are just buying space on other people's networks and reselling
That's
it for a
fantastic.
conservative
I
premium.
think it's
It's
fucking
little more
hilarious
than
when that
another
happens
extension of
too.
Ongoing far-right efforts to impact politics at every level and infuse government with open Christian nationalism. Though, granted, as a piece of essentially performative capitalism, I don't know how effective it actually is. But still, it's another in a long line of products engineered
But, like,
to help people like the attendees at CPAC.
Why? I feel like you could have gotten the same effect on this by just going one day instead of going for like the full 5 days.
Cater to their beliefs. But none of this should be surprising by now.
Like, I feel like you really don't
Went to
gotta
go get some
be
food and decided
doing
to
all this
sign
in
the
order
Trump
to
card
like
when I saw
succeed.
the huge line. Today was going to be slightly different,
or to like
considering
get the
that
same
they
video
need
out
to
of it.
pat down and
It's
check
like mad
everybody
respect, but
entering the
God,
venue.
like you only have to
With that in mind, I
you only have to
went and
hurt
grabbed
yourself
water
so
and a
much at the
donut
end of the
before
day.
starting my wait. It was 9:20 when I finally got in line. Trump was scheduled to speak around 2, so I was.
Oh, you have
in
to
for a
stay for
long
the
wait.
Trump interview,
From the
yep.
beginning, there was a different energy to the day, one of anticipation. The man everybody had literally all been waiting for, who we've been hearing for 3 full days, is our savior from Russia, China, globalism, Biden, atheists, gays, transgender people, our savior from big tech censorship, the one who will deliver us to a promised land of speaking our minds freely without fear of cancellation, who will usher in a new era of economic prosperity and border safety. Even though he was hours away, you could feel the excitement. Everyone was wearing their best Trump merch, hats. They had brought signs. I can't imagine it was great for the people speaking at the time who had to suffer through various stages of full audiences constantly coming and going just to find a seat for Trump. In the vendor hall, the booths were packing up. The lady who had the biggest and only real merch booth was selling remaining stock by the line. Upon close inspection, I am now 100% sure at least
missed
one
it.
of the pieces of this framed glass
was right here.
art is just AI of Trump and a lion with a helicopter. I'm assuming the lion represents Jesus. Unfortunately, this 40-plus minute wait in line guaranteed I would be missing some of the early speeches I had planned to make. When I finally got to the venue, the front rows were packed. I looked for a single open space amid rows of people who had saved spots for friends and family. I was lucky to find a seat in a medium close row, off to the side and with a fairly good view of the stage. The lady next to me said I was lucky she and her husband had been camped out in the hall since 6 a.m. for Trump's 2 p.m. speech. As I take a seat, another panel with C-tier flavor of the week conservative villains is wrapping up. Few people seem to be paying attention, until a slight nod to trans panic elicits a reaction and attention from the crowd.
My favorite part about a woman is the fact that she's not a man.
Trans
Next up
panic.
is Mike Lindell, who I had seen bumping around in
We gotta
the
make
news
them
all
panic
week.
though.
Much
We gotta
like
make them
Matt Gaetz,
panic,
most
chat.
serious politicians know to steer clear of Lindell, whose personal brand has become associated with disastrous stunts and legal escapades. But at CPAC, he received
Okay, so we
thunderous
just gotta get
applause
outta
when he
here.
came out on stage. For those who might not know, Mike Lindell is a walking disaster of a person, a former addict turned pillow tycoon who fell backwards into Trump's good graces, and who has had several public efforts to prove election fraud, all of which have been quickly revealed as outright based on lies, fabrications,
Wow,
or
I'm so
just
surprised.
made up of incomplete facts. He has
I'm
spread
so
conspiracy theories about the 2020
surprised.
election and seemingly is losing his pillow empire as Fox News refused to play his ads, not wanting to be associated with his brand of embarrassing public outbursts. After being sued by Dominion and refusing to settle, he lost his lawyers in October of 2023. Most recently, he was ordered by a court to pay $5 million to an expert that debunked his election
Poor guy.
claims, after Mike made a public bet that he would pay $5 million to anyone who could prove him wrong. He also still apparently owes Fox News several million for commercials he wasn't able to finance. And he comes out to standing applause, blathering about the fake election first thing. He talks about My Vote and is just spreading mass election fraud to 1,000
Jesus
people who believe
Christ.
this with rapt attention.
Well, if anything that comes out of their mouth, we've got an answer for. Well, the paper's going to cost more. No, it's 10 times cheaper. Well, our machine's on the internet. We have devices that show it are. You've got wireless monitor devices. Every single one of these machines is online.
This is less a speech than it is freestyle fear-mongering. Mike Lindell
Like,
advocates same-day voting.
how
Early
to fearmonger
narratives
101.
That other people who took this same stage.
You ever want to learn how to
just a few
fearmonger,
days
chat?
prior,
Just
they
go ahead and
direct
listen to
contradiction
anybody that
of
is like
what Trump
ranting on a
said
stage
that got
before
applause.
Donald Trump gets out there.
But Mike Lindell also gets applause, assuming largely from many of the same people, I think. Mike Lindell ends his rambling segment by really classing
Not
up the
surprised.
proceedings. He takes out crumpled paper on stage, ends by shilling his apps and websites, and asking for donations. This is the greatest gathering of conservative minds, everyone. Then, oh, would you believe it, we get more commercials. While waiting, I decided to do a CPAC straw poll, which asked fun questions like, who's the greatest threat to America? That listed Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez at the very top. They also asked which big tech CEO is undermining America.
Guys, it's in
One is
alphabetical
notably
order.
absent, and it's the one who's actually spreading and abetting Nazi rhetoric, by the way. That's the one I'd say.
It's
I'd say-
AOC.
I'd say that's the one that's undermining America.
The hot
Next up,
Latina
we have a
lady's
talk
out to get
titled
us.
Bidenomics, which is just more fear-mongering about Biden being a wannabe communist dictator trying to take personal property. But this is also a anti-regulation talk from people who have vested interest in making money from less regulation. We have Stephen Moore, a Heritage Foundation member who's a really big fan of tax cuts for the rich. The other speaker is Brendan Carr, who's another former Trump appointee and was the
I don't know who
former
any of
FCC
these
chair.
fucking people are.
He has blatantly spread fears about conservatives being censored and silenced on social media, which might sound like he's for free speech in an open town square, but really he's vehemently against net neutrality and wants to moderate social media in favor of conservatives. These are really the only two of these chuckleheads worth talking about. And would you be surprised that they start out by spreading free speech fears?
Our democratic way of life is in jeopardy. It's a cultural fight, but also a legal one. We need to reform Section 230. That's table stakes.
I need a scrapper. Plastic?
Scientific
Okay.
lines. We need to impose anti-discrimination obligations so that everybody can participate in the digital town square.
They talk about DEI being a way to take rights away from conservatives. And they basically run cover for Elon Musk and depict the investigations into him as inherently ridiculous and spurious, and those infractions, quote, put us all in the crosshairs. And as it turns out, this had less to do
Like,
with Biden's economic
I don't even
policies
know,
than
at
it
what
did
point do I
spread
just
fears
like
about how identity
have anything left
politics
to
is
say
being
about
a
this? Like, I got
ruined
most of my
conservative
thoughts out at the
lives.
beginning where I was just
But
like,
we can't hang on that tangent too long because we got to get back to COVID. The Good Doctors was
Yeah,
the next panel, seeing
right.
the Epoch Times editor taking the stage with COVID denialist Dr. Brooke Miller and Robert Malone. Malone claims to have invented mRNA vaccines, but most everyone who's worked with him says that's a lie. Since coming out to question narratives about COVID, though, he's seen a definite uptick in his
Electrician's
public
kit?
profile,
Okay.
as noted in a New York Times write-up in 2022, which says, quote, in addition to his regular appearances on conservative shows, Dr. Malone has more than 134,000 subscribers to his Substack newsletter. About 8,000 pay the $5 monthly cost, he said, which would amount to at least $31,200 in monthly revenue, and mentions of him on social media, on cable television, and in print and online news outlets have soared to more than 300,000 so far this year, according to Zignal, a media research firm, end quote. Robert Malone has been, unsurprisingly, accused by his colleagues of exploiting the natural process of testing and refining methods to stem the tide of diseases
Arda lied.
for his personal benefit.
Oh, I
And
think I see
people
this
love
back
Malone.
here.
The guy on stage calls him a scientist and talks about mRNA when someone else yells out, follow the science. We get claims about censorship and pushing false narratives, which is hysterical for COVID deniers. We talk about laws of physicians being jailed for speaking against those narratives. Quote, we have creeping socialism throughout medicine.
And that's what's happened is the whole thing is perverted. around the idea of utilitarianism and that there should be the greatest...
Nobody's paying attention at this point. You can hear everyone talking in the background. Honestly, it kind of just like ends up being like a sad kind of like pity party.
Just kind of, I guess, because they want to make sure doctors are helping people. Again, terms like socialism don't mean much when you don't provide any evidence for claims that it's taking over our institutions. But this crowd doesn't need proof. Malone spreads fears of WHO.
Of course they don't need
taking over the
proof.
world, controlling everyone on an individual level. No more ivermectin.
Oh my god, wait, how long is this video?
For those
Oh my
who might
god,
not
we're
know,
already we're an
ivermectin
hour
is
and a half into this video.
Touted as one of many miracle cures for COVID, along with the Trump-recommended hydroxychloroquine. The FDA, even under Trump, has repeatedly warned against the use of both ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine, and both are dangerous in the wrong doses for humans. When the doctors leave the stage, I'm greeted with the same anti-Palestine
Weird.
protest commercial from a few days earlier. They used Tim Pool in this one to frame the left as violent and just keep showing more and more colleges to scare the old folks about the youth. Kari Lake was scheduled to go up before Lou Dobbs, but Lou Dobbs takes the stage first. Lou Dobbs, stop me if you've heard this one. A former TV host and now a Republican talking head. Dobbs is a Trump ride or die who has shared conspiracies of George Soros running a Zionist organized government, a famously white supremacist.
Remember when these people used to be like scared to be in public?
Gets to work,
you remember that?
Working up Trump.
We should do that
Talks
again.
about NSA surveillance fears and how we've been pushed into a police state. Funny how these concerns about being in a police state never have to do with literally spending millions every year to militarize the police.
What do you want?
And it never has to do with the left-wing protesters who are abducted or mysteriously found dead later. Weird, huh? Anyway, up next was Kari Lake, a former news anchor turned political candidate. I say candidate because of the two races she's ran. Kari Lake has lost both, one for Senate and one for Arizona governor. She is against creating discrimination protections for queer people, which is a legal way to say she wants to discriminate against queer people. As a pro-Trumper, she has circled his orbit likely in hopes of a cabinet nomination if he wins the 2024
Like, imagine being this desperate.
So she can finally say she got elected somehow, I bet. She's like a 54-year-old Make-A-Wish kid, and the only thing she wants is to make other people miserable. Apparently, she also did nothing for the entirety of 2023 but release a book called Unafraid, Just Getting Started. God, I hope not. A trailer for her plays before she takes the stage, and she plays to the crowd, saying, "This is electric. This is what terrifies the radical left." She talks about why Reagan is like Trump and why they're so inspirational.
But Reagan and Trump were both the perfect man for the moment. I remember it vividly. I was just a kid when Jimmy Carter left America.
She really depicts Trump as a man of the people with lines like, "A man with golden hair came down a golden escalator," not at all turning him into a nearly godlike figure to admire. There's raucous applause for "We want strong men, no more beta men," which, yeah, there's nothing more alpha than basing your entire personality on another man like Trump.
I like the bowl in a China shop ideology. I like a strong man. We got way too many weaklings out there. Let me hear from the ladies out there. We're tired of the beta men. We want some alpha men.
She casts some hate towards the media gallery at the back of the room, which then draws praise from the audience when she pesters them about layoffs and unemployment.
These guys, you guys back there, you lie about President Trump all the time. You have been on an 8-year mission to destroy the man who's fighting.
Oh, here's my car. Okay, I need a scrapper. There we go. Jesus. Sometimes it's nice to just remind myself that these people really are just absolutely insane. Like, clinically insane. Absolutely clinically insane.
About Trump and says Biden destroys everything. I got distracted
totally.
in the middle of this by a man with a flip phone, which, I don't know, kind of felt like seeing a unicorn. And then she also briefly snaps me back to reality by saying Americans in Flint don't have clean water, which, yeah, is true, but also Trump was literally president for 4 years and didn't make that happen. And then she ends on the note that the left and the media want us divided.
Lincoln said a house divided cannot stand. The media wants us divided. The left wants us divided. We don't care if you woke up 20 years ago, 20 months ago, 20 days
Woke.
ago, or if you finally woke up 20 minutes ago. We welcome
Woke.
you to the America First movement.
After this, I got up to stretch my legs. I had been sitting and standing for hours, and the venue continued growing hotter and hotter. I had also once again skipped breakfast, so decided to indulge in some nearby hotel food. I grabbed some chicky strips and headed back into my seat, being
Some
saved
chicky
by
strips.
my sitting partners, one of whom was a woman there with her husband. I sat down with my nuggies just in time to catch Tom Fitton. The hotel chicken strips were pretty good. They were nice and moist. This next one is titled Trump, Our Ace in the Hole, and is all about how awesome Trump is, which should be a nice change of pace. This talk was literally just a half hour of pumping Trump up. Well, I think everybody expected him to take the stage right after. See, the talk was scheduled to end at 1:30, and Trump was scheduled to come on at 2, but this is not what happened. It shouldn't be a shock for this ramshackle circus, but that's not how the day would unfold. We will get to that, though. I enjoyed my stadium food chicken strips despite them raising my internal temperature and causing me to sweat from every pore. I had stopped caring at that point. I was ready for the suffering to end. The talk brought nothing new, and the only
I like the
rising
really
reaction from the
chill
crowd felt
music
like
in the
it came from
background of this video.
anticipation of seeing Trump rather than investment in what the
Like-
speakers were actually saying. We had former senior advisor Kevin Hassett and apparent investment genius Scott Bessent. A large part of this talk was economic, with Scott flexing his stature as a well-known investor to basically tell everyone that the economy is just better with Trump, and that he's voting for Trump because the economy is better and that everyone else should too.
Market is anchoring on Donald Trump's pro-capital policies.
But like, they're just straight up delusional.
Lighter touch regulation.
For like a century, the economy's done better under Democrats. Like every single
He
time.
wants $40 oil based on America pumping. So that's what we can expect.
The cognitive dissonance of this movement never ceases to amaze. Here's someone who holds more than $500 million in total holdings, who makes his money from tax cuts and hedge funds. The exact Wall Street elite these audiences have been hearing are evil manipulators all week. And he's good because he says Trump is good. Even when he's laying out how Trump literally makes him more money. That's the reason he wants him. Not any principled stance, not to help the average American make ends meet, but because he gets to make more money from Trump's promises for lessened regulations, tax cuts, and more. What's more, this guy is a former Soros worker. Like, worked with George Soros. Of all people, this should be red meat for MAGA to point to as an infiltrator or someone untrustworthy. Which I suppose is fitting for the opening act to Trump himself to be someone that is obviously only here for personal gain. The rest
Right.
of this is a tepid
Like
regurgitation
actually
of all the
just
talking points
choosing
so far as everyone piles
whatever
in
is
to
going
get
to
their
make
seats
you
for
the
Trump.
most money.
And before Trump is scheduled, Matt and Mercedes Schlapp take the stage. They get everyone to stand for a disjointed USA chant. They talk up Trump as a background song begins, and I think the big man is about to come on stage. The woman and her husband who saved my seat when I went to get chicken strips turned to me, asking if I have a blog because of all the videos I've been taking. I tell them, yes, I have a podcast. They don't ask my age, but tell me they have kids in my age group before the husband breaks into the conversation that it's up to my generation to fix this country before, quote, they turn us to slaves, end quote. The husband goes back to playing a mobile game on his phone as the wife and I keep talking. She briefly tells me about their 2 kids. One is still at home, and the other has isolated themselves from them after being, as she said,
Good.
radicalized by school. Of the few people I spoke with at
Guys,
this
they
event,
got an
this was a
education that makes them
surprisingly running
radicalized.
theme of isolation from their family and particularly
Unless you're
children
going
for
to
their parents'
somewhere that
beliefs,
is like
which their parents,
explicitly
instead of
teaching
disrespecting,
Christian education.
chalk up to the fault of indoctrination. Leftist Marxist colleges, and
Congratulations.
everything else
You've
that
been
have talked
woke.
about on stage for
You
the
you
last
have
4
been
days.
woked.
At this point, everyone is standing around eagerly when the music gets turned up. Loud heavy metal music begins to blare from the stage speakers, loud enough to be a concert. Starting with a recognizable opening beat, some members of the crowd begin nodding along to the opening notes of Enter Sandman. At this point, I fully expect Trump to come out on stage to the drop before the first verse like a wrestling intro. He doesn't. I expect maybe at the end of the song. He still does not appear. Instead, the loud music continues, blaring Dancing Queen so loud you can't hear the person next to you speaking. A motley assortment of music continues blaring, seemingly an effort to get the 30 and over demographic in a party mood. Everybody at this point is engaged in moving like it's a faith church. More songs just float by. You get Pinball Wizard, Michael Jackson's I'll Be There. I look to the clock and Trump is 20 minutes late to the scheduled stage time. Johnny Cash's Ring of Fire, November Rain, 4 more songs play. Eventually, a track from The Phantom of the Opera plays, and I look around to see a crowd of visible confusion as the Broadway show tune plays out. It is now 40 minutes past the time he was scheduled to take the stage, and the party atmosphere of Dancing Queen has dissipated. Everyone is sweating, packed into cramped rows, and some had been there for at least 8 hours now for mediocre seats to see Donald Trump speak. Elvis's Superstitious Minds begins playing. Trump isn't putting on a show, so someone's large sons volunteer and begin dancing in the rows to Elvis. Soon more people turn to look and even join in, and 45 minutes after Trump is scheduled, there's an impromptu dance circle to Elvis. This is somehow low on the list of surreal moments from the last week. The songs continue, they play Hallelujah and Memory from Cats.
Okay, so we're just gonna,
the Broadway stage
we're gonna
accompaniment.
just fucking hit it.
Announces the kid who can now be reborn and come back to the different
I didn't think I would hear the word Jellicle at CPAC, but here we are. And
oh shit!
Taking his sweet time ambling around the stage, he hugs and kisses the flag, and people are losing their shit. Lee Greenwood's Proud to Be an American is playing, and some people are mouthing the words. After groping the American flag, he just kind of awkwardly stands in the back of the stage as the song plays out. He appears to be relishing the screaming adoration. When he finally makes his way to the podium and speaks, it's a non-stop carousel of several minutes of praising the sycophants who had been wearing their knee pads thin for him over the last few days.
It's a tremendous group of dignitaries, leaders, world leaders, and local leaders, but we have from all over the world people with us right now at this moment in the room. Just mentioned a few, President of Argentina, who's gotten a lot of publicity.
I'm also paying attention to the game a little more right now because there is actually cool shit going on, but
he praises Rick Santorum. He spreads election conspiracy about Carrie Lake, and literally
Rick Santorum, Jesus Christ. Back in 2016, Rick Santorum won my school's like 8th grade, like middle school election. Or 2015, something like that. Like won the mock election. No, it was 2012.
Medicare, Social Security, health care, and public education will buckle and collapse. It will collapse as sure as you're sitting or standing there.
Oh, it'll all be over. Everything will be ruined. I really don't know if I can sit here and listen to Donald Trump. I can sit here and listen to the pretty trans lady. I can't sit here and listen to Trump. Thank you.
Days and through all of this video, many of the claims made by him are just the same claims that have been perpetuated this entire weekend. And almost all of them are false or based in some form of falsehood. He talks about crooked Joe Biden and his thugs.
World War III. We won't even be in World War III. Nobody is in World War III. With weapons the likes of which nobody has ever seen before. These are the stakes of this election. The country is being destroyed, and the only thing standing between you and its obliteration.
Like, you gotta understand that at some point they have to like understand they sound fucking ridiculous. The like only people who really trust stuff like this are people who are completely convinced that they have hardcore main character syndrome. Like, I'm convinced they just have hardcore main character syndrome.
And non-existent crime statistics, saying gangs will take over suburbs if Biden is reelected, and saying Antifa and Hamas will take over American streets. The hundreds of people in attendance
Hamas
in visible fear, sincerely believing that Hamas will invade their cities and take over their Waffle Houses and churches.
Ruthless gangs will explode even more into the suburbs. And when they talk about suburban women, they're going to love me so much. They're going to say, oh, I wish we had that guy back. The gangs will be invading your territory, I can tell you that. While weaponized law enforcement hunts for conservatives and people of faith, religious, Hamas and Antifa.
Of course, my
will
vehicle protection's
terrorize our
compromised. God
streets while
dang
their
it.
Brutal ideology, and it is brutal indeed. It is brutal and horrible, like nobody's ever seen before. It takes over our schools.
Despite the explicit goal of Project 2025 being weaponizing the law, he says that under Biden's second term, law enforcement will be used against conservatives, furthering the lawfare narrative.
Hey, you know what? If it doesn't happen to you, it's gonna happen to them.
He claims
They're
that
building the it's us or them mentality.
No wars. We had defeated ISIS, rid of the worst terrorists in the world. You know that. And solely defeated. We took 100% of ISIS gone. And then we had no wars. 4 years.
Oh no! No, get back here! No!
He far outpaced Obama, the previous president, for drone strikes and military actions in the Middle East. He says that he brought troops home, except notably Biden was the one who called our troops out of Afghanistan. At one point, he just begins riffing, and the audience is gobbling it up. He goes free association on an Al Capone tangent.
Remember this, I've been indicted more than Alphonse Capone, Mr. President. You know who that is? Even the president is that I do Scarface, Al Capone.
And I'll send you a nice
If he
gift
had dinner
basket
with
to
me,
mark the occasion.
And he didn't like
But I won't let
smiling
anyone
in your
interfere
face.
with this.
He thought you were mocking him by smiling. You would be
Like
dead.
this lady, she's like spooking me.
And Alphonse Capone, I got indicted 4 times by this gang of thugs for nothing.
This isn't like one of your little Sasquatch hunts. I'm not letting you get your tinfoil pseudoscience anywhere near this.
Bullshit.
This is too damn important to me.
He mentions that they've weaponized the government, which is, again, if you watch part 1, where I talk about Project 2025, that's
Yeah.
exactly what he plans to do. And he's
Exactly
calling
what's
Democrats
happening.
a threat to democracy, saying that Joe Biden is hell-bent on destruction of American freedom. At this point, he's maybe 15 minutes into talking, and he's already...
Well, what's going on with my, like...
He's already covered. I'm not surprised he isn't citing any facts. I'm not even surprised by the baying crowds hanging on his every word, even the blatant and provably false lies. I'm surprised by how tepid and boring it all is. He says, we won impeachment. We have the safest border. Now it's worse than third world countries. He talks about how he got along with Putin and how Israel wouldn't have happened. Ukraine wouldn't have happened. Which
I don't trust her.
may have been true in some way because Trump
Oh, they hit me with the this is my
given
last
both
chance.
Netanyahu and Putin exactly what they wanted and helped them get it. When he seems to realize he's repeating material, he pivots to something that seems sure to get the crowd fired up, and just pivots to a new bit.
Flow in is unbelievable, but to achieve a great future, we first have to throw off the chains of our out-of-control political class, and that begins with telling crooked Joe Biden, you remember The Apprentice? Crooked Joe Biden, you're fired. Get out of here. Get the hell, you're destroying our country. You're fired, Biden. Get the hell out
Yeah,
of
like
here.
he's starting to lose his own crowd. That's hilarious. Like that's fan fucking tastic.
And screaming is like watching a kitten ferociously attack.
Oh,
a red
wonderful.
laser dot. Just easy jangling keys for fully formed adult brains that have been basically clicker trained to react to talking points and pattern recognition. It's a Pavlovian response of just recognizing a thing and reacting because you recognize it. And finally, after all of this, we get to more incendiary stuff. He says November 5th will be Judgment Day for them, which gets a standing ovation.
For hardworking Americans, November 5th will be our new Liberation Day, but for the liars and cheaters and fraudsters and censors and imposters who have commandeered our government, it will be their Judgment Day. Their Judgment Day.
He uses phrases like last chance and revenge. He's willfully playing up rhetoric that dances just outside of open incitement to violence, far more than he did even before the January 6 riots. While he is not saying anything explicitly violent,
What?
words like revenge and coming to judgment summon images of violence and death against political opponents to his audience, and it gets them absolutely hyped. He praises dictators, talks briefly about J6 before switching topics to Antifa burning down whole cities as far as the eye could see. Again, in part 1 we talked about how that's just another lie and is blatantly untrue. And now, just now, he is getting into what will be the meat of this speech. Story time. He starts with a story about a tough negotiation in Mexico where he literally admitted to going around budgets and checks and balances to get his wall built.
They said, sir, if you would just sign this budget and wait, next year we'll put it, and then next year came, I said, where's my wall? They said, so we're not gonna, you're not gonna be able to get it. You know, in the meantime, they give trillions of dollars to the Democrats for the Green New Scam. So what I did is I approved the military and I took it out of the military. That's how I built it. I built the wall through the military. And the military, by the way, the Army Corps of Engineers.
He ping-pongs between this story and modern fears of Biden.
That's fucking crazy.
He says a 25,000 person migrant caravan is heading towards the US right now, and someone in the audience says what in a shocked tone and shakes her head in visible fear. The closest I could find to this being anywhere near true is a story about the Biden administration from 2021 letting in 25,000 immigrants over a period of several months and or years. It is not a caravan, they are not coming in all at once, and it is not still walking towards us. He continues his long-winded story about asking Mexico
it's at your doorstep. They're literally outside. They're in your all those migrants, they're in your walls.
I can tell
they're in your walls, chat. You got to get them out. You got to help. You got to get them out of your walls.
You can just say anything and they'll support him. He begins telling random stories, fishing for applause, talking about meeting Raising Cain.
They call me Raisin. I said, what? Raisin, sir. Your name is Raising Cain? Yes, sir. I love you. You're the man I'm looking for. You're the man I'm looking for. And I said, why is ISIS so tough?
And he keeps calling all the men in his stories handsome.
And then one of these incredible guys from Secret Service.
Oh God, wait, I did the wrong one first.
They'll run up stage, they'll grab them, and they're not meant to spud. You know, they're really not. I tell stories of, well, I guess they train them. Have a smile. You say good morning. Oh, sure. They actually turn away.
Okay.
This way you don't have to say
Write
good
it
morning.
down nice and smooth. Yep. And beautiful. Look at that.
And as he's going on these free association tangents, he
Oh
keeps
God, that's
talking
really
about how
fast,
smart
actually.
He is for being able to switch between stories, which is, you know, it's always, you know, somebody's super cool when they talk about how smart and cool they are.
It's what you know. This is all genius, okay? You do know. I hope. I always say my uncle was the longest-serving professor in the history of MIT, Dr. John Trump. We have a lot of great aptitude. They'll say, "He rambled." Nobody can ramble like this. Nobody. If they did, they wouldn't even try. You know what?
Oh God, I'm about to get hit by the storm. Uh-oh.
He's just working his way through a low-tier stand-up routine. He has timing down and actually manages to be a somewhat engaging storyteller, but it's undercut by him constantly shifting tangents, fishing for applause, and the fact that he's a grotesque hot dog worm. As he tells his story, he makes sure to break for praising for military members who broke rules wearing MAGA hats, which he was okay with, which is not cool to see the military being openly
Oh
partisan.
God, wait, we're hurting. What, am I gonna make it?
I'm not allowed to do that, but they did. I remember I went into the hangar and there were,
Uh-oh.
there were hundreds of people. And they're not supposed to do this, but they all put on the Make America.
Oh God. Uh-oh. Actually, this might fuck me.
He gets distracted in the middle of story time, going from a story about Mexico to a story about Raising Cain to a story about
Oh
Great
God.
Pirates back
Okay,
to
we
Raising
made it.
Cain, and how he took 100%
Activate the zone
of
stabilizers
ISIS
in the outer zone and escape back
before
to the.
pivoting to how crime in
Okay,
America
dope.
could be solved the same way if we let police act like the military did to ISIS, which was just bombing them. And he keeps telling random tangential stories, delivering punchlines like a bar drunk who everyone kind of tolerates because he's fun to hear speak even if he's full of shit. Except this crowd is loving every moment of it. The women to my right are laughing and clapping giddily like Trump is John Mulaney. Like every joke is literally causing people around me to slap their knees and double over in laughter. It was so surreal. It was like a literal nightmare where somebody is saying something that isn't funny or is mildly funny, yet everybody around you is reacting as if it's the most hysterical thing they've ever heard. He says Chicago could be solved in one day, which I'm sure is a great way to earn that black vote he's so desperately reaching for. He also says he wants to give immunity to police so they can do their jobs. Police have more than enough immunity, and they continue perpetrating crimes, and there are legions of well-documented gangs that work to keep those crimes covered up within police organizations. The next part I had trouble following, as he talked about Mexico trying to extort Biden for $10 million and Biden giving $6 million to Iran for a hiker before saying Hamas wouldn't have attacked Israel if he was president. I was very tired and somewhat confused by the end. When the speech wraps up, he's barely touched on any real talking points. He simply regurgitated everything his followers have been saying for days, most of which are lies I've spoken about, and despite being an hour late to the event, he still went over his time by a half hour. This speech, which CPAC had been building towards all week, was nothing but an ego trip, which isn't surprising. What was surprising
Nobody's
was how
surprised at
little anyone
that.
else seemed to care that the person we'd been told for days was the only thing standing between order and societal collapse, between a Mad Max hellscape and our great American dream, put on a middling comedy set to just bask in applause. It was a more clear view than almost anything else
and
at
like
CPAC into
the
the
fact
mind
that there
of
would be
MAGA
surprised at
voters.
that
They might
is
buy into Trump's BS. They might
so
fear for their
funny.
suburbs getting taken over by Antifa. But at
He
the
jumped
end
in
of
on the
day,
dick sucking
politics
contest.
is just a game for them, something for entertainment and community. That's what happens when the things they're told to be afraid of, that the government is going to round up Christians, that white people are discriminated against, don't happen at all. They believe these things are happening, but they don't feel them in their lives. Their politics don't affect them, not the way politics affect others. Like women who can't get necessary medical care, like queer people who are being openly discriminated against, like migrants seeking asylum. And so they can sit here and laugh along with these jokes, because to them this feels safe. Trump will deliver us. Look at how funny he is. Look at how charismatic. What are the specifics of his plans? What does Project 2025 actually entail? How much are we compromising conservative values like freedom to help serve his agenda that benefits billionaires and the ruling elite? They can hand-wave these questions away because Trump, as they've been promised, will make the bad guys go away. I grabbed lunch and headed back inside, hoping to finish some interviews. I saw the Lincoln Project driving around outside. There were a few more talks planned during the day, but after Trump, I did
The
not
Lincoln
have the energy
Project.
to sit through them. The first one was from Tim Ballard, and oh boy, did my eyes go wide when I saw this. If you haven't seen my video on Sound of Freedom, go watch it, or better yet, watch James from Fundy Fridays, because theirs has a little bit more info in it. But long story short, Tim Ballard is a liar and a grifter who has turned his sob stories into a career, and after the success of last year's Sound of Freedom, has all the notoriety he needs to keep his grift going. In 2023, he was forcibly removed from his organization when allegations of sex abuse came to light. Several lawsuits have been brought against him by various victims claiming sexual assault and grooming. But naturally, the crowd that doesn't care about these allegations from Trump, Matt Gaetz, Jim Jordan, and others will chalk these allegations up to a smear campaign. But judging by his friends and longtime allies that have distanced themselves from him over these allegations, I'm going to say there's probably a little bit more to it than that. And last up was Javier Milei. Javier Milei. I haven't been able to remember his name, so I've just been calling Javier Crazy Eyes McSideburns because I feel like even if you don't know who he is, it conjures the right image. Milei was poised to be one of
Where is
the
the research circuit board?
Ridiculously late and long rambling, had seemingly exhausted
Matter
the crowd,
regenerator?
closing 4 days of conservative talking points with a whimper rather than a bang. He's a far-right nationalist and the new president of Argentina who's openly praised Trump. He's a prestigious member of the What the F*** Happened with Their Hair Club, and like Trump is a former TV star turned politician. When he took office, he did what Trump advocates doing for his next term, cut a ton of jobs in the name of reducing bureaucratic red tape and cutting the value of the currency. In response, the rate of poverty has skyrocketed, inflation is rampant, and he continues to say it will all even out in another couple months. Yet, in the meantime, people who are already poor can't afford rent and the cost of basic living. While the people who are already rich are maybe a little less rich, but otherwise unaffected. Great economic policy. However, this very funny clip did come out of CPAC where Milei has no personal boundaries towards Trump, and Trump tries to squeeze his way out of this interaction like a cat being hugged too hard by a child. I thought it was just me, but by the time I'm back at the center, there's a permeable sense of weariness. I went back to the show floor, but it was already being taken down like a cheap fairground, which was fitting given how ramshackle the entire enterprise had been. From the cheap grifting products in the vendor hall to the stunning lack of security around actual Nazis wandering, to the poorly planned out hallways that led to several slowdowns, this entire convention felt less professional than some anime cons I had been to. Except instead of body pillows, this convention was about pushing laws that would impact hundreds of millions of people. As I was grabbing a drink near the main entrance bar, I saw someone I'd recognized from the last few days of CPAC coverage on Twitter, Amanda Moore, an investigative journalist who had gone undercover in online neo-Nazi groups and had been kicked out of CPAC. Suspiciously, the Nazis had been allowed to hang around for several days, despite Matt Schlapp having a meltdown and saying there weren't any Nazis. When I approached Amanda, she was talking politely with someone I later learned was a Nazi taunting her. In my Trump regalia, I can't imagine I made a good first impression, but when I introduced myself and told her what I had been doing, she agreed to do a brief interview. I mostly wanted to get a feel for what it was like being a left-leaning reporter at an event like this, where you're constantly called out as fake news and universally hated. She seemed pretty nonplussed by it, honestly.
So Ryan, why is he not kicked out? Because Nick Fuentes has been kicked out of CPAC.
That's a great question. We're all asking it. You know, last year they were dressed in the same kind of SF cosplay, and at one point they did surround me and call me a slut for 7 minutes on a live stream, and that was also fine. You know, Ryan Sanchez was actually kicked out of the United States Marine Corps for being too much of a white nationalist. He's a documented member of various white nationalist hate groups, including Identity Europa, and he is still allowed to be here. And so, you know, not me though.
So the other thing I kind of wanted to ask, as a member of the media, what has kind of been your experience with the Nazis included on how you're
I didn't realize I could make all these freaking recipes
generally
right now. This is crazy.
Oh, I'm very recognized. I mean, from the time I got my badge and walked upstairs to get to the convention floor, like maybe like 6, 7, 8 people stopped me to.
My God, there's so many things for me to make.
So I'm not so happy. Yeah, but Corey Bush knows who I am. The Nazis all know who I am. I mean, I went undercover for a year and I tricked some of their friends, and so I am. And then I put their names in a magazine, so I'm not their biggest fan.
Oh my God.
Some of them, one of them, tried to put a camera in my face. You know, I'm unemployed anywhere, so I call them a dumbass instead of government name. So that video's not going anywhere. You know, I'm pretty hard to rattle, so I think they're taking a new tactic with me now, where they sit down and hang out with me.
So this is where all my stuff is supposed to go,
And you
huh?
think they do that to, like, physically intimidate you, try and make you feel uncomfortable or anything like that?
Okay, so I need more stable energy, but I should be able to do some
The ones I saw,
upgrades
they're
on the
children.
car.
They're like kids. Are there any people that you've seen before at Trump rallies or things like that who will recognize you, and they kind of know who you are?
Oh,
Do they dislike you?
When I was undercover, I knew them, so they don't like me because you know, I tricked them too. I think, I don't know, CPAC is weird. I expect to be recognized at ASPAC, and I expect to be recognized at ASPAC Convoy. I don't really expect to be recognized at CPAC. Mainstream Republican events that are not MAGA stuff. So, like, let's say I'd gone to, like, a DeSantis rally. I would have been recognized by some people, and it probably would have been positive reactions just because there's so much, you know, interpersonal conflict. And I write about people that, you know, are on Team MAGA, so the personal piece is still not the MAGA. But it does vary a lot. But here, I think everybody recognizes me here probably doesn't like me unless it's someone like you.
I didn't want to take up much of her time, so when we were done chatting, I went about my way, grabbing a drink at the bar and sitting in solitude to decompress. It was over. I had done it. I had successfully stayed in character, blending into a throng of MAGA supporters for over 4 days. When I started this project, my goal had been to gain a greater understanding of what they want, how they see the world, how radical the MAGA and conservative movements in America truly are. And for better or worse, I feel I had accomplished it. While CPAC in the past may have been a place for a variety of conservative thought, in 2024 with a pivotal election looming, every aspect of it has been tailored and catered to serve one person, Donald Trump. It wasn't just a series of provocateurs
surprising.
taking the stage to advocate for his election, but also a 4-day church service for his cult of personality that blended open nationalism, Christian theocracy, and far-right talking points into a separate reality, a pocket
This is crazy.
dimension for people to
Honestly,
feel safe in after
I
stealing
got
the
mad
Southern
respect for her.
points for years
I
of their
got
lives.
mad respect for
More
her.
than anything,
Because, like,
for
to
the
put yourself
evangelical
into
far-right
this
who spent
scenario
years following Trump,
with
hanging
the
on his
risk
every
of
word,
people
and
finding
buying
out,
into
like, if
outrageous
anybody
distorted
were
conspiracy theories and
to a
lies,
state, like, recognize
CPAC
her.
2024 was a safe
Like,
space. A place where people who were lonely, whose
that would have
families had
been
distanced themselves, could find a semblance of
terrible. That would have
community
been
without having to change or
horrifying.
examine anything about their behavior. For attendees, CPAC wasn't a place to learn anything new or to put together new political strategies. It was a place they went to be told what to think, who their enemies were, and how Donald Trump was their savior. For all the talk of free thinkers and free speech, there were none of those things on display here. Any mentions of even other conservatives or Fox News, which had a falling out with Trump over the voter fraud conspiracy, led to boos from the crowd. These people didn't care about the economy. They didn't care about the party of Reagan or Christian founding principles. At least not as much as they cared about Trump and who Trump would put a stop
I
to.
wish that at least, like,
For
one of
everyone
these
else,
guys was,
this
like,
fervent
alive today.
congregation represented little more than a series of opportunities. Opportunities to sell cheap products to a base that believes, wholeheartedly, that them buying things like Patriot phones or anti-woke water or politically branded late-night infomercial exercise gear is a kind of activism. And why wouldn't they believe it? With each of these ads and pieces of merchandise, they're told that buying it not only helps fight the people they hate, but it's spreading a message. Which, at the end of the day, is what everyone here at CPAC was selling, whether they were on the stage or actually selling wares in the vendor hall. They sold a twisted idea of hope to the audience, that if they got Trump elected, their lives would be personally better, their enemies would be punished and maybe even killed, and everyone would have to live by their rules. By any definition, CPAC represents the most fascist qualities of the American right. And unlike the people on the stage, I'm not just saying that as a scary buzzword, but because it actually aligns with the key components of fascism. The speakers were obsessed with a fictional, bygone era of prosperity. They looked to one singular leader as the only hope for progress. They openly advocated targeting their ideological enemies while changing the laws to protect themselves, and continually used violent and militaristic language to describe their political actions. And that's not even mentioning the actual literal Nazis that were in attendance and shaking hands across the 4-day events. In so many ways, attending CPAC, as someone who stays pretty up to date in most political developments and has extensively researched many of my own political positions, was like going through the looking glass.
Already looking
Experiencing
way
a
better, by the
totally
way.
different and twisted reality where the rules were similar but different. And part of the dreamlike state of being
The
there was how
burning!
hollow everything felt.
She's burning
From the
it!
chintzy, empty
Let's
displays of
go!
patriotism that were there to just garner applause to the production that seemed like it was on the verge
Lovely.
of falling apart at any given moment. Like, seriously, the CPAC app, I didn't even talk about it. It's an absolute mess. It actually just redirects to a browser site for everything, and on that site, nothing was even up to date, which is maybe fitting for a movement so stranded in the past. But that doesn't mean everything I saw here at CPAC has to be America's future. While CPAC might represent the combined force of MAGA
What
and
is
Trump's
that?
allies to get him elected, and a concentrated effort to restructure American democracy to overthrow checks and balances for a theocratic fascist state, it also doesn't represent the whole of conservative politics. What's more, if Trump's re-election campaign fails, CPAC and events like it portend a death knell for the MAGA movement.
Yep.
People like Bannon and Lindell are mired in lawsuits. Trump is being found guilty of his various frauds, and no shortage of MAGA politicians have isolated themselves to better serve the MAGA movement. For them, this is all their chips. This is a last-ditch effort to overthrow American democracy. And that's not to say other conservatives won't continue the Christo-fascist agenda here. We will likely see figureheads like DeSantis and Greg Abbott continue to be rising stars in the far right. But Trump's loss in 2024 almost guarantees such an embarrassing failure after so many have given so much that I think the MAGA movement in this vicious state will have no choice but to fracture and find other outlets for their nationalistic ambitions. Which right now is the best outcome we can hope for. Look, I don't like Biden either, but this election isn't a choice we can come back from if we make the wrong move. On one hand, you have an ailing and feeble old man who doesn't instill confidence and should be off retiring. In the other corner, you have an openly fascist regime in waiting that seeks to use another doddering old man as a shortcut to taking over America by force. And it will all be legal because they will make it so. And as I left CPAC, that was all I could think of. What all this hubris and ego represented. The pageantry, the product placement, the opportunists and grifters, and the hundreds in attendance who believed wholeheartedly that Trump would make America great again. But like the slipshod production, barrel-scraping vendors and advertisers, poorly planned spaces, and half-assed digital events, the ideology represented at CPAC was hollow. It's a sideshow meant to entertain and inspire regular attendees while the ringleaders counted their money. And thankfully, plenty have begun turning away from Trump's toxic brand. The most I can advise is that if you know someone who votes conservative, to show them the sources, show them the very things Trump and his allies are saying, the innumerable lies and contradictions, and don't stop fighting against this information. Because even if Trump loses and MAGA goes away, this openly fascistic streak in American politics won't. And we need to be prepared to stop it before it takes over, one way or another.
Okay. And with that, I need to go use the restroom. We can let the last 2 minutes play out.
Hello everybody, and thank you very much for watching this second CPAC video. I hope it has been worth the wait, and I am sorry it took so long to get out. I had planned it to be out earlier in the week, but I got sick right after the first CPAC video dropped and haven't been able to get it out quite as early as I would have liked. If you couldn't tell, this video has been a massive labor of both time and love. Not a love for CPAC, but a love for going after a story and bringing it to my audience. So if you've enjoyed this, and I hope you have, if you've certainly made it this far, please consider giving a couple dollars at some of the links down below to keep this going, because this trip was a massive swing for me, and I still have no knowledge how much it will pay off. But anything really does help at this point, because I do all of this investigation and editing, and every aspect of video production is a full-time job for me. So if you enjoyed my content, please check out the other things I have on my channel, and please like, share, subscribe, do all the things that you're supposed to do for YouTubers that you like. And thank you so much for watching, and I hope to see you all again soon.
Need some fresh air in here. All right. That was fun and all. I think... What do we do, chat? What are we thinking about playing right now? I feel like the rest of my room is so dark compared to me now. Like, it just looks too good. I look amazing right now. But let's take a look here. Let me give a friend a message. All right, chat. Well, we did a lot today. We got our new lights set up. We got 2 followers in Katara482. Love you. And Kawadamal. I appreciate both of you. Spaceman Spiff, thank you for hanging out. That Bagel Man, thank you for hanging out. Equinox Tremor, thank you for hanging out. ASCII Boy, and yeah, thank you to and then to all of the people who were just floating around, chilling in the chat, you know, doing the not as, you know, just lurking, lurkers are important. You guys are loved. You are loved. You're look. But just get in here for a second. Get lurkers. Lurkers, you're loved. Just remember that you're loved. So, oh man, I don't know if I want to keep gaming or if I want to give it a break for a little bit, because we've been going for 6 hours now. All right. All right. So, yep, I think for now we're going to call it there. I do have a friend who will probably be getting on later tonight, so I'm probably going to think about doing another stream tonight. A little bit more of a gamer, like actual gaming, because today was more of a set some stuff up, get some things figured out. Then tonight or tomorrow we're going to be live again around noon. I do have some stuff I got to go get done in the morning, otherwise I would start stream earlier. But yeah, so we're going to be starting probably around noon, and we're probably going to be done by around 5 o'clock because I do have a medical meeting to go to, an online doctor's visit. So unfortunately, stream is going to be done at 5 tomorrow. I know today we went to like 6:15, and then I'll probably start up another stream a little later at night. Who knows though? But anyways, once again, thank you for the follow, Katara. Thank you for the follow, Kwamadol. Kelvin Braun, Stitch Wizard, Kickass Hunter. Those are my last 5 follows. Thank you for hanging out, Spaceman Spiff, Katara, Kwamadol, That Bagel Man, Equinox Trainer, and ASCII Boy. All of you guys are awesome. You made my day. Thank you for hanging out. You guys are amazing. I believe I have a command. Oh, fudge. No? Nope, doesn't want to work. Okay. Anyways, I did just recently post a new video on YouTube. If you are on Twitch, I have a YouTube channel. Should be in my Twitch somewhere. I don't fucking know. I'll figure that out before next stream. But thank you guys so much for watching. I will see you guys later. Love you.